Was your husband in the news? He was in the investigative unit with Victoria Stone and WNBC. Oh, great.
Denver, it's like, because I have a ton of
You gonna heckle from the front?
I
Okay.
would have to stay this way.
You want to keep my coffee here?
Oh, of course. Slide off.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome
Yeah.
to News Tech Forum from TV News Check in this nice wintry Christmas holiday time in December. Lovely to be here. The air is crisp, the trees are lit, and all is well with the world. We are back in person without any horrific fears of imminent plague at this moment. Not quite. My name is Michael Depp. I'm the editor and of TV News Check and the chief content officer of NewsTech Media. Very happy to see you all here in person today. I always look forward to this conference as a very ambitious exchange of ideas. Back in person without any horrific fears of imminent plague. Just to say, it's going to drive everybody crazy. My name is Michael Depp. I'm the editor and of TV News Check and the chief content officer of NewsTech Media. Very happy to see you all here in person today. I always look forward to this conference as a very ambitious exchange of ideas.
Yes.
Out of the way, right away, before we go on. Because that already became irritating. But this is a great exchange of ideas, cutting edge practices, blue sky thinking about the confluence of news and technology. And our roster of speakers and panels today are all up to the challenge of making this an exceptional event once more. Our theme overall today is reimagining the news and how it's made. And every one of our sessions today attacks that idea from numerous different vantage points and positions within news organizations and around them. We are always very grateful for our sponsors who make this event possible. This year, our title sponsor is Avid. Our platinum sponsors are Dillette, Amagi, FX Design Group, Bit Central, and LiveU. Our gold sponsors are The Weather Company, Brainstorm, and LTN. Our silver sponsors are Ross and Newsbridge, and our event sponsors are AP, Telemetrics, 4A, and Signient. Our connectivity partner today is Degero, and we are live streaming this event. So to everyone who's not here in beautiful wintry New York, hello from wherever you're watching. And thanks to all of our sponsors. Before we begin our first panel, I would like to welcome Craig Wilson, the global media and cloud product evangelist from Avid, who has a few words of welcome. And we have a video to show just before that. So Craig, if you want to come up.
We believe in art, culture, in the power of creativity. For us, this business is more than a business. Our fantasies, our realities, our most important moments are made by you. We believe in our artists, in our future artists, in the future of our industry, in the future of media. We believe innovation drives evolution, that access drives inspiration, that your life's work is the thing that colors our perceptions and changes our world. We believe that your work moves us all forward, so we work to keep you moving. At Avid, we make many products, but we only do one thing: maximize the mediums of amazing makers. Every minute of every day, we are powering greater creators.
Hey everybody, good morning, and on behalf of Avid, can I welcome you all to this TV News Tech Forum. I'm Craig Wilson. I am the Global Product Evangelist for Media and Cloud at Avid, and I'm also host of the Making the Media podcast, and we're delighted to be sponsoring the event here in New York. We have plenty to talk about, after another year of major change within the media and wider technology sector. At Avid, we've had many product updates and new solutions across our portfolio, but we're not here just to look back, but very much to look forward and to discuss where we believe the industry is headed, as Michael just said. Cloud and hybrid, fast and ATSC 3.0, remote working, the metaverse, 5G, utilizing artificial intelligence within news. So perhaps this is the point where I should say that ChatGPT did not write this speech. Or did it? I'll leave you to think about that. Delivering personalized content, reconnecting with our audiences in new ways. Now, this is only a small slice of the challenges that we all face, and the packed agenda today we have to look forward to will give us an opportunity to share all of our perspectives. It's also important for Avid not just to be sponsoring the event, but to be participating and also learning and listening today as well. So shortly, I'll be hosting a fireside chat with Ernie Ensign, the Senior Director of News Technology from Sinclair. And also this afternoon, I'll be part of a panel discussing the new frontiers in news production. So you may think the Scottish accent is quite endearing at the moment, but you'll probably be sick of it by the end of the day. So I look forward to hearing from you and getting the chance to listen and to learn from all your different perspectives, and perhaps asking you to join me on the podcast. If I do, please be kind. I have come a long way from Scotland to be here today, but I should point out it is actually colder in Scotland today than it is here in New York. So the good news is that is more than enough from me today. Let's get on with the main event of the day. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us, and have an enjoyable and insightful day. Michael.
Thank you.
So today's first panel, there we go. Today's first panel interrogates the idea of the newscast itself and all of its traditional structures and customs as possibly not the best way to move forward for the industry to find and grow new audiences. Our panelists today are working on the front lines of this issue, and they're tasked with testing and implementing changes to traditional formats. It's my pleasure to introduce them now. Micah Gelman is the Senior Editor and Director of Editorial Video for the Washington Post. Socrates Lozano is the Senior Director of Scriptscast and Newsroom Innovation for the EW Scripps Company. Meredith McGinn is the EVP of Diginets and Original Production at NBC Universal Local. Sarah Burke is VP and News Director of WCBS here in New York. And Sam Peterson is the COO of Bit Central. Welcome to you all. I'm sorry I don't have room to sit at the table with you. Let's begin with the premise of this panel, and I would like each of you to speak briefly to this question. Is the traditional newscast in need of blowing up? Are the premises correct here? And whatever you're thinking is, what is your reasoning? Let's start with Socrates.
Yeah, is it in need of blowing up? I think it's in need of modernizing and like adapting and just catering the newscast experience to a modern audience. And I think if you go into any of our archives across any of our newsrooms around the country and pop in a tape from 1970, not a lot has changed as far as like format goes. And I think that there's a really big opportunity in front of us to kind of figure out what the new age of that should look like.
Meredith?
So it's critical that we innovate and experiment. We've been doing that with Alex News, trying some really bold, radically different formats, storytelling styles, graphically driven, leaning into cinematic journalism. And at the same time, we are growing audiences with LX News, but it's been interesting in our division. This year, we launched 15 streaming news channels. These are linear channels leveraging all of the legacy newscasts for all of our NBC and Telemundo stations. And we are seeing tremendous impressions on those channels. So clearly, viewers appreciate and come to the traditional legacy newscasts. We just need to find the viewers where they're going and make it more convenient for them. We're seeing time shifted viewing. They'll watch our morning newscast later when we're in national news on the main channels. So it's important to experiment, but let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Right. Sam?
Yeah, I think the word Socrates used the word adapting. And I think that is what I think about a lot, is adapting to the audience. As merits, where is the audience? What are they watching on? What does the audience look like? And I think in the world today, it's not just appointment television. It's not just sitting down in front of a CRT at home. So it's what does it look like to adapt that content and to adapt in the format of the way we put the content together. And is there an opportunity there also to tell the stories individually differently because that distribution looks different? So adapting, I think that is a really wise way to think about it.
Sarah?
I agree with everything that my fellow panelists have already said in terms of the need to innovate and adapt. This is a great and exciting opportunity to look at what can be done to modernize what we're offering from both a format of the newscast perspective, but also from a storytelling perspective. And I think that's something that we can do now to keep viewers coming to us in the future. The nice thing is local news is still one of the most, if not the most trusted source of news. And so to Meredith's point, not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, there's a lot of really good things that are happening with local news, but the call to innovate and to experiment in the storytelling and the way we format our newscasts, I think is very clear. And there's a great opportunity with streaming to do a little experimentation while still offering the traditional tried and true newscast.
Micah?
I guess I would say I'm probably the least qualified person on the panel to answer this question, because the last newscast I produced was in 2005 at WJZ in Baltimore. But I'm still a believer in the newscast as a rallying point, as a moment. I think it's, for me personally, the pandemic kind of reintroduced me to sitting down and watching the nightly news and the local news. And, I find that to be a really helpful come together moment where I'm inundated with things all day long, but here's someone who can help put it in context. So I believe the newscast should live on, but I also agree with everyone on the panel that the ability to go find the viewers other places is really critical, and experimentation in formats that may attract new viewers as well.
So Micah, you just indicate you do have a background in TV, but you are the odd man out here in that you're representing a newspaper, the Washington Post, which produces a number of hours of daily video, iterating not only on its own sites and apps, but there's also a streaming channel right now on View It, although that's sort of the live events as we distinguish, not quite from the same as what would be on the website. But you are part of the competition, you're part of this ecosystem. So from the standpoint of innovation, do you think that being outside of the TV news world gives you a competitive advantage in the sense that you're not saddled with the same conventions as everybody else here might be?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that is a great advantage for us. We have basically a blank sheet of paper every day, and we can do what we want for it. That's also can be incredibly challenging because there are there's no guide rails. And so you have to balance, the ability to innovate. And, what I tell my team is, when we're going to go do a story, I don't want to talk about what that's going to look like. Let's go look at and do the story and figure out what's the best format to take. Is that a mini doc? Is that an interactive? Is that a series? Is a largely written text with series of looping GIFs or something that help to illustrate it? So we really, it's great not to be dialed into having a minute and a half package, but it also it can be incredibly frightening at the same time.
Well, you don't have the burden of the obligation of a 5 o'clock newscast to produce,
Absolutely
so that
not.
liberates you enormously.
Yeah.
But that said, I think everyone would find it interesting to get a picture of what the video objectives are at the Washington Post. Just what is in your sights? What's the trajectory?
Yeah, I mean, we are producing an incredible amount of video daily, and not just my team, but the live events team as well, with newsmaker interviews. We have built up a team that does live breaking news. So at the moment, we have live anchored coverage of the FTX hearing that's happening. We thought SBF would be there, but apparently not. So big tentpole moments, election nights, debates, conventions, the funeral of the Queen, that type of
Insurrections.
insurrections, yeah. Gives us an opportunity to become that rallying point that I talked about, right? Like, our main anchor, Libby Casey, is, for all intents and purposes, the face of the Washington Post. And, I think newspapers are just figuring out what TV news has known for a long time, is that people come because of the personalities. They come because they trust the anchor, they trust their local anchor, they trust Lester Holt or Nora O'Donnell, and so newspapers didn't really understand this. I think until much more recently, and so we're actually making a concerted effort to build up some personality, and I think that's for us to attract subscribers and return viewers or readers. We have to have that personal connection that I think TV news obviously has understood from the start.
Socrates, you work out of Scripps' national content hub in Denver, and part of your remit there has been to question everything that we know about making TV news. What elements of the newscast, when you look at that and you do that assessment, what elements do you think we should be done with this? We should be getting rid of this part.
Yeah. One of the things that we've learned is, a successful content strategy doesn't just happen, right? And I think it's really important that everybody is involved in that process. But as far as like what needs to change or adapt in an actual show, is I think a lot of the show is controlled by a singular producer. And so generally it's one producer that's sitting down and kind of working on a show alone. They have kind of like editorial discretion over that show. I believe that in order to improve the quality of our products, is we have to figure out a way to make that process more collaborative. So that there's, you look at, what makes communities good and what makes communities strong. And I think, that's diverse opinions from multiple perspectives. And I think that that's also really important to incorporate in our newscasts. And the way that you do that is by involving more people in that process. So figuring out a workflow and a way to make a newscast collaborative, so it's not centrally being produced by just one producer. And I know that's a very broad thing to say, but it's ultimately, the photographer that's shooting the story, the MMJ that's putting together a separate story. It's the reporter that's maybe writing another piece of content in the story. Like, I think that opening up a newscast to the whole newsroom will make a very strong product that your community will be able to relate to.
Could I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Have you found that because of the pandemic and having more virtual meetings, is that process more open now? Are you having people join meetings who perhaps didn't in the past?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we do different at the national team is like anytime we have any sort of meeting or virtual, like everybody has to participate in the process. So whether you're a graphics designer or an editor, everybody has kind of a voice and a say. We also have kind of like a hard and fast rule that if you don't feel like you're able to participate, you need to like get up and walk out of the room if you're not contributing. And so I think we try to create an overall culture of safety. And I think the pandemic has definitely opened that up and made people a little bit more comfortable with participating and sharing. Because in a normal newsroom, you've got the most common kind of loud voices in the newsroom, and it's kind of hard to open that up and to have that process, the editorial process, be more collaborative. And so, yes, I think we have noticed that as a big benefit.
So I hear you about broadening it, having more points of view in the construction of the show, but just in terms of like an easy throw out, like like the anchor toss to the reporter or that, kind of dynamic? Or is there any one thing when you look at the whole entirety of a newscast, you're like, this is just, we've been doing it so long, we have no good reason to do so.
Yeah, the role of an anchor, I think, needs to change. Primarily most shows are put together with an anchor that's at the center of the show. And I think that needs to adapt and change. I think what makes us strong as a journalism company is the fact that we have community expertise. And the way that you do that is by modifying your content strategy to get your anchors out in the field more and being part of that community. And then having that feeling and getting credit for it by having your anchors out in the field a lot more so that your viewers can relate to it. But I think the role of an anchor traditionally, intro tag, that is an opportunity that definitely needs to change.
We have some anchors here later today. We will ask them to account for themselves entirely during that. Just one other thing, people are interested, these hubs and labs are popping up in groups around the country. And so at yours, what's your own focus in terms of starting to create anew then? Are you starting in terms of the product? Are you starting with the stories themselves? Are you looking at the newscast, the whole architecture of the system? Like where does your innovative eye focus?
Yeah, I always say oftentimes technology can get in the way of innovation sometimes in the creative process. And so my own personal philosophy is what I'd like to always focus in on is what are we trying to accomplish from a content standpoint? And then when we work backwards to the technology, because oftentimes it's when you want to do something new, it's we can't do this because we don't have X, right? Or we don't have Y or Z. And so conceptually, when you're talking about new concepts or new content strategies, generally speaking, I always like to just focus on, what are we trying to do here? What differentiation are we trying to kind of create? And then we figure out, okay, now what technology infrastructure do we either buy, invest, or build to make this content experience, seeing.
Sort of backwards by design, really. Meredith, LX News is a big part of your portfolio for several years. Obviously, it's been the lab in which NBC's done some of its most creative work in innovating news. We have showcased a lot of that work previously in TV News Check, in stories and videos. What I'm interested in today is how that work is now having a broader impact across your individual stations, where I know you have LX people, kind of a point person at many of the stations or all of the stations. Is LX's work now coming out of the silo of the lab and starting to change things substantively in the evening news or the nightly news?
In some respects, it's just more boots on the ground. We've had some of our beat reporters for LX News in politics, in climate, be able to do many stories that have been pushed out across all of our stations, live shots for Hurricane Ian, things like that. But I mentioned earlier, the cinematic journalism has been, a good roadmap for how we can tell stories in a much more digital friendly way. What we're also seeing, because with LX News, we don't necessarily have conventions around a required length for a story. Some of our stations have seen that example and taken it to new experimentation. In San Diego, they changed the first block of their late news to be a deeper dive into a single topic or to feature that longer form investigative piece that normally you wouldn't have at that time. And they've been #1 ever since they made that bold change. Mm-hmm. We've also tried fewer commercial segments and less commercial time in general. So then when we launched a new newscast in Miami, we followed the same convention and saw longer length of tune and higher AUR.
Can you've mentioned the cinematic journalism a couple of times. Can you elaborate on what that looks like?
Sure. So, if you think of the beautiful documentaries you may watch on cable TV, we're modeling that style, but doing it in far, far less time than cable documentaries. We had one of our amazing storytellers go to his hometown of San Angelo, Texas, and shoot a full documentary in 4 days that was not just an incredible, impactful story about the COVID pandemic debate in that town and how it was really tearing the town apart, but it was done in a very first person docu-style.
How long was that?
It ended up being an hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we showcased it in multiple
Mhm.
shorter form segments.
Sarah, you are a news director in the biggest market in the country. You have an enormous volume of day turn work to be done. So how are you able to pragmatically think about innovating the news product at all? How do you have any room to tackle it? And if you are doing it, can you give us a kind of practical, specific example of how that might happen in the volume of work you have to do?
Yeah, the pace at which we are turning out newscasts is probably the greatest single challenge to innovation. So we're looking for opportunities when we can take them, smart risks that allow us to innovate. Probably the most recent example is the 10th anniversary of Superstorm Sandy was earlier this year. And we took that as an opportunity to dig through our archive material and to teach multiple photographers, many of whom had some background in shooting kind of that cinematic style that Meredith was referring to create a documentary using our archival footage and then going out and conducting interviews with many of the people who survived the storm and had just still very traumatic recollections of what had happened. The documentary, I was thrilled with how it turned out, but really the lasting impact of that experimentation and the time and money spent is that we have showed our newsroom what we can do and what we will do to innovate the content for the future. It won't always be a 1-hour documentary, which is what the Sandy documentary ultimately ended up being. But it can be a 15-minute or a 10-minute. And it's really gotten people thinking about the future of our content in exciting ways. And one of the conversations I've had repeatedly with my team members is, we can still do day of news and think creatively about how we storytell in the future. The two can live together in a newscast and allow us to be engaging to a modern audience and still serve our tried and true viewers and live up to what is expected of a local news channel.
Do you think every newsroom needs that person to show the way, to show by example, and so everyone else can say, wait, we're allowed to do that?
Well, I think it really helps. We've been at this a long time. And so we have a lot of seasoned veterans, of course, here in New York, more so than most markets probably. And so to take the opportunity and say, hey guys, this is something we should be trying. And by the way, mistakes are expected. Like, this is experimentation. This is new ground. So to take some risks means they're not all going to pay off, but fail fast, get back up and try the next new thing, and then use data to measure your success.
Sam, you are the news technologist here, and you've got a product at Bit Central called Fuel that essentially enables your clients to produce a story, and you can immediately get it into rotation on their websites or apps, essentially enabling a sort of de facto newscast to be built continuously in increments. How does this tool reflect how TV newsrooms maybe ought to be thinking about the nature of a newscast itself?
The premise behind Fuel originally, and I think this has played out relatively well, has been that we do have now this differing platform, this different distribution method that we can experiment with a little bit. And we know that I'm not having to place this big bet at the 11 p.m. news where thousands, 10,000s, significant audience. And so I can connect in a different way with the audience and put together something that maybe it's not formatted exactly like a newscast, but format a set of stories together for a particular presentation for a particular viewer on a particular device. And that has played out well for us and for our customers to be able to do just that, experiment and think about what that presentation looks like. And think about both the audience from a demographic perspective, from the geographical perspective, but also what the device type is. Are they watching on mobile? Are they watching on a connected television? So I think that experimentation piece, putting the technology in the hands and loosening some of these bonds a little bit of thinking that I have to format a rundown, and granted that has worked remarkably well for decades, and it still will continue to work for a very long time. But for a differing audience, can I think about that a little bit differently, particularly as the way the presentation works? How do I put those stories together into something that feels linear?
So how does technology like this liberate TV news from outmoded approaches to production?
That's a good question. At the technology level, I think there's two sides of it. One is the presentation, but I think for all of us, particularly most of the technologists in this room, it's also at the gathering and storytelling level. And how do we not get in the way so that innovation can happen? Or on the panel too, oftentimes as technologists and technology providers, we can make life harder for those that are trying to tell that story. That's not necessarily our aim, but that has happened. And so what do we do to make those tools simple enough? Certainly as particularly journalism, there are a lot more people telling those stories, and even at the technical level, MMJs and otherwise. And so how do we put that in front of them that they can, make mistakes, fail fast, but also produce content quickly, yes, but thoughtfully. And I think that's the real challenge, is how we have both of those things happen at the same time, thoughtful journalism, but also have it keep the pace that we all expect.
I want to focus a little bit on the TV news story itself and where some of you are playing with the conventions there. Photography has already come up a little bit. And Socrates, your background is in news photography. So I know you've been playing around with the idea of how stories are shot. So how have you been able so far to take a fresh look at the way the cameras that you're using, the way where you're putting the camera?
Yeah, I think it's really important to modernize our storytelling. I think we see some good examples from LX, NBC, but you have to cater your content to what's relevant today. And I'm sure the majority of you in the audience today watches a lot of documentaries across the group, and so I think the audience has grown accustomed to watching content in that way, and they've come to also expect it in some cases. And I think that there's a huge opportunity in matching the equipment that some of those documentaries are shot on, and also teaching our people within our newsrooms on how to properly care for it, run it, and what's the proper workflow to be able to output the highest quality in the shortest amount of time, because everyone's working towards that deadline. And I believe that both are possible. You can have a really high quality product and you can turn it out relatively quickly, but you also have to adhere to a specific workflow that's really important. And I think one of the best ways to maximize that is to be able to, go and approach a story as a team. And so, we used to have a rule where if you have a photographer, you have to make it worth it. And a lot of MMJs have the ability to shoot. And so the expectation from the script side is that they team shoot that together. And so a lot of people don't know how to shoot as a team. And so, as managers or as people who run organizations, like, it's our jobs and our duties to figure out and to kind of build training to teach our people the newest way and what success actually looks like in this space. But I think it's critical that we experiment with our storytelling and modernize it, like documentary style storytelling. We also call that first person storytelling, where the reporter or the photographer or anybody that's producing the story is walking that viewer through what that story is in a very clear way. And again, the ultimate goal here is to make platform agnostic content. So whether it's running on YouTube or fast channels or over the air on broadcast, the goal is that you're creating the content in a way that serves multiple purposes, instead of creating content one way that then has to have a team of 12 people that are basically repurposing that content and creating it for other platforms. There's a lot of things about that are very inefficient. And so, a lot of that starts with the photography, and then it just kind of, runs its course throughout the organization.
I'm interested in that atomic level of innovation. LX, obviously, Meredith has done a whole lot of that. Is there any other example you might want to speak to, or other kind of general patterns that you're tending to follow that's attacking the story at that level?
We're always super focused on being conversational. So we rarely have voiceover in our pieces. if the reporter or storyteller is speaking to the audience, often it's a different framed shot than what you're used to in a typical reporter story. And it's directly talking to you in a very deliberate conversational way to make the content more meaningful, more approachable, and hopefully get through the passion and the importance of the story.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the NPR did this years ago with Planet Money, which is still a big franchise for them, which they took these really complicated economic subjects and made it a discussion between two journalists, which made it much more palatable and sort of you could follow it better. I don't know if it's always possible to have two journalists, though, talking to each
Right.
other, if that's pragmatic on screen.
Well, that's something else that we do frequently. We'll leverage the NBC station reporters or our Telemundo station reporters and have them on for a debrief, which in some respects is liberating for them because it's a very different, in some respects, more casual format, much more conversational, often delivering urgent news, but in a more approachable way.
This is a question, anybody can jump on this, but Socrates, it sort of speaks to something you just brought up a moment ago in terms of the modularity of the news story. Do we need to unshackle the news story from the newscast and basically make everyday stories better able to stand on their own as independent units without an anchor setup or a package, getting kind of a needless live setup from a reporter in the field? And if we do need that, how can we move toward that as a goal? Anyone can take that.
Yeah, I think by changing our newsrooms little by little, I don't think things are going to change overnight, but I definitely think the importance of a story is no longer just valued at the 5 p.m. newscast. So I've got a 1:30 story. I think our approach to storytelling should be, are we telling the right stories, and do we have enough perspectives in the story to make it good so that our viewers can benefit from it. I think it's just going to take time to get there. But I definitely think because there's so many different platforms, no longer are people waiting around for the 5 p.m. newscast to get started. I think, the life cycle of a story is much longer than that. And especially on certain platforms, it's years. That life cycle is years. And so I think it's really important that we not only build our content to stand on its own, but I also think that it's also equally important to figure out how that practically works in a newsroom. So, across the country, you don't shock your whole entire newsroom to change it. I think it's it's just an evolving strategy that I think is really important and critical for our survival as an industry.
Does anybody else want to take that?
Yeah, I would add that our philosophy is we have to be very platform specific when we tell stories, and we can't use one thing in multiple places. So, for example, we launched yesterday a deeply reported over a year of reporting series on the rise of fentanyl and the missed opportunities to reduce that in text, in photography, in video. But those videos, some of them were made just for YouTube. Some of them were shorter and more interactive and just moments for our site. And some of that storytelling was just for Instagram and told in a way that is vertical. We have invested significantly in vertical video storytelling because that's how people are consuming our journalism now, much more than they are in the kind of legacy formats, whether it's on TikTok or Instagram. And so we have to be our view is we have to be really platform specific. And we've taken a bit of a different approach than Socrates talked about, is that we have experts in how to tell stories on Instagram or how to tell stories on TikTok. So we're not necessarily expecting one person to be the expert or the team that is doing the reporting to really know how to attract an audience on those platforms. So we're relying on the people who own those platforms to be, to be the experts in how to get that story across.
I think there's great internal, or it seems to me from the outside, there's great internal industry debate on versioning, whether the answer is create the thing that is ultimately modular and doesn't need to be versioned, which takes so much time to do and so much labor effort, as opposed to the need for, which cues up the next question I have for you, Micah, about TikTok. And where Washington Post has 1.5 million followers. I wonder, where platforms like that and YouTube are showing the industry perhaps where it should be heading, and what are some of the, just briefly, the salient storytelling or structural elements there that TV news can learn from there? Because obviously you figured something out with 1.5 million people, and there are barely any news organizations, relatively speaking, on TikTok.
There are a few now. I think, I think there are organizations, USA Today, NBC, that have really have been successful. I mean, for us, TikTok was born of failure. We had a really talented producer who was trying to do some lighter storytelling, which we all felt was necessary after the 2016 election, on YouTube, and spent a year trying to do that. His name is Dave Jorgensen, and it just was not taking off. And he had this idea, that maybe he would be better on TikTok, and this was 2019-ish, so well early in that, in the life cycle so far of TikTok. And, in traditional Washington Post style, wrote a 6-page memo explaining why he should be on TikTok, which I think had a lot of pictures, actually, so it wasn't all text. And, it sat on my desk, and I kind of thought through the process of what it would take to get approval to launch a TikTok channel, and decided that was way too exhausting. So we're just going to do it and keep it on, the down low, which lasted maybe an hour. And so it was born of that, fail fast future. And now he's got a 3-person team. It's incredibly successful from a sales perspective as well. Although the platform doesn't generate revenue directly, we have a lot of interest in kind of the content studio side, producing ads for us on there. And so, this is, one of the ways you have to get, with my view is like, if people have good ideas, my job is like to get out of the way, right? Is to like find them the money or the time, but just like get out of the way, because they know what they're doing. And so, and that's, Instagram is in much the same way, is, and so we've taken those learnings back onto Washington Post. So if you come to the Washington Post app, you will find a carousel of vertical videos that would look at home on Instagram or TikTok, and you scroll through them the same way. And, that is the genius of our product team, and, their ability to take learnings and bring them back. And that's driven incredible engagement and lengthy viewing in a way that, putting the video on top of the article doesn't necessarily do.
Right.
I've got a question. Could you walk us through like the editorial conversations that you guys had? It seems like it was very grassroots. You're like, let's just launch this thing. But then when it started gaining traction, give us a peek into what conversations were being had at the Washington Post about, like, is this journalism? Should we keep this? And what ultimately was the driver to continue the mission and push forward creatively with that TikTok channel?
Sure. So, and I don't know if the debate is completely settled. I think there are probably some people who are like, what are we doing here? But the idea was, the thing you're not working on is not working. Let's try this. It's, I at the time thought it was a low visibility thing, and just through Dave's sheer force of personality and intellect and knowledge of the platform, very quickly we knew it was something that was going to be exciting. And so he, and we very deliberately, for I'd say the first 8 months or so, he'll obviously correct me on the timeline, we didn't do news. It was really just building personality. It was building his personality on the site. And then when the pandemic happened and George Floyd, we saw this as a moment where we really needed to be in the news cycle. And, as we built this entire following, and then as the post began focusing on the importance of personalities, as is a typical Washington Post style, we wrote another 6-page memo. This one went to Mr. Bezos. And he was, all for the experimentation. So now we have 3 people who are working on the platform, and, bringing those learnings back to, the rest of it. And now we have everybody in the newsroom wants to be on it, right? Everybody wants to be in on it. And so that's how that conversation went.
And Michael, one quick note about your point regarding versioning. The proof is in the data. We have to look at the data, and unfortunately, some of the traditional TV reporter pieces just don't deliver the audience, particularly when we're talking about short form vertical video type platforms.
But also, yeah, if you format the product from the start in a way that's more engaging, it's easier to version. But again, it starts at the storytelling level and then works its way to all the different platforms.
Just a couple of quick things I want to hit on before we're kind of coming up against our time. Sarah, I just want to ask you about data reporting. We were talking about just a bit before. Data reporting, data visualization is playing a larger role in video news generally. I'm wondering how it can and is starting to play a role in reshaping what a newscast or a news show looks like, and maybe how at a specific newsroom you ought to be thinking about the role of data more. How are you thinking about that at WCBS?
Well, we're lucky enough to have recently added a data journalist to our team through our innovation lab, which we were talking about. But I think data reporting adds so much credibility to everything that we do, and really answers the question why and puts things into the right context for our audience. So we'll be undertaking the process of onboarding this new resource to the team. And I think the biggest challenge for us in this moment is to help our culture, our newsroom culture, understand all the value that can be derived from having this person in the newsroom, and then how to visualize it, which is also another challenge, because data can be very interesting, but quickly turn boring if it's on a bunch of full screens or pie charts. So that'll be our next step, is to make it really engaging for the audience on all of our platforms to dig into data. But to get to the kind of core of your question, why does it matter, and why would we be leaning into data right now? And I think it goes to the fundamental issue of trust and transparency, and to be able to cite data in our reporting builds on the trust, builds more trust in our reporting, and I think helps with the transparency piece too. We can break down data. I think you saw a lot of that in the pandemic. Some of the best anchors who helped people get through the early days of the shutdown were doing so by standing and really breaking down the numbers and helping people understand how the virus was spreading. So I think actually COVID did a lot for data, because people became like armchair experts in data. And so it's hugely important right now.
And as far as data visualization goes, I just shout out to LX for doing some of the best that I've ever seen in that regard, really creative applications of that. We're coming up against our time, so I just lastly would like to go around the group and ask each of you to name one technology that you're using now that is having, or you think will have, a transformative effect on how video news is made. Micah?
Wow. I don't know how you can answer that, because it's not one technology. It's it's a collaboration of things. So, it starts with the edit process and the review process. There's, we were talking earlier about Frame.io, which has allowed incredible collaboration, as we have people everywhere working on stories. I was probably one of the people who thought we could never not work in the office, and we'll be the last people still in the office during the pandemic, and we figured it out in a week thanks to a incredible collaboration of technologies that are start with us with Premiere and Frame.io and Dropbox and ENPS. I see Brian's out. We use all of these things to make it happen.
Sarah?
I don't know I don't know if you'd call it a technology, but to me, the thing that seems to be driving innovation and how we're able to create content is the size of our cameras and all the different types of things we can do with them. There's not a person in my newsroom who can't create some kind of content by whipping out a phone, and the quality of those cameras just continues to get better and better. So I think a lot of innovation will continue to be driven by our smartphones.
Sam?
So specific to the format of the newscast, I think the piece that's been exciting, I think panelists have certainly seen this, is the ability to collect the data from the viewer and knowing what engagement looked like, knowing what audience looked like, knowing what that time on site looked like, and being able to glean that data and then bring that all the way back to the producers and to those who are actually creating the content to make better decisions of knowing how they're engaging with the audience. So it's that think of that virtual playlist, the either dynamic manifest or however that's being done. For us, it's pretty simple dynamic manifest in HLS, but being able to get that data about how the viewer is connecting with the content.
Meredith?
So I think our greatest value in this crowded media space is our ability to be live at a moment's notice when big news is happening, when an important event in the community is going on. And to that end, we're focused a lot on virtual production control rooms. There's been a ton of advancement in just live capability, but giving the newsroom the hands and the ability to get live on any platform with a virtual production control room is what we're focused on now.
Socrates?
Yeah, we believe in the same thing. But I think, a transformative technology is the use of AI in a newsroom. Like, what is the role of AI in a newsroom, specifically as it pertains to like data, whether as it pertains to like story writing? I feel like our jobs, or at least my job in particular, I think is to kind of help remove barriers that we're all experiencing in a newsroom, especially in larger markets where we're producing a ton of news every single day, and talk to any of our journalists across the country and the pressures that they feel every day. I can guarantee you, they may not on a regular basis think that this business is fun or very rewarding. And so I think our jobs are to figure out how we can utilize technology to make their jobs easier, so that what we do day in and day out can be fun again, and that everybody that's part of this big storytelling process goes home, and at the end of the day, when their head hits the pillow, they feel really satisfied with the work that they're doing, because they're helping change the communities that we serve for the better. And I think that, leveraging technologies like AI and figuring out specifically like pulling in consumer data, pulling in, data that what our communities are talking about, and also having those AIs analyze the content that we're producing today and pulling in all the content data that we're getting from all the different platforms of how that's performing, so that when we start our day, it shouldn't be a question about what we should be covering, because we already have a plethora of this data, and we're literally making and spending the majority of our time making content decisions and focusing on how we can differentiate from our competition, but more importantly, to help our viewers and create better communities.
Excellent. Well, that is unfortunately all the time. We've actually gone over our time. So I would like to thank once more Micah Gelman, Sarah Burke, Sam Peterson, Meredith McGinn, and Socrates Lozano for being here. I'm going to ask you all to stay for just a moment, but let's please give them a round of applause. There's some excellent ideas. If you can just sit tight for a second, because we have TV News Check's publisher and co-founder Kathy Haley, who is here with Rick Young of LTN. Kathy?
She knows how to turn this mic on. It is on. Rick is a familiar face to many of you. He's the Senior Vice President and Head of Product at LTN, no longer LTN Global. And Rick, LTN works with a lot of media companies that produce live sports and live news. What are your customers talking about and asking you for 2023?
Thanks. Well, good morning, everybody. And first, it was a great panel. Thank you all for that. I learned a few nuggets during that conversation. What folks are asking us about or talking to us about, there are a couple of themes that actually came up in this panel. Both Socrates and Meredith mentioned a couple of things that really stuck out. Socrates mentioned the need for keeping technology out of the way, right? being creative first. And so we hear a lot of that, especially when it comes to live content. So the ability to bring in a myriad of live sources, put them in front of the journalists, the editorial team, the folks making decisions, so they can then drive live content, live material to various platforms, right? So, but not doing it in a way that's complicated. Call the feed room, what format, how do I transcode this to that? Not thinking about that, but just giving folks simple, easy to use tools to drive content wherever it's needed. That's number one. And then the second one was the point that Meredith was talking about right at the top. She mentioned, I think it was 15 channels across the NBC portfolio of live channels. We're doing that a lot, right? Taking an existing investment in content, whether it's the main channel or all of this amazing LX programming, and CBS is doing the same thing as well, and driving unique versions of that main channel to different platforms, right? Whether that's Hulu, whether that's fast channels, whether that's your owned and operated digital channels, sort of thinking in terms of programming platforms specifically, but not only platforms. We're also having a lot of conversations where news organizations, both sort of national thinking regionally or local stations thinking on a hyper-local basis, how do I program channels in a linear fashion that looks like what televisions always look like, but uniquely programmed for region. So hyper-local channels in the case of the local market, or regional channels in the case of a national news organization. So we're spending a lot of time doing just that. I mean, we're working with one owned and operated broadcast group where they're creating three distinct flavors of unique channels for specific platforms. The ones I mentioned before: Hulu, Roku, fast channels, and owned and operated digital. So that's really the theme, and that's really what we're having a lot of conversations about. This panel is quite reassuring because that was much of what the theme of that conversation was.
Thanks, Rick Young. I know you have to catch a flight, but you have lots of people here. They're easy to find. They're in the back of the room. Thank you, Michael.
Just once more to our panelists. Appreciate it. And now I would like to bring up once more Advent Craig Wilson, Global Media and Cloud Product Evangelist, for a fireside chat with Ernie Ensign, the Senior Director of News Technology for Sinclair Broadcast Group.
Sure. Yes. So yeah, hi everybody. The Scottish guy's back again. But thanks a lot, and I would echo what everyone said. They were a great panel to start off the day. So I'm joined today by Ernie Ensign from Sinclair. Ernie, before we start, maybe talk a little bit about what you do, and then we'll go into what we're going to talk about in terms of the collaborative newsroom of the future.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm Ernie Ensign, Senior Director of News Technology for Sinclair Broadcast Group, and my main focus is, looking into future workflows. How do we leverage the cloud, whether it's from a live news production standpoint or whether it's from an editing standpoint. How can we potentially change workflows to break down those barriers for our producers, our content producers, and make workflows a lot easier in the newsroom.
Great. So Andy, we're here today to talk a little bit about the collaborative newsroom of the future. I think we heard in the panel there people talk about collaboration, talk about helping teams work together as well. So let's start off with the big question. So what's your idea of how the newsroom of the future is organized?
Well, the newsroom of the future is something we talk about frequently. I would say almost on a daily basis. And if you were to ask me this question in a year from now, I'm sure my answer would be different because it's always constantly evolving and adapting, either based on technologies of the day or just based on the business in general. But I think the one constant is we're always going to have to tell good stories for our consumers. And unique stories on whatever platform they're consuming it in, and that's not going to change, at least probably not until I retire. So the one constant there is content, And, how do we get content to, our viewers and consumers as fast as possible and in sort of the package that they want to consume it in. We've been in the same workflows for over a decade where a photographer goes out, they shoot a story, and they typically, send that 1.5-minute package back to the station. But that gathering process has taken them 3 or 4 hours to get all of the necessary elements, their interviews, all of the B-roll, package all that up and send it back. A lot of time has elapsed in that process. So we're looking at a pilot workflow where we're trying to automate a process of, as photographers or crews are out shooting in the field, that content is immediately flowing back. So as soon as they hit the stop button on the camera, that content is flowing back into our newsrooms. We're injecting metadata at the camera. So, a story slug from the, newsroom computer system is available at the camera. All the photographer does is, select the story, and everything else behind it is sort of automated to kind of break down those barriers of, content needs to be flowing into the newsroom as fast as possible so that we can take that content and, send it out to whatever platforms, are available, whether it's social media or our websites. It does bring up a big conundrum of, you've got all of this content available is the great thing. The bad news is you've got all of this content available that, now somebody has to kind of go through and pick out the best content. But I think, from a competitive advantage standpoint, being able to automate processes out in the field, bring that content as fast as possible, it's this idea of acquiring and distributing in real time. So as they're shooting content, it's automatically flowing in. They don't have to stop down to shoot some pictures on their cell phone and send it back. They don't have to, bonded cellular is great for live, but if they're out on a breaking news story, they have to stop and connect up those devices that may take them away from gathering. So those are kind of some of the concepts that we're looking at in the newsroom in the future.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned a really important word there. I mean, metadata. I mean, I still think metadata is the most important, but probably still the most boring word in broadcast.
It is.
Because no one really wants to do it. So I'm interested in automating that. Maybe talk a little bit about that in a little while. But what do you think are the types of tools that people will need in the future to be successful? We heard in the first panel there about remote working. We've heard about people being in distributed locations. Obviously, Sinclair has many stations around the country. So what do you think are the kind of tools that you're looking at for that will enable these kind of workflows?
Well, since it's Christmas, I'm going to shoot for the moon and I'm going to get my big Christmas present here. I think for me, it's starting with a unified platform and a unified tool. I think there's value in content producers that don't have to go to 5 different platforms to figure out what they need to do. A, it creates confusion. B, it just slows down the process. So, whether it's, a tool that's from one vendor or whether it's a tool that can be adapted and other components from other vendors could be bolted on and create interoperability. So I think it's starting with, one platform that whether you're on a cell phone, a tablet, you can shoot content on your phone and contribute it, or be able to edit content on your phone and deliver it to other platforms, and everything's available sort of in one unified platform for users. And then I think there's, subsets of tools available there. It's the metadata piece. It's, creating data-driven workflows so that, employees don't have to think about, where content's going to go or what has to happen, whether it's, our Como station in Seattle always likes health stories and, something has a metadata tag there that content automatically gets distributed. There doesn't have to be, a thought process, or somebody doesn't have to take some action to get that content there. Certainly advanced social media tools, whether it's, curating content off of social media as there's some live event going on, getting that constant feedback and engagement from social media so that you can sort of geo-target and zoom in on where maybe an event is going on, pulling out content from that. And then it's also, obviously sending it back the other way that, there's a lot of different, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, there's a lot of social media platforms that I think having, fairly advanced, tools that can adapt content for those platforms, and have all of that, embedded in that platform would certainly be of use to us and probably all organizations.
Yeah, is it also the case from a sort of curation and a creation point that you're looking at obviously web-based tools as well? You're not having thick clients that,
Yes.
that have the tools installed on them.
Yeah, as many people here can probably attest that sometimes the IT side of things and getting somebody to install something new and getting that operational is sometimes difficult. So something that's, obviously available in the cloud, that's a browser-based tool, there are significant, advantages to having it in that kind of landscape.
So Sinclair, obviously multiple stations, across the country, and you touched on it a little bit, but how important is it from you from a sort of business perspective as much as anything else that it's easy for those stations to share content? Because I guess the key thing here is about getting it to your viewers on whatever platform as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I can't stress enough on how important sharing is and creating sort of a content bank of content that, can be shared across the group. And we have a very strong content sharing network where basically as soon as a piece of content is published, it hits an internal news wire that gets blasted out to all of our stations, almost as a breaking news alert, red flash, hey, this content is available, where they can instantly just grab that wire story and move it right to their rundown so that instantly, they have that content available, whether it's for social platforms, whether it's live linear. So that content sharing piece is incredibly important. We have the national desk, which goes out to about 70 stations across the country. There's content that's being shared from all of our stations. We have meteorologists that are creating forecasts across the country. And so those get inserted into the national desk daily. And today it might be these 5 meteorologists that's sharing that content. And tomorrow it's going to look completely different of forecasts across the country because it's 5 different meteorologists. We just launched a national weather desk show and we're feeding unique weather stories. And this isn't forecast. This is whether it's a TikTok video or something interesting happening, some weather phenomenon, and all of that is being funneled into the National Weather Desk show. So it's all about creating those efficiencies so that, stations have content and now they can focus on more unique content for their markets.
Yeah, no, obviously the history of news organizations is about the telecast. It's about the newscast. It's about the morning show or the 6 p.m. show, the 10, 11 o'clock show. And I still think they're fundamentally important to the business. But of course, we've seen growing consumption of media across all the other kind of platforms that we talked about in the other panel and you mentioned there. How do you balance those things out?
Well, it's no surprise that digital is, pretty much the fastest growing aspect of our business. And, from a digital perspective, we have to, our digital teams and our broadcast teams, I think, are very firmly entrenched together. And I think, whether it's something that's being used for broadcast or digital, the focus really has to be on creating unique content for our platforms. And I think it's really why we've put this big focus into, this new content paradigm of bringing in content from the field, because, there's a value to time. And if you are the first person to put a piece of content out there about a breaking story, that gets into search engines, it gets into social media, and it just then funnels back more content, funnels back more viewers into, our platforms. So I think on the digital side of things, we have to continue to invest in how we can get unique content to all of those digital platforms.
Yeah, I like that phrase, there's a value in time. I think that's a great phrase to use. Something you touched on there is that the two teams kind of fairly well entrenched. You got broadcast and you've got digital. Is it about thinking about things in that sort of story-centric way, that you want to get the maximum value out of, whenever someone goes out the door to news gather, they're looking for content that's going to be valuable, not just on broadcast, but on digital as well. Are your teams separate? Are they trying to be brought together? How do you kind of work together today?
No, I think, in a lot of our stations, if not all of them, our digital teams are, really close to the assignment desk. So they are constantly in the know of what's going on, whether it's breaking news, and there's constant digital strategy sessions where there are discussions based around, how are we taking this story that, maybe has a very traditional, minute 15 on the linear broadcast, and how are we making that unique and expanding upon that, on the digital side of things. And I think it goes back to sort of this one, overarching platform, that if you have tools in there that not only have the, newsroom computer system and the text portions of stories that are written in there, but it's got the embedded video and all these tools that you can easily grab different components that you need based on whatever platform you are trying to deliver to, whether it's TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. So I think that's, really important in the future.
I mean, obviously, another aspect of that is kind of remote working, but also cloud and hybrid as well. Is the cloud where you think it's going to be? Maybe not today, but that's the direction that you're heading in terms of enabling that kind of content sharing.
Yeah, I think it really helps the remote work aspect, and I think and kind of why we're looking at these workflows, with content coming in from the field, that's getting deposited in the cloud so that it's readily available. So, we have that content moving into our Avid systems immediately. And it's been really impressive without 5G being completely rolled out and without currently any bandwidth priority from some of our wireless providers, which we're having those conversations. I mean, a 2-minute clip is coming in and available within a minute. And that is leveraging the power of the cloud. It's getting positioned and then moved in quickly to our edit systems. So, and we're constantly looking at new efficiencies and ways to leverage the cloud in the future.
Yeah, you mentioned the efficiency word there, and I think that's a really important part of it, because it is a business.
Yep.
We are here because we're in it to help people in the companies we work for be profitable. So that efficiency piece. So when you look at the future, presumably the economics of whatever you do have got to work. So how important is that efficiency piece and making sure that all of the elements of the workflow are done in the most
Yep.
efficient way possible?
Well, I think everybody on the panel here this morning said it, that they're always looking at ways to create efficiencies and make things easier for the teams that are putting the content together. I don't think there's anybody out there that's going to say, hey, we're going to add 20 more people to do X. So I think it's about buying back time. It's about, creating the efficiencies that, instead of hiring 5 new employees to do a thing, it's okay, we create these efficiencies for, these various teams. And then, because they have more time to do other things, they can focus on more unique content for the various platforms. So.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to end on, Ernie, because fundamentally it is about content that's being delivered to your audiences, because that really is obviously what ultimately we're interested in, that high quality content and people gathering it and collecting it and consuming it really wherever they are. So Ernie, any final thoughts before we move on?
Wow, no, I don't think so. I think well, actually, the last piece I think on the cloud that I think is important. I mean, there's a lot of lift and shift architectures out there. I think as we look to build out systems in the cloud, I think they need to be cloud native, microservice based, containerized, so that they can scale. So that as workflows change and users increase, that is sort of dynamically scaled as things change. So sometimes with vendors, that's the tough piece is making those those new systems cloud native, so that the economics of some of those systems work in the future. So
sure. Well, Ernie, fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives today. And everyone, please give a round of applause to Ernie Ensign from Signal Broadcast.
Thanks very much.
thank you.
And by the way, Craig Wilson, he mentioned before, he's got a podcast, a rival podcast to ours at TV News Check, which is quite good. And I encourage you to check it out. Our keynote interview today tackles a challenge that ought to resonate with everyone in this room. How do you take a legacy news brand with a decades honed way of working and wrestle it into a new way of thinking of itself and of the news? How do you break up outmoded workflows and replace them with nimbler, multi-channel ways of working? How do you manage the cultural change inside that institution without which nothing will happen? And how do you do all of this without alienating your core but aging constituency? My two guests today are at the nexus of all those questions at the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, a venerable public broadcaster with a storied history and tradition. Put your notes down too tightly. Michael Gruzik is the Senior Director of CBS News Studios, and Andre Lau is the Senior Director of Digital Publishing and Streaming. They are tasked with helping lead a major overhaul of a Canadian media institution, a process that has seen resistance, turbulence, and some success towards a reinvention that aims to make it relevant for younger generations, for whom maybe now the CBC only has a more spectral role than its older consumers. And so no small job in front of them. And I'm very happy to welcome Michael and Andre. I'm also very happy to sit down. So Michael, let's start with a story of a fairly significant and perhaps even epic failure in some senses, The National. So here is CBC's flagship newscast. It's a national institution. And when veteran anchor Peter Mansbridge, who is as Cronkitean an anchor as Canada will ever have, decided to retire, CBC saw that as an opportunity to do a complete reboot, and you were part of that process. So let's just look at a really short clip of a promo, a sizzle for when the show was rebooted in 2017 first.
You're always asking questions.
What is your biggest worry for her right now? People started running, and here come the riot police.
It's probably not very safe. It may be all that they've got.
I'm Adrienne Arsenault. This is The National.
So from one anchor to four, among other things, Michael, can you describe just how dramatic a change you undertook and how the show ran and looked differently post Mansbridge?
Yeah, thank you very much for having us here. It's interesting to look back. It feels dated to me to see that spot. That was a 15-second promo spot that ran in 2017. But the values that were embedded there are still alive and well in what we're trying to do across all of our newsrooms. We knew that we had a real opportunity with the departure of, as you said, our venerable news anchor, Peter Mansbridge, who was so respected. We did brand research and found he was the most recognizable person across our organization, but beyond entertainment and sports. And if you think about us as a hockey nation, that's pretty impressive. Like he was more known than anybody. That's an opportunity. It's also a real dilemma. And we had to, face the facts of what we were losing with him walking out the door, and we wished him well in his retirement, and he's continued to still do special projects with us. But we had built all of our equity up in him for over 30 years. Every major news event you can imagine, you called it Cronkitean. So we had an opportunity to take that and say, where are our rising journalists who are known for a variety of different skills that are more in tune also with where we're going? Nothing against Peter, but more on the ground, immersive. I was listening to the previous panel, more cinematic journalism. Some of them are known for that. More pointed political journalism and conversation, more accountability. And we decided to invest in 4 different hosts, and it was very radical to really focus on the journalism as opposed to the production of a typical nightly newscast. At the same time, all of our the gravity in the organization from every decision in the newsroom, and I think some of this is probably still true to this day, we are a work in process, as every organization is, was geared towards the national. What does that show want tonight? And at the same time as that was happening, we were rising up to be the #1 digital news provider in the country, which we are still to this day. #1 podcaster. In all of these emerging spaces, we were connecting with those audiences, but all of our equity, all of our resources, all of our assignment systems were geared towards this newscast. So we could have just left it and replaced it with just one single anchor, which is maybe you're going to reveal where we ultimately are now, because I recognize most people don't watch Canadian news every day. If you do, good for you. But we've been on a journey, but the values that we started with from that brand spot still feel very true.
So you talked to sort of the 1 to 4 there and that, but how are you trying to see and reboot this newscast itself with fresh eyes?
You know, I was listening to the previous panel and everything does come back to people connect with story, not with a time slot. There's a lot of behavior that's connected with time slot and we respect that audience, but we were looking for opportunities to connect with story that could move across the day, weeks, months even, and we're moving into that space now. So what could we capture with the different hosts that we had and how are they creating essentially a body of work constantly that's being added to? And that's what we found with the 4 hosts. And they are all still, there's only one host that is now on the national. It's been quite a journey. But the 3 other hosts are still connected to the program or now have their own programs. So we were able to really amortize the power of these 4 new personalities as the faces of a changing news organization and also a changing Canada, which was a big part of what we were thinking about.
So spoiler alert, they changed the news, the flagship product radically in 2017, and viewers and critics did not take kindly to this reboot in many ways. Characterize, if you would, the reaction that they had.
Well, there were multiple reactions. The core audience struggled with that radical of a change. At the same time, we were seeing growth in new audiences in digital spaces. And as we know, most people in most news organizations, you're going to meetings where the kind of metrics being measured are really up for debate all the time. What are we measuring? What is success? And ultimately, we feel like we found a point of balance a few years on where we have grown in those digital spaces with the content that the program's created, but we did have to make some changes to the format of the program to still deliver a singular voice, and that's where we are now. Do we want to play the little bit with our, it's a bit like Survivor. I shouldn't say that because it has been a difficult challenge, but one of the people that you saw in that first one is now and was named officially this year our chief correspondent.
Yeah, let's look at the most recent sizzle.
We're here in this grocery store because I have a gut feeling. And what the heck is...
What is your biggest worry for her right now? Started running and here come the riot police.
It's probably not very safe. It may be all that they've got.
I'm Adrienne Arsenault. This is The National.
But I wanted to start the conversation with this example, not to hash through history that at this point is a few years old, but to get a sense of what it taught CBC in terms of calibrating change when you're talking about the core product, both inside the newsroom and among viewers. So as you look back now at this process and where you are in it, how do you assess what damage was done and what gains were made?
There was trust with the staff in strategy that I've learned a lot from. And you can almost see yourself as having, multiple different audiences, and one of those important audiences is your team. And within that team, there are multiple different teams. There's the actual team on the program. A lot of the people on the program also shifted. And then across our organization, we're the largest media company in Canada with bureaus across Canada, obviously, and in several places around the world. And people were along for the ride. What I learned that as soon as there were headwinds, people were very cautious about stepping into that and through it. And what I learned is, and I'm not just saying this because I sit here now 5 years later, I learned that we were right, but we were too fast. All of the values around looking for how we take our brand and spread it out beyond a destination newscast, how we have the kind of storytelling and very raw journalism that can live in the multiple spaces that you were discussing on the previous panel, how we have to also capture the changing face of Canada and really speak and have conversations about the news in a less authoritative way. Those are all true. and they remain embedded in the success that we've started to find again now that we've recasted around one host, but also all of the work that we're doing in video with Andre and that we're moving into in streaming. So the values remain the same, but the pace of change was aggressive especially for a country like Canada that really likes to kind of just move a little bit more slowly and make sure everybody's okay with everything.
So Andre, there's none of this particular blood on your hands, given that you came into your current role after the national reboot happened. But that said, more than a few people inside the CBC probably look a bit askance at what you're trying to do at the organization. So can you explain the change that you're meant to be shepherding through in terms of what the news product looks like and how it's iterating?
Sure. So my portfolio is digital publishing and streaming. And really it's to align Canada's biggest media organization to connect the dots. And it's really to give our content, our great journalism, a broader platform and discoverability and distribution, as everyone is trying to do. But I think there's a lot of culture work with our teams internally to really clearly explain our strategy and the end goal, which is to reach wider audiences. And to really explain, like, no one's losing anything, like the journalism and the foundations always stay the same, but how does that look? What does that look like? If I work on a 6 p.m. newscast, how do I fit in? Because there is this mentality of, well, that's that new project over there and has nothing to do with me. And there's a reason my portfolio is not siloed in linear TV or audio or radio or digital. It's just streaming. And we mean that in the broadest sense of the term. And it includes social, it includes digital, it includes 1-minute packs, and it's all about the endpoint and just reaching as wide an audience as we can, because that is our public mandate as a broadcaster.
Which tees up nicely. I think we need to stop and kind of have a little bit of context for this organization, because we need to emphasize that at this point, this is a public broadcaster we're talking about. And so it's not necessarily operating under all of the same business rules as your private competition. Now, there is advertising on CBC's television, not on its radio. And so, but it has a mandate. So can you speak a bit to how your organization's mandate is dovetailing into this kind of reinvention that you're trying to?
I mean, at the core, our mandate is to reflect Canada to Canadians in the most accessible way possible. So it dovetails because we need to provide our content and our journalism to wherever they are. That is part of our job. Our mandate includes contributing to a shared national identity. And so we need to make sure people see themselves represented and that their issues are reflected and that it's relevant to them. We are not expecting younger, diverse audiences to come to our flagship newscast at a certain time, or that we have live, amazing breaking news. So we need to be where they are. And streaming is one of those places. We know that young, diverse audiences have different habits, and they also don't see themselves reflected in a traditional way of how we present news with reporters, with men in suits. And so that is part of our mandate, to continue to reflect contemporary Canada, particularly. And Canada's a vast, huge place. So there's also a geographic and regional reflection that we have to do. So it is a big job, but we're using our tools and expanding how we reach people.
And I have seen reporters in hoodies on CBC. I don't
Yes.
know if that's
I
sanctioned.
think you will in a minute when we show
Oh,
something
yes,
else.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But on the national,
Yeah.
I've seen hoodies.
We did brand research, which is eyeball inducing, and it's not the only thing that you look at, but they did compare us to a hospital waiting room in terms of the brand relationship. And everyone goes to the hospital waiting room when something's wrong, and that has proven to be true. We also have the #1 news channel in Canada, CBC News Network, which is under Andre's purview right now, which, by the way, also brings in a significant amount of revenue based on the way it works with the cable in Canada. So even though that we had that strength in those moments, we knew we know that people don't want to go to the hospital waiting room. They go all the time because they have to. So there are some hoodies now,
Right.
and there's much less, as we say, sort of voice of God authority from a public broadcaster that modeled after other public broadcasters like the BBC does inhabit this space in people's lives that is a bit like an uncle or a grandpa or an auntie.
I use a great aunt.
A great
That's
aunt, a
my
nice dead
analogy.
uncle.
Like a
Okay.
great aunt you call a couple of times every year to wish her Merry Christmas and Happy Birthday. But we're not like the trusted friend that you go to with any questions without judgment. And I think that's sort of the analogy I have in my head of
Sort of
relevance.
obligatory kind of fealty, but
Yeah.
not passionate love.
Yeah.
Not passionate love. Well, we created, we now have the #1 daily news podcast in Canada called Front Burner. And the values we were looking for when we cast about for a host was smart best friend. And her name is Jamie Poisson. She has now inhabited that space for Canadians, like someone who's a little smarter than you want to hang out with in the morning. And those are values that we're seeing audiences want because they assume that the trust and the knowledge and the facts are already there. We're fortunate in terms of where we're at with that in Canada.
So at the core of what you're trying to do is to think about content creation in a smarter way. So it's not just about churning out stories without thinking about their final destination, but creating a story with a view to the fact that it will have multiple different platform destinations. And so those are going to necessitate perhaps different iterations if you want to connect successfully with different audiences there. So I'd like both of you to speak to this. And I think it's going to connect with some points that we just made in the last panel, obviously, too. What does this pragmatically look like from the point of a story assignment or its generation all the way through to the workflow and distribution? How do you make that kind of different story construction?
So it's not perfect. It's a constant struggle to untie your habits of how an assignment meeting is run, for example, or the questions you ask. We tend to say, well, what's new? What's the hook? Versus what are people actually talking about? Or how do we show that we get that we care and we want to talk with them and not at them? And then you look at format, but we're not there. We're trying and we're working on it. And it's a journey, I think Michael's favorite word, because it speaks to like the previous panel talked about versioning, right? And it's all of that stuff. Like instead of thinking we need to get a 2-minute pack to the 6 p.m. newscast, we're starting to think about, okay, let's gather for social because we know that will have the biggest impact. And let's put that in its form on the 6 p.m. People get it. They get that vertical video was shot that way. They're not going to say, oh, my TV is off. Like the habits and the expectations are different now, and we have to be okay with that. So I think it's a letting go of a lot of what we thought was the right way to assign or gather, and give permission to our teams to have those discussions and to try slightly different things and to realize that the audience knows what we're doing. And there's a transparency and a trust there that we need to keep building on.
Is there pushback when you kind of adopt some of the, like using vertical video still?
I mean, of course.
Yeah. I think that teams, what we've been grappling with, I think a lot of organizations would be, is it's fun to do the new stuff, but we haven't taken any of the old stuff away. And that's a resource conversation. It's a gravity conversation in terms of the morning meetings that happen every day. And we're right at a point right now where we're really pivoting around different values across the day around, live matters, live connects, live matters in multiple places, in Audrey's world, on News Channel, on our news app, but on demand increasingly matters as well. And what we're finding is that there's this mushy middle that we continue to inhabit. And a lot of work is going into, I call it this mushy middle of end of day stories that really don't have any legs. They don't do particularly well based on the data. And we heard that on the previous panel, data speaks. Yet we continue to assign those kinds of stories every day.
What kind of stories, for instance?
So news summaries that maybe have a few expert clips in them. It's the classic North American model that we're all quite familiar with probably a bit of a long-winded intro, which is unnecessary in this day and age. If you have a host of a program, you can just get into the crux of the story, and then the few kind of basic stakeholders. Everybody knows and has seen this sort of like Charlie Booker kind of like send-ups of what the typical news package would have. And we still, and it isn't the fault of anybody, we still have to fill newscasts, and those kinds of packages are being created. But what we're learning, and I think we're not unique in this, is that that's neither a live proposition, it's a news summary, nor is it something that has any legs to be consumed for more than possibly that night. I call it the Cinderella syndrome. It sort of expires at midnight and has no use again. I'm speaking only in the video space. And so that's a mushy middle that's taking up a lot of resources. And we're asking questions, what could we assign today on the state of interest rates that is going to be applicable in all of the spaces that Andre oversees, so that we could embed it in a story 2 days later, 3 days later, 4 days later. It is a journey. We are not there, but we're starting to have those conversations and actively talking about devaluing deadlines connected to appointment viewing, which is a radical conversation to have. And it's, with all due respect to the end of day newscasts, we have to start to shift our conversations, and this is more at a strategy level. And I recognize I'm speaking to a lot of leaders, so I would say that we're even cautious about how boldly we say this to our own staff. But we need to be talking about what the audience needs from us when, and a lot of audience wake up and need something from us first thing in the morning. They're not waiting until 10 o'clock at night to see a quick little explainer on interest rates or what have you. And so those are pretty bold shifts for an organization that has all of its history tied up in delivering something by the end of the day.
Let's come back to versioning. Is it an essential part of this process? Let's start with that question. Is versioning ultimately, do we have to have a certain version of a piece for social platforms that are going to be different from a stream, from a fast channel iteration or a linear?
I think you can't avoid it, but I think in our organization, it's what do you mean by versioning? And I think a big shift for us is when we say versioning, people tend to think I have to have one version for every platform that we're on. And we're being much more deliberate and intentional to say, it's okay if this is only on linear and YouTube, because we know this piece of content will hit those two target audiences and then leave it. It doesn't have to be on Instagram. It doesn't have to be embedded in a digital text story. Like, those are the intentional conversations that haven't really been happening until this point on a really broad scale.
So not every story has to go to every destination.
That's right. And that's, again, for an institution like ours, that's a big shift. And I did want to jump on, the kind of storytelling that's changing, like even at the national, they're doing some cool, smart audience-led changes to visual storytelling. And it's being led by someone whose background is in social. And like, that's also a bit of a change, that's not being led by someone with a strictly linear TV background. So
what do you mean by an audience-led story? Can you define that?
It's the social way. You get the gold first. You see the reunion at the airport first, right? On social, that's how we've created that irresistible pull. And then you tell the story, and then you replay the emotional reunion again. Whereas I argue linear TV builds, right? It's that whale structure. And so it's breaking down, like, it's not just a social convention, it's just a great storytelling convention. Like, let's just do it. So things like that.
So versioning is very time consuming, because you've got to, there's labor hours, and there's no way around that to a certain degree, except for where technology might come in to help with that. Have you found any preferred tools that are really indispensable in creating a more efficient versioning process?
I was worried you were going to ask this question because there isn't one tool. I think that if we were looking at our stories based on everything being output to multiple places all at once, which I understand is a dilemma that a lot of organizations are looking at and companies are engaged in. We're not there. We are, as Andre said, embracing much more asymmetrical distribution based on the platform and the audience. There are dream unicorn stories. I'm thinking of a story that one of our reporters did, where he got embedded in a NATO surveillance flight over Ukraine just a few months ago. I mean, it was incredible. The kind of footage and the immediacy of what you were seeing in that piece worked perfectly at an end of day newscast that my mother is watching, as well as the kind of thing that my kids are accidentally checking out in all the social spaces that we are, because right away you're immersed in a story. There's not a lot of voiceover. As I said, there's no poetry off the top. I have a bit of a battle against poetry. It just slows everything down. And so there are those dreams,
hold on.
there are those dream scenarios.
Poetry, what does that mean exactly?
Holding the audience's hand through everything as
Okay.
opposed to letting them experience it directly. And so when you have those sorts of stories that just start right there in an airplane over Ukraine looking for Russian missiles, you don't need a lot of poetry. The audience gets what's happening.
Just start in the
But
story.
we do not have those assignments. I believe that our assignment system assigns roughly 70 stories a day across the country in TV. And so I recognize I'm speaking about, as I said, unicorns that only happen maybe, possibly there's one story a day across the entire system that lends itself to versioning so naturally.
So I know you've said emphatically that you're finding your way through this and there's no answer yet per se, but what is the best formula that you've found so far to most efficiently attack multi-platform story conception and distribution, both in terms of the workflow changes and the tools that you're going to start to use throughout the process that you might not have done before?
Well, I'll look at what we're doing in streaming, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. We've just launched a new streaming channel, a free streaming channel. And we're intentionally looking at some workflows connected to the programming that's there. We care about the programming, but what we're actually doing is trying to embed some learnings to your question around assignment that is much more portable, has more of a shelf life, can work on a supper hour or end of day newscast, but also works in YouTube, also works on some of the original programs that we're creating on the streaming channel. So it's refreshing to work in a sandbox where we're saying, what do we need and what do we need to learn, which is a lot of the questions that we're asking. And again, it is coming down more to story assignment that is supported by technology than technology that's guiding story assignment there.
Is there an example, not to put you on the spot,
Sure,
but is
sure.
there one recent thing you could point to?
Yeah, I mean, we have in our nation's capital, Ottawa, our local host, almost all of our hosts are increasingly reporters that also host, as opposed to hosts that sometimes report. So they go out and they do stories. And he did a very local story about what was happening with housing in his neighborhood, literally in the cul-de-sac where he lives. And it has been able to stand up and work on one of our new streaming programs that's been in high rotation, so we can repeat it multiple times. But it also ran on his newscast that night. He was able to distribute it in social, and it was shot differently using, drones and all the fun stuff that when you have more than 8 hours, you can actually put some time into. And we're looking at more models like that because there's a culture piece to this as well, that people need to see examples of what's achievable and need to see it from leaders in the organization. So the fact that he's the host of that newscast and he was doing that storytelling and taking that risk. So it's helping in terms of technology, in terms of culture, and in terms of distribution, because that story went in multiple places as opposed to only in the Ottawa local market, where it would have run 2 years ago had they done that.
And Andre, I meant to ask you this before, but would you mind explaining for everyone how this is not a network affiliate model, as we
Right.
typically have? So just how the CBC works in that way.
It's, I guess, one CBC is the best way to explain it. We work very closely with our local stations and the stations with each other to share content. Their stories could run on a network, the network digital site, as well as the local site, on the local newscast, as well as on network newscast, and they share content across. Like, we really play off the universal themes and the mandate that coming back to, like, what does it mean? What does it look like to be Canadian, to live in Canada? And so there's a lot of collaboration. The mandate is the same, and our best practices are the same. We follow the same, obviously, journalistic standards and practices.
And when you say there's a lot of collaboration, how does that pragmatically happen? How do those projects, or is that a daily kind of? does that
So, I mean,
process work?
content is shared, sometimes assignments, if there's a breaking news, as we saw in Saskatchewan a couple of months ago, terrible stabbing spree, then we all double down on the resources because we have to. So we blend national and local resources in order to get that news across to all of the platforms that we need to.
Okay. So while we're talking just about content creation, one of your objectives is to promote more immersive news storytelling. So what does that look like? How do you get to what does that mean, and how does it pragmatically look?
We get out of the studio as much as possible. So as I said earlier, studio-based live or with field reporters live is one aspect, but as we move into this on-demand space with more evergreen storytelling, and when I say evergreen, I mean a story that stands up for a couple days or a couple months, and there's a sliding scale there. But really creating that storytelling that that is not connected to, as I said, the kind of expiration date formats that existed in our newscast before. So our chief correspondent, Adrienne Arsenault, who you saw in a helicopter in the Philippines there, embodies that. That's why she has the job. That's why she's on major assignments with more frequency than any host we've ever had in our history. Because she's invested, we are invested, her producers, her executive producer are invested in that kind of immersive storytelling to constantly be living the promise to go there and be there, which we also believe is a unique offer that we have as the public broadcaster in a day and age, especially as we look at hard to reach places of Canada. There are hard to reach places of Canada. Our commitment to the North is major, as well as international. Adrienne's been back and forth to Ukraine several times. And she doesn't go there and just performatively stand there. She really, for a chief correspondent, she stands there in a Patagonia puffy with her hair looking a little frizzy. And I can say that and she'll probably appreciate it because she does it. She says, I don't want my hair to look perfect. I'm in Ukraine. So that's the commitment that we have. And audiences embrace that very much. There's a value, I don't mean to get too philosophical, but there's a Canadian value around sort of no BS and authenticity that people are really connecting with Adrienne right now in particular with that storytelling.
She is not chained to a desk.
She is not chained to a desk, and she wouldn't want the job if she was. She constantly says, I need to get my boots dirty.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of as your priority platform at this point? Is it TV? Is it streaming? Is there not a principal platform?
It's wherever people are finding us.
So it's not TV at the top of the chain.
No.
Okay.
Well, what is TV right now? I mean,
Yeah.
everyone in the room would
Right.
agree with that. I mean, TV is streaming and it is the future and it's totally the past based on the way we created it. So we're in a circular conversation where in conversations with our staff, we're even stopping ourselves with, they're saying, well, I thought you said digital first. It's like, well, kind of digital is everything now. So it's no longer digital first, it's streaming first. What do you mean streaming? So
And that's where we like to stay audience first, because
That's
we
right.
really need to get out of our heads and our habits in newsrooms and really think about where our audiences are finding us.
I have haughty friends who say they have no TVs. Look at your laptop. You have a TV.
TV, yeah.
Let's talk about streaming specifically. Michael, do you mind just enumerating where CBC currently has a streaming presence?
Well, we have a streaming service called GEM, which is free. It has levels of subscription if you want an ad-free experience as well, and it does fairly well across Canada. So we've already been streaming there all of our news and our news channel, which you can get as well. But we knew that we had an opportunity to move into the fast space and the free ad-supported space. So we just launched a new channel, free everywhere. Well, in a growing number of places, I would say, because there are a lot of business deals that we're still working on. And it launched on November the 30th. And it's already, providing a tremendous amount of data for us as we learn. And it's available on Roku actually in the US as well. We'll be on some more connected TVs shortly. And of course, our news app is the #1 news app in the country, and it's embedded right there every day and in stories and on our site. So really, as Andre said, the new channel is where you are. We're not asking you to come to it. It's been a dilemma for our marketing teams because they are used to saying where exactly you're supposed to get it. And we're like, the audience will figure it out. It's sort of free everywhere. As we say in podcasting, wherever you get your podcasts, wherever you stream.
Mm-hmm. So, and we're going to talk more about that in just a moment, but how would you encapsulate your streaming strategy globally at this point? I understand you have a 3-year plan.
For Explorer or for Explorer specifically or for
No, for
streaming
the
in general?
entire streaming ecosystem.
Yeah, so we're kind of doing a chicken and the egg because we know that video storytelling has to evolve. And so we're using the fast channel and streaming destinations to sort of be like, what are those audiences expecting? How can that influence how we change, how we create the content and also distribute it? And with that 3-year plan comes looking at how, again, previous panel, efficiencies in assignments, in roles, what can we stop so that we can tell people to start doing things? I think that's really key for a legacy institution like ours.
Mm-hmm.
And So we have one fast channel, are we going to look at another one, a couple more to really leverage our local news programming? Where else would we be expanding? We just launched a TikTok after much deliberation. And I want to plug it because I think it's such a smart play. We are highly trusted. And so our CBC News TikTok specifically takes questions that audience is asking us and then leverages our journalists and producers to answer it in a very authentic way to TikTok.
Does one person own that, or do you have a?
We have a team that owns it, and there's one full-time person dedicated to it, but basically we are seeing the entire network of journalists that we have as subject matter experts who we're going to feature.
I'm curious.
But it's going to be that TikTok person that creates it in that way, right? It's not cutting and pasting
Right.
how we would normally do
Was
it.
that person internal, or did you have to hire?
Internal.
Okay, interesting. Well, let's look at, so CBS News Explorer is the new fast channel, just launched, as Michael said. Let's take a quick look at this channel.
What the heck is going on? We're all about explaining and expanding on the news. Really,
One that we see come up over and over.
Welcome to my neighborhood.
the reason we have a Jenga tower here is because, like, as we were thinking about how to go about explaining this whole Twitter saga to you in a way that is linear and that makes sense in kind of a nice, concise, coherent way, we realized that's really difficult to do given the inherent chaos involved. So we decided, you know what, we're going to try something a little different. And through this metaphor of what will be an increasingly precarious tower, we will try to tell the story of Twitter.
So, Michael, what is the appeal of fast? And why? I mean, we're hearing a lot about fast channels now. Everyone is very excited. It's a big buzzword. But what's the utility value of fast for CBC?
A few things. We just want to learn. And so what you're seeing in that is very different from what the traditional CBC News brand is. It's aimed very deliberately at younger audiences. It's much more casual. It's much more evergreen content. And we know how well we do in live and breaking. We constantly learning and improving what we're doing there. As I said earlier, we have CBC News Network, which is the most watched Canadian news channel and has had a record couple of years. Partly, of course, due to the dramatic news events, but also due to it doubling down on live and breaking, which means that we're not learning in some of these new spaces or about some of these new audiences. So we're being very deliberate around the different kind of content that you're seeing there. That the content captured in that sizzle reel and the tone of it, it's a particularly light tone because it's all at the beginning and everyone's excited. But we're able to learn and go to different corners of the ice. I'll make another hockey metaphor for you, so that we can learn, because we've been all at the center of the ice, if you will, learning about live and breaking and responsive and 24-hour news. And so we're learning there. We're also learning about data, multiple new data points that are going to be coming in. We already have some of them, as opposed to looking at our traditional overnights and then looking at digital numbers separately. So the entire process for us is about learning. And we've said that we expect that the schedule for the fast channel should change radically within 3 months and 6 months. And if it doesn't, then we're making mistakes.
So I'm interested in the programming there. You've got some original programming that is solely running on the fast channel. Why have any originals run there at all? And what's the rationale? What do you hope by putting bespoke content just on a fast channel?
So a couple of things. We already have a very successful live breaking channel, so we didn't want to replicate that. The value prop here is showcasing context and explainers, the expertise. Like you saw our meteorologist, Joanna Wagstaff, she's amazing, doing a climate show. So the bespoke is a challenge to our staff. Be creative, try new things. What else can we do with our expertise that we haven't done already? Two, we're expecting a new audience that may not even know CBC at all. So it gives them some freshness. At the same time, we are also programming our successful journalism programs that have been around for decades, the Fifth Estate, Marketplace, The National, amazing award-winning programs. And we're putting them there because we're exposing them to a new audience that may be drawn by the bespoke, and there's a combination. They get it. They can see what we're about and what we can bring to them, and really showcase the journalism.
Now that journalist we saw, Andrew Chang, that's sort of the signature program that's on this channel.
Yeah, he has a new daily show called About That, and it's at 11 a.m. because we were seeing data we had a beta version of the fast channel that's been running for about a year, I guess, maybe a little longer. And we were seeing numbers it wasn't at 6 o'clock or at 9 or 10 o'clock at night. It was around 11 or 12. So he has a daily explainer show around a major thing in the news, very casual, really portable right into YouTube and soon other spaces. And then it just repeats a few times that day. So we're really repeating a lot on the schedule and learning, and we will keep moving things around.
Is that show available on other platforms too, or did you decide just to keep it on the fast channel?
It's on the fast channel as well as on demand on
Gem.
places and on Gem. Yeah.
And segmented on YouTube and on cbcnews.ca and the news app.
Okay. And by the way, we may have time for one or two audience questions, so be thinking about that. We're going to I think we have a microphone we'll send around in just a moment. Before that, just want to ask you, what's your thinking about how a streaming only news show ought to look as opposed to one that might be on linear? What different expectations visually do you think that audiences have there?
Well, I don't think people watch something and think that's a great streaming show. I think they watch it and they think that's a great show. So we're definitely trying to have a different approach with the tone of our journalists, the conversational nature. We're asking them to push themselves, as Andre said. Johanna Wagstaff literally eating dirt in the forest as she's learning about the climate change. That is not happening right now in the 6 o'clock news. So we're learning things about form and approach and style, but we want them to be great programs and not have the audience think about the fact that they're watching it on a streaming channel or that they're watching it on their phone, that it's just content that they'll watch wherever they watch it.
Are you learning things you think might obtain to the National down the road?
Well, the National's already been a leader in this for the last few years with some of that immersive storytelling, or really just getting into the crux of the story, which they've had as a data project, and so that's really helping us. And we're all a lot of companies, and with the team that I run, we sometimes run these very bespoke, siloed innovation projects. The place that we're in right now as we move into the next year at the organization is everybody is engaged in these projects. There isn't a separate team that's working away on it. And that model works well. And it actually is very successful because you can control it and build a culture. But what I've observed a lot over the last several years with some struggles along the way that we've spoken about today is that to have that wholesale change, you need to get everyone engaged, which means it's slower, but there is a momentum, I think, across the organization from people who would identify as traditional linear or digital or broadcast or whatever title they had given themselves. I don't think there's anyone that would say that in some way they aren't feeling a part of this.
Do we have a question?
Yeah, what's your relationship with the programmers of the traditional CBC in terms of at what point will About That become a program on big CBC, and you know, and where is that going to go with them?
We went through this with audio. We've talked about digital video and television a lot today, but we're also Canada's most listened to radio network, incredibly strong. And so, of course, like everybody, 5 years ago, we moved into podcasting, and those questions were being asked at the time. And not surprisingly, now a lot of those podcasts are sitting in the traditional radio schedule. So I expect that the same thing will happen as things open up. We essentially have 3 channels now. We have our main CBC channel, we have CBC News Network, and we have now CBC News Explore.
Would they say the same thing? In other words, would the big CBC people say, oh yeah, we're going to start to take this?
They are absolutely watching closely and very supportive. And when you ask about they are us in a way. We have the news organization is incredibly valued and is at the main programming table for CBC.
Don't let their youth fool you. I think the grown-ups are in the room.
Yeah,
right now. They are the they. I think we have one more question here.
Hi. So you mentioned strong collaboration between the national and the local. I'm just curious to get some insight, both from a technological or from even a process or workflow standpoint. how you share that content back and forth, the curation, what's the decision-making that goes behind what plays national versus what plays local?
That's a great question.
Honestly, it's all tied up in the assignment system. I wish it was a technology answer. Right now, everything runs through our main assignment meetings, and it is exciting for local right now because of CBC News Explore and the incredible reach. Our YouTube reach is significant. Well, globally, actually, obviously, we're aimed at Canadian audiences. So it's mostly an assignment conversation and then a destination conversation with Andre's team around where else can things go, because had you been a local reporter even 5 years ago and you wanted it to be seen outside of where you lived, if you're, let's say it's Vancouver, it was very difficult because the obstacles were sometimes held up in just one or two people who would say that it could or could not be on a featured on the main newscast or somewhere high up in a story, and the opportunities are really opening up and quite endless for local to be seen by people everywhere. And we're finding, it's early days, that very local, hyper local stories about British Columbia are interesting in New Brunswick and vice versa. And I observe this in the US market as well. I consume a lot of content and things that might seem very local, you can see how there's a universality to them. So
a lot of groups are trying to do that, with across their footprint to share those stories. Let me ask a last question here. And Andre, I would like you to take this first, please. And Michael, if you want to add to it. In terms of general organizational cultural and technology at CBC, where are you finding the toughest parts of change management? Where are those problems and how are you starting? That's your remit now. So how are you starting to unpack them?
It's classic change management, the fear of what am I losing? And I think it comes down to that being the biggest work, is being clear that we're not taking anything away from people. And in fact, we're giving you a bigger platform, broader distribution. It's so that more people can see our work, and that just speaks to our mandate. And so really addressing the fear of loss and what's to be gained, and to have a really clear direction and goals and strategy that's measured, and to repeatedly tell people we have your backs. We're not just dumping this on you, we're in it together. And that's really the biggest it's the people piece for me.
Michael, you want to add to it?
I totally agree with Andre. If people ask me what I'm worried about our people all the time. This is a fun conversation. But as we start from the beginning of where you started asking us through to where we are now, all of the bumps along the way are where we got culture pieces wrong, or we misjudged them in the moment. So I couldn't agree with Andre more.
I think the CBC is a really special place. The journalists are there because they want to be. They believe in the mandate. They're not there to get rich or to be famous. And I think it's using that to remind everyone, like, that's our purpose. That's why we're here. And we just want to show more Canadians more of our work.
So you can check out their work. CBC News Explore is available here in the US. And so I encourage you to take a look and see some innovation in practice there. Thank you so much to Andre Lau and Michael Gruzik for being here today.
Thank you.
And now we are going to take a much appreciated 15-minute networking break. We're running a little behind, so we're going to start back again at 11:15 with our next panel, Building Tomorrow's News Studios and Workflows. And this break is sponsored by LTN. Thank you. All right, everyone, welcome back from our LTN sponsored networking break. Our next panel, we're going to get back on our schedule here. Our next panel is called Building Tomorrow's News Studios and Workflows. And here to introduce its panelists is moderator Glenn Dixon, our contributing editor at TV News Check. Glenn?
Thanks, Michael. Good morning. Well, whether they are building a brand new facility or simply updating existing workflows, broadcasters have more technology options for news production than ever. Today, we gather a panel of experts to discuss the impact of automation, IP routing, and cloud-based tools, and where they see news operations heading into the future. Joining me today are Stephen Bach, Sales Manager, News Vertical for Amagi, Jim Beam, VP of Engineering and Operations, WTTG, Fox Television Stations. Down at the end, Jeff Birch, VP of Engineering, CBS Television Stations. And I saved Fabian for last because he has the longest title. Fabian Westerwell, Executive Director, Media and Technology Operations for Disney DMED Tech Production Operations. And for the audience, we like to make this experience as interactive as possible. So feel free to ask questions of our panelists, which we'll address towards the end of the session. Let's start with Jeff. How have improvements in connectivity and automation software changed the control room workflows for the CBS stations?
I think it's probably started right at the beginning of the pandemic. A lot of the vendors upgraded their software and let us operate remotely. They gave us more features than we ever had before. So as opposed to having just a computer assist in the control room, the computer's basically running the control room these days with one person sitting there riding shotgun over the top of it. The connectivity has been key. You know, we've seen the speeds that all the vendors can provide to us increase, 4, 5, 6-fold over the last couple of years. So you can do a lot more with a lot less. You can see more sources. You can control more things in real time. So overall, it's allowed us to not only remote things better, but also use less resources to accomplish the same production values that we used to do 2 years ago.
And when you say one person in the control room, is that consistent across all your newscasts, or does that vary, by day part?
Well, today the CBS O&Os run a director and a TD in all the control rooms. The goal is to get down to a single operator in that control room, which will be across the board by early next year.
Okay. And when you talk about automation, do you have any other capabilities besides just automating within the station? What about, handling the functions of one station from another site?
With the latest version of software that we got from our vendor, I could light up the control room in Los Angeles, but I could actually run that control room from the same console in New York. So it's a great DR capacity for us. And I can do that across any of my stations now. I can mix and match the physical control point with the physical location of the control room.
And how long have you had that capability?
Probably about a year now, we finally got it ironed out and we can use it. During the pandemic, San Francisco used it almost exclusively.
And has there been a big improvement in connectivity that's made that possible? Or?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes. The dependability of the connectivity, which I've been an open critic about, it's no secret. Plus the speeds of the connectivity have gotten better, which has allowed us to be able to mix and match like that.
Okay, thanks. Jim, your station moved to a brand new building last year. How has that move changed both your studio presentation and your workflows in the newsroom?
Well, the studio has gotten much more graphic intensive. We had in our old building, our old set, we had some hanging monitors and we had a monitor wall in the background. But this the new studio is just layers of monitors and LED monitor walls in the background. A lot of the things move around, and so what that means is now the producers have to program all of these monitors. So Fox television stations, our graphic systems are they're built around Chiron, no secret. We're hubbed out of Florida, for our graphics. And that means that we have a system of templated tools for producers to use to put the graphics into the rundowns. And so the same tools that they're using for lower thirds, full screens, et cetera, they're now using to program the LED monitor wall backgrounds, the triple hanging vert, the quad monitor wall, and whether they want it together or whether they want them split at the moment. And it really gives us a great deal of flexibility as they run through the program. When you can do weather, and then you can change what's in those monitors and do, have it augment the story you're working on. And then what's really helpful is you can do a totally different show. One corner of our studio, we're doing Good Day DC, and it's got a nice cityscape background, and the graphics are beautiful. Later on in the day, we'll do a court show, court program out of there, and you'll look like you're in a law library, and a totally different look, talent standing in the same spot. And so that's part of it. In terms of the 2110, I won't go too deep into technology there, but it just gives us a flexibility that we didn't have before to reconfigure things. We can reconfigure control rooms for different programs. We can, if we have a equipment failure, we can easily move a control room, move a whole program to a different control room. It makes things much more flexible for us.
And as you mentioned, your plan is based on 2110 routing IP switches. Did that change the basic workflows for your news personnel very much, or were their systems able to stay the same?
Not so much for the newsroom. No, the cameras are still very similar. The switcher, it's a 2110 switcher, but if you're a TD that was working on the older switchers, you're going to be very familiar. The switcher is going to be nearly identical in operation for you. The robotics is very similar. So from a technical side, it looks very much the same to the production people. The newsroom, like I said, the producers have a bit more work to do, keeping up with all the graphics. And then we've been talking about the studio. In the newsroom itself, it's a whole nother set. The newsroom is a full set, and we have, depending on which way you look, and we have a number of different, you can look this way, and you've got our TOC in the background and its monitor wall, and you can see all the different remotes back there. You turn another way, we've got a floor to ceiling monitor wall. And in fact, that's the newsroom layout now has allowed us to launch a new program that we do from 3 to 4 every day now, called the DMV zone, or District Maryland, Virginia. The DMV as in TMZ zone, where we roam the newsroom, talk to writers, talk to producers, go down the street at street level. We're on the 6th, 7th, 8th floor of a high-rise building. We can go down the street level. We can talk to people on the street. So it's given us a lot of flexibility there. By the way, Fox owns TMZ, so it's okay.
It's a good time. And it's not the Department of Motor Vehicles in New Jersey, which is not entertaining for anyone. By the way, Jeff talked about how much they use automation to drive the newscast across CBS stations. How about WTTG? How heavily do you rely on robotics and automation software during newscast?
We've been using ELC for a good percentage of our news production for probably 10 years. And we continue to. We're probably doing just under 90 hours of news and other live programming a week now. And I would say at least 60 hours of it is all Sony ELC. Some of the programming we do in the morning with our Good Day show it's a little bit more spontaneous, and it feels a little bit better. That programming that feels better. It lends itself a little more to, having an audio operator and a robotic camera operator in the control room. In terms of the robotics, it's a newer version of the same robotic system we have. So it still needs, we were talking about this before, 10 or 12 years ago, when when the big markets went to robotic cameras, it took us from having to need one person behind each camera to one person behind the whole system, right? One person can now run all of your cameras, but you still need that one person. And we find that really we still do need that one person to be able to touch up the shots, keep things centered, and to the same person can also shade the cameras.
Okay, thanks. Jim just went through a new facility build. Fabian is in the process of helping design a new building for ABC, a new broadcast center downtown. Can you talk about your move to virtualized workflows, an ongoing thing that ABC News has been going through for several years, and how that informs the design of the new broadcast center?
Yeah, I mean, it starts with, as Jim and Jeff mentioned, flexibility is really the key for us. And that's, I think, the first kind of theme I start with. And it's all about not making the building the central part of the actual technology, but making the building just another place where we produce content. So for us, we have so many shows and so much content to create, and we also have the bureaus to factor in and various locations throughout the world. So we really took an approach for this new facility to look at really, you mentioned virtualization, but it's not just that. It's looking at the core technology being a centralized kind of environment. So what does our compute look like? What does our storage look like? What does our networking look like, in order to create a software-defined architecture on which we can build all kinds of different workflows. So that has been that was the first step, to really make sure that we have a really solid plan in place there. And that means that for both on the studio production side, we're looking to take all of our production software and graphics and solutions, really anything that we're running, and trying to run that on dedicated hardware. So what can we do with in working with our vendors to figure out what solutions we can build from a compute perspective to run all of these different solutions and software pieces on top of it? What are we doing on the storage front, and again on the networking front, to enable that? And the reality that we're trying to get to is that we can run any studio from any control room. A lot of that we're already doing, but the traditional limitations have been that a lot of those solutions are very dedicated hardware based, and they have to be locked in between those studios and control rooms. So again, the philosophy is to decouple all of that and be able to run any control room from any running the studio from any control room, and also run controls from studios, and of course in the other bureaus and locations. And as you mentioned, my long title, we're now part of DMET Technology across Disney. So this is not just on the news front, but this building is going to be shared between news and sports and local news. So there's a lot of discussion and thought going into how do we bring those pieces together to make sure that sharing it happens as effectively as possible. And so the other part of this, I mentioned the live production piece, is the pre-production, editing, and news gathering aspects of it. So how do we enable our producers to have a similar experience where that work that they're doing is decoupled from the hardware and the location where they're at? And that all for us is really focused on VDI. So being able to have, again, that compute centralized, they can log in from anywhere in the world really via VDI session and get access to the software solutions they need to do the work at any point in time. And so it's not for us, for example, them being able to work from home. It's them being able to work from anywhere. And so it doesn't matter if they're in the building in one seat, or if they're in a control room, or if they're somewhere else, they're logging back into the same exact session that they need for the work they're trying to do.
And when you say VDI, I mean virtual desktop infrastructure using one of your data centers? Is that the methodology?
Yeah, so I think we're going to get into a little bit later on what we're talking about with cloud and so on, but that's where I come back to this centralized compute, storage, and networking. We're building out a very robust shared environment where we can run not just those VDI sessions, but obviously also all of our production solutions. So that's baked into that. And again, from a networking perspective, there's a lot of important considerations because traditionally, if you have a editing environment, right, it's very much air gapped from the rest of what we're doing across the plant. And that limits us when we're doing multimedia production or multi-distribution point production for digital content, things like that. So the idea is to make that one environment, bring that all together. And so it's built by us in a way that works to align those pieces.
Okay, thanks. Stephen, can you talk a little? Obviously, Amagi has got a lot of initial customers and traction in play out from the cloud. And you guys are moving into more of the news production realm. Can you talk about what some of your customers are doing as they move from traditional news production to cloud-based workflows?
Sure. Yeah, so Amagi is entirely cloud-based master control. So I think in North America, most of the applications for our customers are for connected TV and maybe their owned and operated OTT apps, or range of fast destinations. What really is a theme for us the last couple of years has been advancements in live and graphics in particular. The first generation of streaming channels was largely, maybe just kind of clip reels of recorded content kind of stitched together. Or maybe it was a very rudimentary playlist of the live newscast, or maybe a slightly delayed newscast, and then replays of that until you were back live on the air. And now our clients are doing, much more sophisticated scheduling for these fast channels. And one thing that has really been a theme is the ability to go live at any moment. Meredith mentioned it on the first panel, but giving tools to pretty much anybody. Our master control software is operated through a web browser. So if you're an operator and you've got credentials, you can basically turn a channel on live. So a lot of our local news customers are using that to broaden their coverage. When maybe they're not in a live simulcast, they're extending events, maybe covering political rallies or campaign speeches, things of that nature in their entirety. Whereas otherwise it would just be a soundbite on the newscast. Graphics also a really big part of our story these days. We just launched CoinDesk TV, for example, this week. And CoinDesk is a totally virtual channel. They've got a very small studio here in Manhattan, but we're adding all of the graphics in the cloud. We're adding a ticker of crypto prices at the bottom and headlines from their website. And these are things that you don't need any expensive Viz or Chiron engine on in a facility to do it. You're basically building web pages. So we provide APIs to connect to the playlists, and you can have a rundown visually on the screen. So these are we're seeing a lot of really creative approaches here, especially in FAST. If you guys watch FAST, you see it whenever you don't see an ad, you see Slate. We'll be right back. So we're seeing live HTML graphics with stock quotes or sports scores or odds or things like that. So really nice creative use of graphics. And then the last thing I was going to say is kind of bringing it more in with this group. Like I said, we're cloud-based master control, and it's operated through a web browser, right? So if you're a technical director in a facility and you're trying to switch shots, maybe take something live or switch cameras or hit break, you're often, hitting a virtual button on a website, right? One of the big themes of our work the last few months has been tying that to physical switchboards, right? So using APIs, so you can actually take the switchboard that the technical director is accustomed to hitting and mapping that to master control in the cloud, which I think is going to be, a very important signal of convergence of these two worlds.
Okay, thanks. Jeff, probably the place where the CBS stations that are the most in the cloud is with your OTT product streaming, and the kind of integration that Steven's talking about, making cloud tools work with maybe a traditional interface like a switcher panel. Is that something that does that resonate with you, or is the staff that's producing your streaming products, are they actually comfortable doing stuff on with a mouse and a keyboard?
At the risk of not being politically correct, it's probably a generational thing. The younger staff who hasn't sat in front of a switcher, sat in front of an audio console, is very comfortable with a mouse and a keyboard, or maybe a touch screen. The more veteran staff who did TV the old-fashioned way, like us dinosaurs, they don't take to it as easily. So it's a balancing act between who's actually going to run it and what we can provide for them. At the end of the day, we're trying to give them the best of both so that anybody can sit down and put a show on, regardless of what you're used to doing. Going forward, I see less and less traditional work surfaces in the control rooms. I see less and less traditional control rooms. There are plenty of folks out there today that they've got a mouse, a keyboard, they had a couple of monitors, and they're in somebody's office, and they can cut a show with that and do it very well. And I see that's where it's ultimately going. Now, my brethren in network news would probably disagree, saying if you're doing an election night, you still need 120 inputs on the switcher, 120 inputs on the audio console, and I need a separate person in front of each one of those devices because the show's moving so quickly. That may well be true, but for everyday bread and butter news, I see it slowly going away from the traditional control room.
Okay, yeah, we're going to explore that notion of a control room in the cloud a little bit more later. Fabian, I wanted to ask you, when you're speccing out this new facility, designing the workflows, what are some of the key pain points in today's news production process that you're looking to address?
Yeah, I mean, some of it I touched on earlier is that kind of dedicated hardware problem, right? That we're all trying to get away from, where we're then not as flexible, being able to use those different studios and control rooms. So that's one. We're also in this new facility adding a lot more flexible studio spaces because there's more and more production, live production, et cetera, going on. So that's one area of focus. Then there's the pre-production, editing, and graphics creation, content creation in general. And we did a lot of work over the last few years doing internal research, talking to our users, having some integrators obviously working with us on the overall building. And there are some key things and themes that came out of that we're right now really focused on. So one is around our media lifecycle and how content is being acquired and brought into our environment, into our ecosystem, how it's being distributed. We come from a more traditional approach of having a large PAM environment, and for our content and our shows on the network news side, everything lands there. And then on the fringes of that, getting content from affiliates, from social media, from all kinds of different places, is using different applications depending on the need, and that's evolved over time. And so there's some fracturing there. And on the distribution side, it's similar, getting content back out to different partners and things like that. So obviously we want the right solutions for the right needs there, but we really wanted to take a look at that and make that a much more unified ecosystem so that we can have a piece of content go through that entire life cycle and have it be accessible to all the different stakeholders that need it in an efficient way. So there's challenges there, of course, with accessibility and rights management and things like that we're working through. But from a software perspective, that's a big area of focus. And then that all needs to tie into the newsroom, what traditionally has been called the newsroom computer system or computer environment. And that's, for us, really a big focus on story-centric. So how do we create a organizational method around what I just said about the media? Well, for us, it's all about the stories. What are the big stories that ABC News is covering? How do we make that a unified experience, again, for all the stakeholders to be able to contribute content into that, know who's working on it. You know, the big questions are always, who else is working on that story that I'm working on? And what is all the best video for that story? So that has to tie in really well together. And for us, the newsroom system and the MAM is one unified approach, really. It can't really be separated. On the back end, there's different, you know, considerations there, but that's a big piece of it. And then the third big item is order management. And what we mean by that is, how do we track the work that's happening behind the scenes against these stories and also against the productions that we're making in an effective way to make it really better for the producers and the content creators and the news gathering folks. So if you're ordering a graphic, how does that flow attached to the story you're working on and create visibility around who else is maybe interested in that? And then obviously tracking that through the next steps of that graphic being created and so on. So we have order management in different pockets, but we are looking to bring that together and make that much more effective and integrated.
And you guys actually wrote some of your own soft functionality, right?
Yeah, we have some of that now. The biggest focus, like I said, is really integrating the media piece of that a lot more into how we look at this. And so that's right now our largest focus.
Okay, thanks. Jim, I'm curious, when you were designing the new facility and looking at your workflows, what changes did you make to handle multi-platform production better? You know, there's a lot of conversation about that this morning, about versioning of stories, feeding all these different platforms. And, you know, when you started with a clean slate with this building, what were some of the things that are different in terms of how you feed the digital side?
Well, a lot of that comes from Fox Corporate. We have a whole large group that handle a lot of the OTT and stuff. But no, we have the ability to do you know, multiple outputs, and with 2110, the flexibility there, we can feed them through different encoders. So that the same programming, or in some cases different programming, can go out, you know, over multiple paths. I think I've got to sit down and do a drawing of all the different paths. I'm having trouble these days keeping in my head just you know, how many different paths the signal takes. It used to be that the signal just went out over the antenna, and of course now we are. Some of it gets encoded locally with our ATSC encoder. Some gets sent off and is encoded with the ATSC 3.0 encoder at the Lighthouse station. And then we have a couple of different other encoders that are encoding the signal, and then the OTT, you know, it multicasts out from there to the OTT providers.
Anything different on the studio side to support multi-platform? I mean, you were talking about all the different spaces you have, and I was curious.
Well, and if we're talking about multi-platform, yeah, we have a separate, of course, we have a podcast area, and we have that, it's set up in one of our studios so that we can televise podcasts. But then we have a separate small control room that is just for streaming to the web. It's something that our Phoenix station started a few years ago and has been very successful with. And we dabbled with it in the old building. We did it kind of full time, or 5 or 6 hours a day for a little while, and then stopped. But we're getting ready to start again, to where you could have a producer slash anchor running the entire operation. So there's a switcher, there's audio capability, you have your Zoom capability, or you could bring in a live view remote and stream out programming it's not what's going out over our main channel, but it could be a hearing, it could be a you know, we're not in LA, but it could be a car chase type of thing. Phoenix, I think is taking some epic car chases from the LA market. But it's just dipping into the rich and wide variety of other material that's coming into our building that may not make the main newscast. Or if it does, it'll make it in a 30-second nugget, and being able to in real time stream that back out over a web channel. So that's something that's coming up soon.
Okay, cool. You know, as we alluded to before, ABC has mostly pursued a private cloud strategy with what it's done, changing workflows from on-premise equipment. Disney obviously has a lot of data centers as a company. Fabian, when you look forward, how much do you see the network or other Disney properties using the public cloud in the future for news operations?
Yeah, and I would maybe recharacterize it a little bit there. I mean, so overall, Disney on the technology side does a lot of cloud, of course, across the board. And on the news front, what I was getting at is that we are in the new facility looking at, you know, building private cloud into if you want to phrase it that way, because of the reasons we need for live production right now. And also because it makes economical sense a lot of times, right? So at the same time, we're building that environment to be much more very hybrid capable, right? And creating the architecture for that. The team that's responsible for that has really paid a lot of attention to, the infrastructure team has paid a lot of attention to building that out in a way that's very compatible with the public cloud environments. And that also we have the on and off ramps in a way that's really effective, so that we can then separate out decisions around how we're going to implement software from the hardware, but also make it agnostic in a sense between, does this need to run in our in the public cloud or in our private cloud? We'd like to kind of make that decision on a software by software basis, right? And also do the architecture design for the solutions we want to implement, do that on a per solution basis, so that we don't have these barriers in the way. So as an example, right now, our archive video system is all public cloud based, but obviously the on and off ramps are there to make that possible. For an archive, that's usually pretty straightforward. But if you get into live production, it gets more complicated, right? So how do you design the right environment to put the different pieces where you want them to be based on the various factors that are involved? That's definitely part of the design of the new facility too. So when we are looking now at these MAM newsroom systems, things like that, that's how we're approaching. We're looking at those systems and saying, what is the ideal way to build this? Maybe the media, especially the proxy, lives in S3. Maybe part of the compute also lives in AWS or Azure. But the core functionality might live on-prem in our data center. Same thing, we talked a little bit about fast channels, right? We have ABC News Live, our 24/7 channel. We have right now in the old building, it's all on-prem for the air chain of that. In the new facility, we're looking at options there. I mean, maybe the base the playout portion will be on-prem in our private data center. But the support applications and other contribution pieces that are part of the air chain might live in public cloud, right? So we're trying to abstract away those barriers that existed before to really make that hybrid approach functional and get the best of all the worlds.
Yeah, it sounds like applications that are live, you're more likely to run on private cloud right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's advancing pretty far as well. You know, we've done testing across Disney on different approaches there, and it's not just us, but the industry is to a point where we can run full-fledged live multi-camera replay graphic heavy events and productions in public cloud if we wanted to. It's a matter of scale and how many we're doing, right? And right now, just for our scale, it doesn't make sense, for example, to really push so hard on that to move all of our live production in the cloud, just for commercial reasons and other things. But it's that traditional idea of let's scale into the cloud. So if we can have a baseline of X amount of productions per month, and now we want to burst, into the cloud for the additional what's above that baseline, that's certainly of interest and something we're looking at. And I feel really optimistic about being able to make those kind of productions happen in the cloud now, really. It's a positive sign. One other thing I'll touch on is multi-platform. Yeah, we do a ton of live streaming now, not just on ABC News Live as a 24/7 channel, but all these separate live events, right? And we're doing that today and have been for a while. And those are the areas where, to the earlier points, software applications and other things that are cloud-based, but also not just cloud, but we talked about the user interfaces. That's absolutely where that's all exploding, right? We're doing all of those things with certain dedicated applications that are really functional for certain parts of that. We mentioned HTML5 graphics, definitely something we're doing and using heavily for various things. So it's exciting where we are with this amount of flexibility that I'll come back to that word. It's a good time.
I mean, Stephen, how much live production today do you see your customers doing? And, can you maybe talk about some of the, seems like there's still some question marks about scale and time when it comes to live in the cloud.
Well, increasingly news and live sports are a big part of the picture for our customers. Like I said, in North America, at least, most of the applications for cloud-based master control have been for connected TV, OTT environments, but that's starting to shift. We do have some broadcast groups that are using cloud-based playout for traditional linear distribution or over the air, and I think that that's a trend that we're going to see quite a bit going forward. The stability is there. I think Jeff mentioned that the connectivity stability, your trust in it has grown quite a bit over the last over the last decade, would you say? Yeah.
Last couple of years, it hasn't been that long.
Yeah. So, when I speak to, executives, CTOs, their confidence in using cloud for live production, for, live sporting events. We at Amagi, we do some soccer matches for organizations like DAZN. You cannot go down. And, there's now a level of resiliency on the public cloud. We build in a lot of redundancy here. And I think we've gotten to a spot that, the primary play out, will move to that, I think inevitably in the next decade or so.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah, it's funny. It reminds me of an anecdote. I did a webinar a week or two ago with I think some of your customers, and they're talking about a broad use of cloud, and they're talking about depending on the cloud and trusting the cloud. And somebody said you can depend on the cloud, but you can't necessarily trust on it. And they said he didn't really trust any technology. You always had to have a backup plan, which is fair. Jeff, when Fabian seems to have a clear idea of what you might run private cloud in a data center, what you might take to public cloud. Where are you guys in that journey, I guess? What do you see? Obviously, you're doing some things in public cloud today, but you still have very big broadcast center with on-premise infrastructure. How do you see that going forward?
It's still one big balancing act. I mean, Fabian alluded to a lot of it. You're riding the public internet. If that gave birth to a whole nother faction that we have to deal with, and that's information security. Our video is a file just like anybody else's file now. And so there's a whole new group I have to deal with about, oh, you just can't make that connection. You just can't open that port up. So there are a lot of nuances that we have to deal with, public versus private cloud. And look, I grew up doing TV in New York. When you go to that TV and you turn it on, I better be there or you're not going to stay and you may never come back. So it's got to work first time, every time. And so there again, it's the balancing act. Do I trust the cloud? Can I depend on the cloud? And we've got, Paramount Global now has a foot in every cloud provider there is. We're dealing with public, we're dealing with private, and we're trying to weigh where the best pieces are. And don't forget, there's a cost getting in and out of the cloud. Nobody ever talks about that, but it's not free. And if you push a lot of video and a lot of files, the price tag goes up pretty quickly. So again, big balancing act as to which way to go, what makes sense. Today, I'm in agreement with Fabian that live production, Local news, I'm probably gonna do that in a private cloud or maybe even still on-prem. Editing, which is essentially non-real time or pre-production, yeah, we could put that up there. We could certainly do that because I've got a chance to go back. There's no do-over in local news. You're either there when it happens or your competition got you.
Gotcha. I have some more questions for these guys, but I do want to give the audience an opportunity to ask some. If anyone has a question, raise your hand and we'll find you with a mic. By the way, are any of you doing anything new with graphics in terms of your studio presentations? Anything new with augmented reality graphics? I think, Jim, you have a green screen studio in the new facility. How do you see using that?
Yeah, we put the green cyc in year and a half ago when we first moved in and went live, and we are about to launch a VR AR setup, but we're not quite there yet. It was not the top priority in the first year.
Right.
But yeah, we're about to go there and dip our toe in the water, and we've got the support of our graphics hub in Florida. They're working on spooling up the expertise in virtual set design and designing graphics for augmented reality support of news.
Right, because feeding that environment with graphics, creating the AR graphics or backgrounds, that's a big part of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe not something you have at a local station in terms of resources, but you have the graphics hub.
Yeah, we have the resources. They're not on-prem, but we have the resources. Yeah, they're in the cloud. It's the cloud's in Tampa, but
Gotcha.
For us, they're in
where
the
it's always sunny. Right. Fabian, what do you see doing new from a graphic presentation point of view in the new building?
Yeah, so we just came off of a lecture night, obviously, and we did a lot of AR there. I hope some of you watched. My team has been very heavily involved with that. Adam Cooper is actually here on my team, is critical to that effort, and Terry Pong and others. Basically, for that, we relied on Stipe for the camera tracking. And if you watched the show, we had the massive video wall on the floor where we could merge the AR with the actual video wall so that the Congress can come out of the floor in 3D, right? And we had also the video walls around the studio be able to interact with our AR environment. So those kind of things are for us only the beginning. I mean, that was obviously a large implementation. We usually don't do that though, except for those type of events, right? That's election night. That's our Super Bowl, as we always say. So of course, we really wanted to make sure we told the story as effectively as we possibly could. And for election, that is all about graphics, right? So the question is, going forward in the new facility, how does news utilize AR in an effective way? I think we've just scratched the surface. There's so many things we could do to display content that are traditionally more 2D, graphics inside of the 3D space. And so there's a creativity component to it that's being unlocked. And then the other part is building, again, the studios to be extremely flexible so that we can use them for all types of different productions. So as we all know, when we talk about virtual sets, that's one of the big benefits. So that's certainly our focus, that we build those studios to have very minimal set pieces and lots of LED walls, and incorporating AR into that helps us turn around the show from one show in the morning to something else in the middle of the day to something else in the afternoon. And that's not just for news, but also switching over to sports productions within that same space. So looking at things like, Ghost Frame and being able to use those video walls by having productions be able to have those, the nanosecond alignment of the video subframes across, and combining that with the camera shutter, like that's the Ghost Frame technology to be able to show different images on the same LED wall across different cameras. So again, all of those things to me are really about enabling that flexibility I mentioned and creating as many productions as possible in those studios. And yeah, one thing I just thought of too there is when you build those studios to be that flexible and incorporate AR, it's a different set design question, right? Traditionally, you build a set, you think about the walls, and we ran into this with our election set, the video walls. You then have to make the AR work, and that's sometimes in conflict. So with, for example, with Ghost Frame, you can actually embed trackers into the video walls that are not visible to the cameras that are using a portion of that, and the others are, the AR cameras, the AR tracking systems are in theory. So those kind of enhancements are also really going to help us create that flexibility.
Okay, thanks. It looks like we're pressing up against lunchtime. I think Michael, a few words to say, Michael and Kathy. I'd like to thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks. Had a great discussion.
Thank you so much, Glenn and everyone. I'm going to ask everyone to stand stage for just a minute as Kathy Haley is in the audience with a question for Philippe and Frederic Petitpont of Newsbridge.
Except for Fabian, I think he has to run.
Except for Fabian has to run.
Just allowed to
There was a
leave.
meeting, yeah, 2 minutes ago.
Thank you.
So I've read that producers spend on average 20% of their time searching for video in the archive. Frederic and Philippe Petitpont invented Newsbridge to solve that problem. Frederic, you're the CTO. What sets, come close, so you can get in the video here. Frederic, what sets Newsbridge apart from companies that offer AI platforms to index and manage live and archive video?
Hello, everyone. I think AI is just a way to achieve this. The promise we have for our users is to find a very little moment they need in less than 2 seconds, whether it's through 40 petabytes of archive or 100 live stream concurrently. And the second thing is what is powering actually this. This is what we call multimodal AI. It's a way to fusion data. So basically, when we got content that is coming, we are different AI pipelines that are kicking in. So we detect person, sound, we apply captioning, transcription, logo detection, and we stored all of this in huge search in live memory. So you can have a very quick access to content, and everything is reconciled using a semantic approach. So it means that in a search perspective, you can really search like a plain text search, like a Google search, and get in return not the full file, but a few scenes, a few seconds that exactly are matching your query. And what is very unique is we've been doing a lot of R&D on efficiency. So most neural network we're using are not actually running on GPU. And that could make, I mean, it's crazy, but I mean, we reshape the thing so it can work. So it's very affordable. And I really think here we're making AI business reality in terms of sense, into semantic and cost, it's affordable. Last thing is about live. So everything works live. We believe really that the live of today is the archive of tomorrow. And you can get like notify every time there are such queries that are matching live. So it's a very powerful tool for news and press agencies, especially.
Thank you. And Philippe, CEO, who's using Newsbridge? What news organizations?
Thank you, Kathy. Actually, lots of news TV stations are using this solution. We're working in news and sports. You can name some of it. Bloomberg, for example, Sky News, SW in Germany, TF1 in France. And they are all sharing the same common issue in that they have lots of content, whether if it's in their archive or just about the number of hours they're recording every day. And they're tackling the process, this project in kind of two different ways. Either they're starting by the archive saying, okay, now that I have a good AI indexing technology and a way to find my archive that makes sense to start digitizing my archive. Digitizing without indexing, without the possibility to find it, there's no money doing that. It's a waste of money. And so they started with that, or either the other way is for them to start with indexing live. And as Fred said, the live of today is tomorrow archive. So let's start indexing now. And then my live is available to everyone with a Google search. That makes new use cases possible, new revenue stream generation, because once your content is findable as simple as a Google search, then you can start reselling the content. That's what we call the media marketplace. And that's a way to generate new revenue, but also to finance an archive digitization project, which is of course very expensive, even if we have a technology to lower that cost as a minimum one to really start having an return on investment as soon as possible. So TV stations, sports, and media companies that have content, of course.
Thanks very much, Philippe and Frederick, CEO and CTO of Newsbridge. They're right back there. You can go see their stuff. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everyone.
More to say about mining the archives after lunch, which is where we are now. So lunch will be on your own. We will be back at 1 p.m. sharp for our next panel, Creating More Content for a Multimedia Audience, and see you then.
How are you? I don't think there is any assigned seats. We can do whatever. I'll take number 2.
Yeah.
I'm good. I brought mine.
I will take the end. I will take one.
I apologize in advance that I have to stand. I thought I had 6:30.
This is not yours, right?
I guess we can move it because one of us will spill it.
Oh, I see, great. You guys started a conversation that we were going to talk about. You just like.
So did everyone?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Some of them I'll discuss this afternoon, a little bit different, other. I know, so that's not, yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. We are going to get started once more. For those of you who are just coming in, I'm Michael Depp, the editor of TV News Check, and welcome to you all. The onus of making ever more daily content for multiple platforms is on everyone right now, with little more budget or staff to realize it. Our next discussion will look at how news organizations are grappling with that need through a savvy combination of content sharing, collaboration, hubbing, and technology to make all of that happen. I'm pleased to introduce our panelists for creating more content for a multimedia audience. Lisa Allen is the VP and GM of Washington, D.C. operations for Gray Television. Ernie Ensign is Senior Director of News Technology for Sinclair Broadcast Group. Stefan Guez is the founder and CTO of Delette. Emily Stone is VP Digital Content Operations for Fox Television Stations. And Vanessa Strauss-Kenny is VP and Head of Digital for Scripps News and Core TV. Welcome to you all. Now, as I mentioned in the introduction, everyone here is tasked with filling up more daily hour. I think my mic's a little loud. If you can come down just a touch, please. With filling up more daily hours with programming across numerous platforms, and most, if not all of you, have little in the way of new human resources to do so. So as we're looking ahead to a lean year with no political spot revenue, a recession looming, if not here already, the old adage of waste not, want not comes to mind. And so I'd like each of you to speak to this first question. How much of creating more content is going to come down to using more of what reporters are actually shooting, much of which is typically ending up right now on the cutting room floor? We'll start with Ernie.
So I think it's about providing more context for viewers and consumers, wherever they're going to consume that content. And I don't think you can take just the story that a reporter did for any particular, platform, linear, and just take that content and that's all you're going to use. So I think, daily we leave a lot of bits on the cutting room floor, so to speak. And, there may be other content there, whether it's a 10-minute interview on a controversial subject that may get posted to our website. So I think we are looking at ways to take content that's not traditionally used and figure out a way to take viewers on that journey of discovery and providing more context to stories.
Lisa?
Yeah, I think we're kind of going away from a traditional, like a reporter produces a package, and we're kind of going towards an entire integration plan around that content. So if a reporter interviews someone in Washington or a senator, there's a package that goes out. We offer live shots for that story content that is separate from the package. So stations have an option to do that. We also cut the entire interview with the senator and air that on Local News Live, which is our 24/7 streaming channel. So that's another way of using that material in a different way. So we're kind of going away from, okay, we have a package, deadline is 4:30. Let's get that package done and send it out. And we're kind of going towards, okay, we have an interview. How do we want, what forms of content do we want that interview to be turned into? And we're kind of leaning more into the integration plan. So that's kind of how we're looking at it now.
Vanessa?
So similarly, we're really looking at content consumption and understanding that the audience is consuming content everywhere. So as we're looking at content, we're recognizing it's really not a one size fits all. And the good news is that there is a ton of content that, as you mentioned, was previously left on the cutting room floor that now we can use on social, on .com, our YouTube channels. The audience is there, understand that they don't need perfect. So there's a lot of really great content that doesn't need to be highly produced. We have anchors in the field that'll shoot stand-ups from their iPhones that then we post on social media to promote the segment or the interview. So for me, it's been really exciting because there is so much amazing content that gets created at my organization and all of our organizations that I think the challenge has always been looking for efficient ways to leverage all of it through sharing, consistent CMS, consistent tech stack across the board. So the good news is we have the content. It's just understanding the different audiences, where they are in the platforms, and that it's not a one size fits all.
Stefan?
As a vendor, we see that as, it's a big challenge to be able to be present on all these new channels, whether it's, digital platform or linear television. And basically, I believe that of course, producing more content, but maybe being more efficient at using what you already have. And I believe that goes through organization and process. And we are here, of course, to provide the technology that will make those processes more efficient, make it easier to either produce more effectively or to know what's going on, know what you have, in order to know, if you have left some footage on the floor. I mean, how do you know what you have in order to be able to exploit it better? So we can take that image further. I mean, I don't think there's any floor any longer, but or any tape or anything like that. But that's the thing, is how from my point of view, of course, how the technology can help those processes and those organizations.
The virtual floor, I should have said. Yeah.
Emily? Yeah, I think a couple of the groups that have spoken already mentioned, but I'm in the same boat. We have so much content. I think one thing that we've done well on the digital side up to now is sharing. You mentioned shared CMS and easy ability to just say one market creates a great piece for digital. It's a click and a click on the other side, and it's everywhere. I think with video and talking about the stations or our live streaming channel, Live Now from Fox, it is so much available to us, and it's a matter of sifting through it and picking up the right pieces, as Vanessa mentioned, for each platform. I would add to it, though, that I don't think it's just video that our crews shoot in the field. I think it's also not leaving anything that could potentially be live on the cutting room floor. There are so many live feeds and different things that we have live access to, and especially for a streaming channel that is live news all the time.
So you have it, but you don't know you have it.
Exactly. And it might be great after the fact as well, but really knowing when it's coming in, what it is, why it's important, and where to get it is a key.
So I get the sense from an increasing number of station groups that content sharing is absolutely critical to meeting the growing need that you have. And I'd like to get a pretty vivid picture of how each of the broadcasters here are organizing or reorganizing in order to best enable this. So let's start with you, Emily, because now Emily is recently been made in charge of Live Now, which, if you don't know, it is Fox Station's streaming channel, which is sort of aggregating and DJing the news from across the group. And so that's for many hours a day, and there's an anchor and a producer who's live on the desk doing this with a TriCaster. So how are you connecting all of those points together to foster the visibility of stories and live streams to ensure that you are using as much as you can possibly, or everything that you could be using?
Yeah, that's a really good question. If anyone has suggestions, no. It is a lot of communication and process. Like, you nailed two of the best. It's a system. Systems work. We have to know what's out there in order to know what our best options are and be able to, say, prioritize 25 stories from multiple places. You know, Live Now is really focused on live, it's in the name, live content. We do air packages if that's the best way to tell a story, but really it's getting the most out of all of the different, different partners internally that we work with, and our partners are our 17 O&O stations. It's honestly, it's just really about knowing what is out there, and that takes the stations and our other internal partners across Fox understanding what we do and what we're looking for and what our mission is, instead of just, pitching us tons of content that may be great content, but may not exactly fit what we're trying to do every day. Right. And I think, over time, Live Now officially became Live Now a couple of years ago. And at that time, we probably have a slightly different mission. We had a lot of time to fill, and we were still kind of getting organized with live content all the time. So it was, a 10-minute interview that we would be interested in from a station on whatever topic. It's not that we're not interested in that. We just have evolved in our storytelling and kind of, found ways that we can also utilize a reporter who did that interview to talk about that interview and give context, while also, giving the audience a chance to watch the content.
Right, right. And Lisa, you have a somewhat similar entity at Gray with Local News Live, which came into your portfolio also fairly recently, while it also moved over from Omaha, Nebraska, where it started, to Washington now, where you also had the National Bureau. So the two of you have very complicated jobs. Can you briefly explain, for those who don't know it, what Local News Live is, and then how it connects to your stations and your DC Bureau to facilitate sharing and visibility?
Sure. So Local News Live is Gray Television's 24-hour streaming news network. So whenever viewers download a Gray TV app within their market, when that station is not in a newscast, like their regularly scheduled program newscast, or they're not using their OTT desk, they'll see Local News Live. So for example, if you're living in Richmond, Virginia, you download the WWBT app, you watch their midday show, get your news, weather, from your local Richmond anchors. And when that live show is over, after a commercial break, you'll see Local News Live. So Local News Live runs across all of Gray's apps within our 113 markets across the country. And so that's how the streaming news network is set up. As far as with our DC Bureau, we have a team of reporters. We also have staff members from Investigate TV. And so we regularly have content sharing between the reporters and Local News Live. Now it's as easy as walking down the hall, sitting on set, providing content for whatever stories that may be developing or breaking at the time. Another way of content sharing that to your point, I think it's, finding what is the best content, what is our mission, what type of stories do we want to tell? Yes, we could be live all the time. Is that the best way to tell this story? But another way is using really cool, crafty technology to kind of pick and choose what stories we would like to highlight and not highlight. One of the things that we recently did is, Gray TV's apps are all developed in-house. And so we really want to capitalize on the breaking news component that we have. We have 113 markets that, breaking news may happen at any given time in those markets, and we want to be able to report on that breaking news as soon as possible. A lot of times within our markets, breaking news within, Memphis may become national breaking news that other outlets may pick up later. So I talked to the digital team and I asked, is there a way we can build a website that has all the news alerts from all of our apps in one place? That way, that it's updated in real time. That way, if there's breaking news in Vegas or something happening in Waco or even something happening in Marquette, Michigan, is there a way that we can immediately know something is going on and access that information? And I thought I was asking for something big, but they were like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And I think they had a beta site up and running the following week. So yes, it's about content sharing is about relationship building and making sure, the stations and corporate knows what you're looking for, but also you can find some really creative, savvy ways to share content within the group without doing a lot of, heavy lifting. So.
And Ernie, at Sinclair, you've got all the stations and you've got the national desk as well. How far along are you in building an architecture for sharing? What does that look like? And where does the cloud fit into all of that as well?
Yeah, we actually have an internal brand for all of our sharing, and it's called the Content Bank. So, you know, it was formerly, you know, the assignment desk, you know, today Q, but we've sort of rebranded that. That is, we share. Everybody knows, you know, in our newsroom of the future, what the Content Bank is, and all of our newsroom computer systems across the group are linked. So we have a team of, you know, sort of a sharing team that knows what those 70 news producing stations are doing on any given day, is very aware that, you know, what stories are going to be flowing into our systems, and through a wires process internally, any piece of content that's published is able to be blasted out immediately. You know, it's just like a breaking news alert, and producers are able to see that content flowing in and can make decisions at that point on what they would like to do with that content, whether they, you know, they can drag it right into their rundown, use that on linear, they can download it locally and use it on, you know, web and digital platforms. So it's very, you know, it's very quick and nimble. I don't know if we have the best tools yet. I think that's something in the future that cloud can provide, especially in the raw content arena. You know, I think we need to do a better job having some of our edit systems linked together so that, you know, as raw content is flowing in, that is immediately available. Typically the sharing is, you know, on content that's already produced, but certainly, you know, as part of providing additional context on stories, having that raw content being able to be shared out quickly, you know, would be a big benefit for Sinclair. You know, I use my kids a lot to kind of see, you know, what do people actually do and how do they actually consume news? And you will find the strangest things that will, you know, be engaging to a different, you know, set of viewers. The other day, my 16-year-old was sitting there watching a long piece of video, and he was sitting there for 15 minutes watching this, and it was some event that was happening at an airport, and it was billed as sort of this you know, suspicious activity at the airport. He sat there and watched it for 15 minutes. There was no anchor, there was no text on screen, there was no. So I think as we look at sharing in the future, it's not just, hey, I've got this minute and a half of produced content, but what other pieces of content that might be, you know, within the Sinclair ecosystem can we put on, you know, individual websites that are going to be engaging with viewers.
And by the way, I think they're going to be done with the forklift in a few minutes. So Vanessa, you now at Scripps, you've got Scripps News is about to be a new division as of January 1, but you've got the stations, you've got Scripps News, which has, and it's the Denver Content Hub, and then Newsy, which will be called Scripps. So there's a lot of cross currents of content swirling around this company.
There is, yes. So as of January 1st, we're officially Scripps News, which essentially is taking our Washington bureau, our national news desk that previously existed, and all of our affiliate stations, and combining them, consolidating them into Scripps News Network. And I think actually it's a great move. I've been with the company for about 6 months. And when I first started, I thought, you know, we have the power of these local affiliates. There's so much amazing content, but it was very siloed previously. So with this reorg, we've really started to look into our tech, you know, how our CMSs, how we're sharing content, how we're communicating that we even have this content. I actually have a great example with Court TV. We picked up on the Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix zeitgeist sensation and realized that we had a ton of original content from the affiliate station itself, original interviews with Jeffrey Dahmer that were still on tape, packed in the archives that nobody had, except for one person who still existed. So we talked about how do we get all of that stuff off the tapes? How do we tag with metadata, which is, you know, all producers' favorite word is metadata. But I will say that We've really done a lot of educating around how important it is to be able to tag things appropriately, because then it's much easier to discover it. So it's still, sort of an uphill battle, but the idea of getting all of this content into a singular repository that we can all access as things come up, we can look back. There's content, historical content that is still sitting on tape. So it's a big undertaking. There's definitely a lot of work that needs to be done. We're on different CMSs at the moment, so sharing takes a lot of time. It's very manual. You have to, pick up the virtual phone and call people or Slack people. That's something that's on our roadmap for the next year, to really get all of that content in one spot, make it discoverable. We've hired a couple of folks that are just tasked to really catalog content, but then we're also training the existing staff to know how to tag this stuff in the future, how to upload, best practices, et cetera. So
people still don't like tagging.
I know.
Don't want to put the tags on.
If I had $1 for every eye roll when I say metadata, I would be a millionaire.
So Stefan, Gillette has been prodding broadcasters in this direction for a few years now with Pyramid. How are you trying to take the friction out of sharing and helping one newsroom to basically produce something and very quickly and simply share it out with the rest of the group?
I think it's a little more than just, producing something and sharing it. It's how you would increase the visibility of what everyone is doing. When we are talking about sharing, it could be sharing between two departments, typically, digital versus broadcast. And I say versus, but we're trying to put them together. It could be sharing
maybe a Freudian slip.
Better watch out.
It could be sharing between stations for people who have multiple stations. It could be sharing between locations for people who have bureaus or different location, or people working from home, or from the field. So how do you provide a way to give visibility to all these different groups about the things that you have in common? So you mentioned, it's not always easy to know what, lots of manual tasks about looking for stuff. But I think in terms of talking about, centralizing your repository for all your content, not just for your content, also for your ingest. A lot of people today are saying, if all the ingest is coming from the same sources, let's not ingest it twice. If we have multiple stations, multiple locations, let's have a place where it's ingested once, but it's available immediately to everyone. And, technology can help saying, okay, so we have all these, press conferences going on, local officials and things like that. If you know what it is about, let's automate the process of notifying, do you have a group here working on local politics? You have a group here working on the environment, how do you make it automated? So this notion of basing all your processes on a sort of platform that will play the role of centralizing your resources, centralizing your processes, your resources, again, live resources as well as existing stuff has been something we have been focusing on a lot. And at the end, making life a little easier for users, because this can become extremely complicated. So user experience from the point of view of the producer, of the journalist, to make this seemingly simple and easy to get access to is definitely a big focus of ours.
So creating more content also means speeding up the process of news production. Ernie, you worked with Sony to create a tech solution that allows the shooter in the field to upload to a grid in the cloud, and the digital team can access a proxy copy immediately. So it goes from the camera basically right to the newsroom. Right. So if it's a big breaking story, the digital team can grab video, produce for the website or the mobile app while the story is literally being shot. Where are you in the rollout of this, and how is it iterating, and how is it, if at all, moving the needle for you?
So we have a pilot of 5 stations that are working through this workflow. And I think at the crux of it, it goes back to, Vanessa's discussion about the metadata piece. Metadata is hard. And if we expect users to take some action to tag story content always, it's probably not going to happen. We have busy newsrooms. there's never time for metadata. So we look at it trying to start the process very early on, take what's already metadata that's already created that people as part of their jobs that they've been doing for years have to create. They have to create a story slug in the newsroom computer system. So we expose that to the camera out in the field. Photographer has to take one action once to tag all of that metadata, and it creates all of those files now that have that metadata embedded. We can pull other metadata from our newsroom computer systems, and now when that content flows in, it's already tagged. Our users already know what that content is, and it is about getting content in quickly to be able to distribute it to other platforms. But you don't know what you don't have. And you don't know what you have until somebody can look at it. And sometimes, we are in the communication business, but, crews out in the field don't always communicate that effectively enough. And we find that in certain instances, there's content there that somebody can see. I mean, literally within a minute that it's shot from the camera, it's visible to producers back at the station. And they may go, oh, we didn't know you had this interview. I mean, this 10-minute interview would be great to blast out everywhere. We didn't know you had that video, or, we thought this was only one story. You have enough content here that, we can bring extra context and really draw viewers in with this story. So there's all kinds of, different things that we're finding, but, it has been a long road to development, because the one thing that has to happen is it has to work, and it has to work the right way. Because if crews in the field, if there's stumbling blocks, they're never going to go back to it, and they're going to work around ways to not have to, to work on those workflows. So, we want to make sure that all the features are completely baked. We'd like to, ramp this up to additional stations next year, but again, it's got to work flawlessly.
Okay, so we talked about sharing. Now let's talk about collaboration. It's really just as important towards answering the call of having more content. So I've talked to several groups recently that are undertaking these group-wide projects. They identify a resonant issue, something big might be produced by a centralized team, and then local stations come in with their own iterations of the story, and they're all developed in concert. CBS stations have done this a couple of times in the last few months with their content lab in Fort Worth. And they've got some other projects coming in the pipeline. Scripps and Newsy have tackled this with mental health. Lisa, how are you looking at this at Gray? I know Investigate TV is kind of an instrument for this there.
Yeah, Investigate TV has done a really good job in collaborating on the national level and then passing off that collaboration to the local stations. So, for example, whenever they have a national investigation that's getting ready to roll out, they'll send all the markets individual data for that particular market if the market wants to localize or even customize that investigation for their viewers. Another example of collaboration is that a lot of markets with regionally are working together. What's popular right now is they are coming together and building positions for a Capitol Bureau reporter that works out of the Capitol. And so they do a lot of political reporting that they collaborate with. I know the state of Georgia is working on that. Our stations in Wisconsin is also working on that. And also our most recent big, group-wide collaboration was Bridging the Gray Health Divide, which was a Gray-wide initiative. Markets across the country participated. Investigate TV participated in the initiative, as well as the DC Bureau. And basically, we highlighted health issues in the Mississippi Delta and Appalachia regions of the country.
And then at Sinclair, Ernie, I know you've done several things, but something like this around weather in particular.
Yeah, we recently launched a national weather product kind of under our National Desk brand. Meteorologists are feeding in, unique weather content, and it's not just about forecasts, but, some kind of unique weather phenomenon that they're feeding that in. But we also have a National Desk web team that is creating, national content across our platforms and collaborating with different stations and feeding all of that national content to web platforms so that it's allowing stations to create other unique content since they don't no longer have to worry about national. But even under the National Desk brand, stations are feeding all sorts of content, whether it's, the opioid crisis or, something going on in the economy that, sort of has a national component to it. And that may feed data in and kind of looking at national data, but then, obviously different pockets of the nation in different communities, may have a different view on that, and that may be a different subset of data. So we've got stations that are feeding a lot of that, different kind of topic material into the national desk, and then that kind of goes out to 70 stations across the country.
Right. I fear the room will continue to assert itself in various unpredictable ways. So we're just going to keep rolling with that as it goes along. Stefan, how has Delet helped to assist in all this process? What's the best technology right now that's able to enable clear, substantive collaboration across the span of a whole group and its national hub or its various other content producing entities?
I think collaboration is a great opportunity for technology to show, what it is that we can do to help people work on the same thing. I mean, before, other people were in the same room. Now they are no longer necessarily in the same room. They are across stations. So again, this notion of being able to work around, a platform that provides a sort of space where you can see what everyone is doing. Someone said before, I think it's you, Ernie, oh, we have this great interview. Okay, someone is going to work on a story, realize that suddenly there is some material that is relevant. So we have this notion, for instance, of the media bin. It's a sort of space attached to a story or to a topic that you want to cover during the day, where anybody can attach content. The content can be wired, can be a piece of interview, a recent interview, an old interview that has been found in the archives. So later, when the producer or when the editor is going to work on that story, all of that content is already there. It's a form of collaboration by the fact that everybody is going to enrich what you have, what you're going to work from. Also, so that people do not need to rediscover. Oh, what interviews do we have? Well, if someone has done it once, that's enough. Everybody should have access to that again. So this notion of collaboration, I think it's. For me, collaboration and sharing, there's a lot of. It goes together somehow. It's yes, you want to share, but you really want everybody to produce things, not together, but at least contribute to the production of the content in a way that is, much more. At the end, something is going to be more effective. Because at the end, what you want is that you want really people to focus on the creative aspect of the production, and not redo things twice. I mean, at least that's our view of it. We hear a lot of people who are talking about, increasing productivity. I know the term is not always well seen, but at the end, this is what you want to do. You want to be able to devote more time to create content and less time doing small tasks, or tasks that can be automated. Automation is another aspect of how the technology can help.
So for the broadcasters, and any of you can jump on this, how much of this ultimately comes down to having the right tools? And for the vendors who are in the room and want to hear what they don't have, what you don't have yet that you need, what would you tell them that they need to build for you?
I would put it back to live. We have a lot of live sources, and some of my colleagues in the room who work on making this easier, like, hey, we're working on that. I think providing context around live video without a person having to touch it to Ernie's point about it won't be right. It won't be right, or it just won't happen because of the other hoops they're jumping through. But I think immediacy is something that we've learned is key all around. And there's nothing more immediate than live video. And you need all the information that you can have available to you about live. So I think, organizing live the way that a lot of different publishers and companies in our industry have worked on organizing video clips and, their libraries of content, including live in that for our perspective, I think that's important.
Archives, we've already touched on this. Unless did I cut anybody up on the tools that they want to, okay. So Dillette has preached this gospel for years. I've heard it before. So now it's finally like coming to the zeitgeist that people are, oh yeah, the archives, we really should. And so, there's obviously much to be gained by getting your archives digitized and sufficiently meta tagged to be usable and monetizable. So for the broadcasters here, can you, I think actually you started to do this with Dahmer. What are some examples of where now you're like, oh yeah, I've got it, and you found some gold in the archives and it turned out to be something that was remarkably resonant with viewers. It had a long tail. Do you have some examples you would share to that end?
I mean, I can share on the Court TV side. Court is it's obviously different than traditional breaking news, but they have a tremendous amount of archival content that as people become more fanatic about true crime, we have just this repository of amazing content that we can pull from. So one of the content strategies that we've started to employ is really look across what's happening, across Netflix, Showtime, what's working, what's not. Phil Spector had a special on Showtime. We pulled all of the archival footage from there. We have those original raw trials that I think someone mentioned. I think you mentioned your son was watching 15 minutes of just a camera. We actually put up, it was close to 20 hours of this unedited footage. At some points there was a slate, there were color bars, people were watching the entire time. So really looking at prioritizing that archival content, that's our next phase. Is there's so much of it, it can be overwhelming, like where do you start? But really looking across your content strategy to decide where are areas that you want to go deep. Scripps News has a mental health initiative. We've shot mental health content for years, but it's never been consolidated into one spot where people can find it. So there are packages that were shot a year ago that are still very relevant to the audience today, that as we've started to prioritize what kind of archival footage we want to pull out of the archives, it's made it a little bit more manageable and less overwhelming. But it really, there's tremendous opportunity there. Even we talk about archival, we had a reporter in Ukraine, I guess 6 months ago. He shot some amazing footage, did not make it into the linear broadcast. I stumbled across it, was looking through it. We put it up on YouTube. We had over 5 million views. So those are the types of nuggets that if we can make things easier to discover, there is really long tail value on a lot of the content that you already have.
And it sounds like if you were to triage topics, true crime, and people's bottomless interest in that.
I've been in media a long time. I've never seen anything like it. We can put anything out there and it does well.
The husband kills the wife. We want to hear about it again.
Well, and for Sinclair with 70 news producing stations, decades of archive that are on tape, there's a lot of archive to go back to, and it really sits outside the news cycle. We've partnered with, Anthony Zucker of CSI fame, and he's seen the value there as well. It's public knowledge that he's going to do a docuseries based on Sinclair owned content, and a lot of this content may have been on the cutting room floor and not seen the light of day, but there's a lot of context there. The first story is around the Las Vegas shootings, and it's kind of gone out of the news cycle, but I'll be sort of the tease writer here, but it's riveting. It's riveting. It's a riveting docuseries that is really interesting to watch. And this is content obviously that has no longer hit the news cycle, but it's no different than the Dahmer Netflix series. People are interested in it. So
Stefan, besides saying "I told you so" to everybody, how is the process of mining the archives iterating to become more efficient and improving and more comprehensive than when you first started this process?
Unfortunately, often, archives do not have a lot of metadata attached to it because it's all
It's an understatement, probably.
So fortunately, technology, this recent technology, especially AI-based tools, to be able to at least, get transcriptions, tagging, things like that to make help to help how to identify what you have in your archive and later how you're going to be able to find it or recommendation engines so that you don't have to look for things, but things will be automatically extracted from the archive. Also something else, which is that from now on also, because most of these systems that we use to produce news that contain much more than just the footage. They contain scripts, they contain rundowns in which they were used, lots of annotations and so on. These days, we can archive everything, not just the video. And that can help tremendously because the links, the connection between all the different pieces of content are a very rich source of, how to qualify this content. And I think your technology helps a lot.
Before I get to my last kind of overarching question, is there one question from the audience? Anyone? Jack, quick, please, though.
Question is, all running a marathon. Marathon. I've been getting up in terms of Afghanistan. Now, you want to watch television, it's saturated. They don't know where to go, what to watch. And so my question is, what are you doing to win the marathon? Because some of you are going to lose the marathon.
It's a great question. Well, I'll take that. I think I mentioned at the top is, the way at Scripps News and Court TV, we're looking at it is really a holistic content approach. We recognize people are consuming content everywhere. We are looking to create content to meet the audience where they are. So whether that's, being able to sit on their couch and relax in a sit back, lean back experience, or if it's via YouTube or our social platforms. For us, the goal and the mission is not to push our audience into any one platform to consume our content. It's to make it easily accessible, frictionless across any platform that folks have access to. So that's really been our mission. There's a lot of other networks doing the same thing. To your point, who's going to win the marathon? I think it comes down to consistency. It comes down to providing the content that people expect, and the consistency of great content, of quality reporting still is very much in our mission, and we'll see who wins the marathon.
So just lastly, I want to ask you about something I asked the folks from the CBC earlier today, but about change management as part of all of this. There's a massive change management dynamic that has to be successfully engaged for all of this to happen, for anything to happen here. So I'd just like to ask you, to the broadcaster, starting with Lisa, how are you wending through that process, and where are you finding the most resistance or difficulty?
I think it's 2 points. One, whenever you bring in something new and there's a change, people feel like it's extra work. And then there's also on the other end, well, no, this is a really great tool and we should, drive towards this. So we have to kind of tilt the table to the other side. And I think one thing that Gray does really well is support and education and communication. So whenever there's a new tool or new way things are managed, or a new tool that's being released, like for example, our OTT desk that we've sent out, basically it's a one-stop shop for OTT, and we call it our OTT desk, and we've sent this out to basically every station in the group. But we also have training and meetings and follow-ups. And if someone needs to come to the market and actually sit with the staff and coordinate with them, we do that. So yes, there's a lot of tech change and change management, but then also Gray has a really good network of follow-through support, training, and making sure everyone's on the same page. And that's critical.
Can you take that question just quickly?
Yeah, I mean, change is hard. And I honestly think it is the most difficult piece of moving forward with any kind of technology, whether it's cloud, whether it's on-prem, it doesn't matter. You know, you get people who are entrenched in workflows who have worked a certain way for years, decades. And when you start to change that paradigm, it's tough. And I think you really have to show them the value of what they're doing. You have to make it easy and show them that, well, if you do X, here's the result. And unfortunately, it's just like promotions. You know, you have to kind of revisit it over and over again with, you know, the training piece of it and just the continual value play of, you do this, here's the end result. And you just have to keep working through those workflows, because, you know, obviously with the cloud, there's going to be a lot of change over the next 3 to 5 years, and we just have to keep working towards change.
Vanessa?
Yeah, I second what both of them have said. I think, you know, the most important thing is that the tool works. I think trying to introduce a tool that there's a lot of friction and slows down the process is going to be very challenging to get buy-in. But repetition, you know, showing the value there. I think, as I've experienced in the industry, as we all have, like, things evolve. We're adding more to our plates. It's not people wear many hats. And so I think producers and the editorial teams are much more open to the idea that, yes, we are going to have to do more. However, if it is a challenge or it doesn't work or it slows down their process, then, you know, it's very hard to get buy-in. So I would say consistency of the product and making their life easier makes it a lot easier.
And automating it. So if you can automate
Yeah.
it, you know, that's going to help too.
Yeah.
That's a help. Yeah. Emily, the last word for you.
Yeah, I would say making sure they understand why. The why is the big thing that I try to focus on, and our team tries to focus on. From why, you know, the shift to streaming and other platforms is important. Well, that's because that's what users are, you know, that's how the user is operating. We have to follow where the users are. I think Vanessa said earlier. You know, so the why we're interested is because that's where an audience is and we want to reach them. The why it's important is, you know, why they should be interested, why their content might be, you know, used there, all of that. I think just the clear communication piece, for me, clear communication always wins. And if you're very clear in your understanding of the purpose of what we're trying to do, and that can be easily explained, then I think it is a much easier process. But no one likes change. I mean, we all know that it's difficult no matter what.
So if we have two top lines from this conversation, it's clear communication and meta tag. If you've heard nothing else in this whole period of time. I'm going to ask everyone to sit tight, but thank you so much to this panel for excellent, useful insights. And so Emily Stone, Lisa Allen, Ernie Ensign, Vanessa Strauss-Kenny, and Stefan Guez. Now, Kathy Haley is here with Jared Schatz of Ross.
Thanks, Michael. So one of the big trends here, it's obvious, is the changing studio, and Ross Video is expanding in that area of the industry. I'm here with Jared Schatz. He is the Senior Vice President of Vertical Markets and Solutions. Jared, what are your customers asking you about in this field for 2023?
Thanks, Kathy. What we're seeing is, and I think we're going to hear more from FX Group soon, and Fox was mentioning it this morning, we're seeing the studios have always been a differentiator for local news and network news production. And I think what we're seeing now is the willingness to change the way studios are utilized from the traditional designs, because the various outlets that content has to go to. And so we're seeing people even go so far to eliminate chroma key walls and do full immersive LED environments. We've seen a show on a network that had no linear graphics over the top, no lower thirds, no over the shoulders. Their consultants said that full screen graphics, they lose their viewers. And so they're driving everything dynamically in more immersive ways on LED behind the talent, as well as graphics in 3D space with augmented reality. So tremendous opportunities, I think, to leverage the studios as a differentiator for more dynamic storytelling. And yeah, we've, as a company, started off in the control rooms behind the racks. And as we progressed with motion robotics, now we acquired an LED company. We have a new product designed for broadcast for on camera called the Perform series that's launching in January. We are excited about the change that can take place in studio production for storytelling for the various outlets. We appreciate everyone's attendance and contributions. And thank you, TV News Check.
Thanks, Jared. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you. And thanks once more to the panel. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage Ethan Dreilinger, the Client Solutions Engineer for the Weather Company, and Sahan Sapernia, SVP of Streaming at CBS Stations, for a fireside chat on the future of streaming weather content.
Well, thank you and good afternoon. Nice to be here with everybody. And nice to be in person for those who haven't done these in person yet. It's kind of nice. That's not where we want to be. So Sahan, thank you for joining us. Sahan is the SVP of streaming for the CBS Stations Group. And we'll just talk a little bit about, streaming, a streaming strategy, and why, if you're not thinking about it, or if you're sort of starting to implement it, some stuff to kind of think around. So Sahan, thank you for joining us this afternoon. So just how important is streaming to CBS Stations and CBS News at this point in time?
Yeah, great question. So for CBS Stations, as with many other station groups and broader media companies, streaming is one of our key growth pillars. First, for me, I think it's important to really differentiate between different types of streaming. I think it tends to get lumped into one. Traditional streamers or SVODs like Paramount Plus or Netflix have thousands of hours of content, library content, and there is no shelf life to that content because it tends to be entertainment content. In news, it's much different. There is a shelf life to news, and that usually lasts a few hours. Otherwise, news is updated, and so for us, we have more of a fast channel, which is a single stream provided to many different people. And that's one of our biggest challenges, because we have a single stream to many people. We have to make sure that we align the right content to the right person at the right time. And for that reason, we see streaming as really an extension to our linear product, except it does not, we don't have constraints on time or format. And really for us, it's an opportunity to provide consumer value and introduce the CBS News brand to the younger generations and to future viewers. And our goal broadly is to be the premier local to national to global news organization in the country. And so practically speaking, what that means is we want to be the go-to source for news, whether that's on your TV, on your phone, on social, or any other platform.
So Sahan, how does CBS News and the CBS stations, how do those streams interplay with each other? Because each of the stations has its own stream, and then CBS News has a stream as well.
That's right. So CBS News National has a stream. We also have 13 local streams, and then one additional stream that will launch in January of next year. We have one shared platform, the CBS News platform. And so those streams live side by side. And if you happen to be in one of our markets, we tend to favor that local stream. If you happen to be in one of the markets outside, we favor the national stream. And those two interplay very well, both on our platforms and distributed platforms.
So CBS has 12 current streams, one national stream, 13 streams total, running 24/7, 13 station streams, 13 local streams, one national stream. So 14 streams running 24/7. I've yet to see anyone who said, you know what, to do this, we're going to hire 500 people. So how is CBS doing this without adding 500 more people?
Yeah, great question. So we're continuing to invest in streaming. What we're doing is we have a very data-driven approach. We're shifting resources to things that work. And as I think that's a good segue into what we're doing with the Weather Channel. we're really using and leveraging technology to scale. So leveraging the cloud and automation systems to really tell weather in a interactive and personalized way. Today, we actually launched Weather Where You Live in 2 of our markets in Minnesota and in Colorado. And what that is it's providing a localized version of weather for your subregion. And every market has dozens of subregions. And so if you go back to consumer value, that's what we're providing, making sure that we provide weather in a story-like format to consumers in their local regions or subregions.
And we'll be honest, launching it today was supposed to happen, and then it was a 50-50 proposition literally until this morning. So we're really excited to get this going. And what's really nice about it is it knows where you are and will deliver you that local forecast.
That's right.
Which kind of gets us into that whole content piece. And this is, this little slide up here, right? The way we think about content on the Weather Channel is really about, broadcast, what you can pull from the broadcast, some automated stuff that Sahan was just talking about. And then we have another layer of that, which is sort of that digital first content. And we have a whole template driven tool that lets you kind of create content. So here's a little bit of that, just a quick peek at some of that. Let's see, you want to start that? Yep.
Good norm. According to Climate Central, the temperatures have increased.
So all this video is created from our Max Velocity product, which is really just digital, a way to template and create video. You can pull live elements in, pull elements in from your archives, create some graphics, use some weather data associated with that. So that's just gonna kind of play. Happy to chat with anyone, by the way, if that makes some sense to you. Happy to talk to you about it. My boss is here as well. I'm sure he'd be happy to talk about it as well. Sahan, so now you have all of this content, right? And you're filling up all of these channels, right? It's a lot of content, 14 fast channels, 24/7. It's a lot to talk about, right? What's the return on investment? How do you guys measure that?
Yeah, great question. For us, it really starts with providing value to the consumers. If you provide value to consumers, they return. If you have a habitual audience that returns often, there's always monetization opportunities. When we talk about the Weather Channel, we really try to think about monetization opportunities that are not intrusive to the experience. So what that means is sponsorships. When we talk to our head of local digital sales for Paramount, Matt Neighbor, that for us was one of the easiest opportunities with this product that we're building out is sponsorships. The other opportunities, of course, are ad placements before or after these segments.
And your sales teams, and you don't have to go into the nitty gritty, but your sales teams, are they selling this as standalone, or is this part of a broader buy with mobile, with linear, with online?
It is a broader buy, but it can also be bought standalone.
And they're relatively happy with the performance of these ads, right?
So we launched today. We haven't really gotten any customer feedback
yet.
But
look more about streaming. We're on the streaming side.
On the streaming side, yes. Streaming, connected TV, the buys and consumers and vendors have been very happy.
So do a quick look ahead for you, right? Because we're heading towards the end of 22 and everyone is now sort of deep into 23 and what they're doing first quarter, second quarter, all of that stuff. What's ahead for CBS streaming?
For streaming, I mean, we were innovators in the space, and for us, it's imperative that we continue to do so across content, marketing, distribution. So you will see continued press releases on that for us. We really think about innovation in two ways. One is data, one is technology. We really leverage data to help with our decision-making, both on the content side, on the marketing side, and really what we invest in. On the technology side, we're looking for partners that have technology that we can use to scale. For us, hyper locality is very important. And then we're really excited to see how this performs. I mean, we launched today in 2 markets. We're doing a 2-week test. We'll learn a few things and then we'll roll it out across all our stations.
And so you have an idea as to what it is. I don't think I'm going too far afield here. It's about 100 zip codes in those 2 markets that we're delivering hourly weather forecasts to users of the streams in those markets. So that's the scale that Sahan is talking about. And as that grows, we'll continue to cover the rest of the country.
That's right.
So with all of that said, that's a great place to start, right? But how do you leverage weather as part of a strategy to build on?
Yeah, great question. So for us, you think about a lot of people get their weather from the apps, right? All they really care about is the data. I only care it's 31 degrees outside. What jacket am I going to wear? But for local consumers, they really care about the story. They've built a relationship with our meteorologists. And so applying that to and applying technology at scale is really what we're striving for. The other times where weather is very important is in severe weather storms. We see that our engagement on streaming and our consumption on streaming sometimes goes up 30x, right? With hurricane coverage in Miami, we saw a spike of 30x. So those are the moments where we really want to provide value and life-saving information to our viewers.
So the eyeballs are there. It's really just a matter of capturing them and then bringing them back.
Correct. The eyeballs for us with weather is really about introducing our brand and now the Weather Channel's brand to consumers.
Right, Sahan, thank you so much for your time today. Appreciate it. And to everyone, have a great holiday. Enjoy.
Okay, if I could ask our next panelists to come up, please, for our next session on reinventing news presentation and presenters. Sit down. Want water? Oh, okay, for you. Barry, you want water? That would be awesome.
Thank you. How's it going, gang?
Good. How are you? I'm Barry. Christian. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Christian. Nice to meet you. Do you have a preference? Okay.
Jonathan. Nice to meet you.
I've been watching all y'all's stuff.
Okay, I promise this is the last time you're going to see me moderate. This is, after that, I'm turning it over to other folks to steer the discussions. And thank you to Ethan and Sahan for the fireside chat. Our next discussion takes an expansive look at the evolving modes of TV news presentation and the approaches taken by those doing the presenting. And it's my pleasure to introduce our panelists. Christian Bryant is the host of In the Loop on Newsy, which in just a couple of weeks' time will be going over by the new moniker of Scripps News. Barry Nash is a talent coach with Barry Nash and Company. Jonathan Soppy is the host, producer, and director of This Is Now on Gray Television's Hawaii News Now, and I believe has made the longest trip here today to be with, and a direct flight, no less. So let's give it up for that.
There we go.
About a 3-hour trip.
And Nora Zimmett, who might have had the shortest commute, I believe here, is the president. No, that's not. No, sorry. Didn't. That's a lie.
From across the street.
Is the president of news and original series at the Weather Channel. Welcome to you all. Now, to set this up, I want to begin with the studio environment itself. And Barry, you recently undertook some market research for FX Design Company that I think will help us to frame up a part of this conversation. So you were tasked with studying the impact that on-set technologies have on viewer perceptions of newscasts and newscasters. So you looked at head-to-head comparisons of viewer reactions to the use of traditional monitors, touchscreens, 3x3 and 3x6 arrays, large and seamless LED arrays, and AR, VR sets and graphics. So can you explain what this study aimed to find out and what you learned?
I have some quick background. About 5 years ago, I've been coaching talent for 40 years, and talent research has aged about like I have, and not good. So about 5 years ago, my company started using text analytics to try to determine what viewers really most value about news talent. And what was important about that was it meant that we were able to really get inside people's heads, ask very open-ended questions, not put words in their mouths. And we began to get insights and get a window on what people valued that we had not had before. So we're very excited about that. And it's been very helpful in our work with talent. Matt McLaughlin and the folks at FX got wind of what we were doing and asked if we could apply that to understand how the environment might be affecting viewers' relationship with television news programs. And so essentially I'm going to just show you a little quick preview of some of what we did and what we learned. Methodologically, just quickly, we went out and we talked to 1,000 people. And we did a couple of things. We looked at weather segments, we looked at news segments, we looked at AR segments. And in all cases, we asked people first just to rate what they'd seen. And then we asked them why they had rated that. Again, working really hard not to put words in people's mouths. And can we back this up real quickly just so I can? Yeah. So this is just just kind of a quick preview from the weather piece of this. These are results from folks who watched weather segments. Now, what made this fun and interesting was we controlled for talent and for content. So we were literally looking at the same talent, delivering the same content in different venues. And nobody saw more than 2 venues. And so what we were really interested in was whether these respective venues would affect how people judge the value of what they were seeing. And so on the weather side, you can see that across the top, you're looking at sort of the sum of the answer to that first question, which was, you've watched this segment on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate it? And we use what some of you may recognize as a net promoter score here, which essentially is a way of measuring enthusiasm for something. And this is the way that those prioritized in response. The columns you see on the bottom, what we're able to do with the analytics is to understand not just what people are saying, but what buckets it's falling into. And so when we looked at the impressions people had of these segments, what this is essentially telling you is 42% of the impressions is it 42? I can't see. Yeah. Yes. Of the impressions they expressed related to the content of the segments. And almost 30% related to people and personality and so on and so forth. So once we had people rate these things individually, we also did a head-to-head comparison. And now let me see the next slide. And so this is summarizing one really interesting result of this particular piece. I should have pointed out on the slide before. Anybody notice where the break was? We had 3 environments. Digital 3x3, a 3x3 array, and a chroma key that sort of scored alone at the top of the heap. And then at the bottom of the heap were a larger 3x6 array and WeatherPod with a large monitor in it. Now, again, bear in mind, these were exactly the same content, exactly the same weathercasters doing those. Then when we looked at them head to head, essentially what we found was that the head-to-head mirrored what the original rankings had shown, which was what I'm characterizing here as the more intimate settings won every time head-to-head against, in this case, the 3x6 array. When we asked people to explain their preferences, then you can see where their comments fell. The great majority of them then did have to do with the environment and how it was helping them feel good or not so good about what they were seeing. And then the last slide, this is where the real fun is. We got what viewers think in viewers' own words. And you can kind of see the theme. It's pretty easy here, right? I like the close-up, and he had a more engaging, fun tone. All things about things being clear, close, and personal. And of course, the question that we had and we're interested in here was, okay, the only thing different about these is the environment. Then what is it important to viewers that the environment is here really helping to resonate and support? We also did it in news, and just a quick tease. I think it's a good headline. We had one desk setting and 3 standing settings, and head to head, the desk setting was preferred every time. Which we're gonna come back to the desk a little bit later. Thoughts are had about that. Nora, you are at the Weather Channel, where a few years back we saw the advent of immersive mixed reality. Let's take a quick peek at what that looks like if you haven't seen it already.
Huge heavy objects rolled into the air and carried several hundred feet. Oh, geez, you got to be kidding.
Wildfires can turn forest floors and even neighborhoods into nearly unstoppable raging infernos.
Absolutely life-threatening situations.
Winds accelerate under the overpass, bringing dangerous flying debris.
Climate predictions from decades ago have come to fruition. You are going to have a little bit of snow before this.
We'll be watching severe weather again tomorrow.
Welcome to the Weather Channel's exclusive virtual view. We can show you what the weather will actually look and feel like before it ever happens.
La red eléctrica de Texas tuvo fallas múltiples en el sistema.
Water is flowing a little stronger, and my flood risk is increasing.
Wait until local officials give the all clear before traveling home.
Losses routinely top $10 billion.
Join us on our virtual journeys as we experience the weather in a whole new way.
So, Nora, what has been the impact on your audience of introducing this kind of AR? How do they feel about it?
So we took a different approach. We took a different approach from what Barry is talking about. It wasn't exactly up close and personal. But in dealing with the weather, what we found is if you were not going to be outside, right? And of course we are for storms, but if we're not going to be outside, we need to bring the weather for a visual, visceral experience inside the studio. And what we have found is that it's really paid off in terms of the engagement that we're seeing from audiences. A lot of what you saw there was, you know, some wow factor and the cinematic experiences with the car falling. That was an EF5 tornado explainer. But some of what we have gotten the most aha moments from our audience over has been things like storm surge, which is demonstrating weather experiences that are very easy and simple to explain, but are lost in terms of the impacts when you show on a 2D graphic or a 2D screen. So the most rewarding feedback we've gotten is, I never thought of it that way. And when you tell me to evacuate for X, Y, and Z event, I now understand why, and I'm going to do it. So that's been huge. And we've also seen a ton of interest from advertisers and distributors. And that's been a really interesting part of the industry that we didn't really expect, but people are coming to us because they want to be a part of these environments as well.
And how has this been iterating as you've had it several years now? So is it continuing to evolve with the precision of the graphics?
Absolutely. We have been fortunate enough to, you know, be doing this during the age of very real life video games, which is how we came about, you know, which is how we thought of this 8 years ago. The only problem with thinking about it 8 years ago is we were so ahead of the industry, there wasn't any infrastructure or technology to do it. We had to go to Finland in order to even find the one guy in the world who knows how to do anything about this. fast forward 5 years later, we were able to partner with the Unreal Engine, right? Which is what gives you all the famous video games. A lot of you are gamers. Come on, I know you are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, please. Thank you very much. And has been able to give us a lot more to play with, a lot more tools, and a lot more skilled designers. The other thing is that what we've done over the past few years, and most recently the last 2 years, is a lot of those experiences you see are the cinematic ones. Again, the car falling, and that took months. We now do this live. Some of what you saw in the studio with Tevin and with Jim Cantori, with the rain coming in the studio, we went from 5 months to 5 minutes. You give us a scene, you give us, and we will give you the real weather conditions. And as of a month ago, we are now able to change weather conditions live on the fly without any editing. So from fog to rain to snow without cutting away. So this advent of being able to do it live is a game changer in being able to present to our audience.
Fascinating. So Jonathan, you have not had a car hurled at you virtually. I don't think. You did have an eruption though. Just like a week ago.
Just officially ended today.
So, okay, so, but you have created a very unique show in This Is Now, which runs on Gray Television's Hawaii News Now. Let's look at a short clip of it now so we can see it for ourselves.
Our viewers are really engaged online with us. And I think providing them another newscast during the midday at noon, when they're on their lunch breaks, I think that's just going to expand H&N's audience and also provide our viewers with another source of news during their day.
Yeah, you're going to see that This Is Now looks a lot different than your typical newscast. We sort of present it in a casual behind the scenes format. We really are going after the big viral stories of the day. And of course, breaking news.
Things people are talking about online or at the water cooler. We don't really have a structured format.
It's a show that's going to give you all the news of the day, but also invoke a lot of emotion. It's the type of show to make you cry, laugh, scream out your set, all in the same 30 minutes.
This Is Now has everything.
This is really a new realm for us. Really a new realm for us.
And Jonathan has a closet full of these shirts, he
Yes,
tells me.
I do.
So,
Brightest person here. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
So it's a very different newscast in concept and execution. So what was the thinking behind it, and how do you put it together in a different kind of way each day?
Well, Lisa tapped in on it. She said we delivered all these OTT desk kits to all our stations in Gray. And really every station was tasked with doing something different or coming up with ideas of using it. Ours is not high tech at all. Our setup is very low tech. I think you even mentioned that to me. But what we're doing is really coming across conversationally. We talk to people in a real way. It's a very video podcast setup. It's like this, mics. We have a couple monitors behind us. But I hope that what comes across when we're presenting to news is that we care about our community. And several of the themes that have come up in your panels today, what we really hone in on, we're scavengers in our show. The first thing I do, I direct, I host, I produce the show all by myself. My co-host comes in an hour before we do it. We go through those camera folders. I'm looking for things that were not used, things that were missed, things that can really be sort of transported into a new story every day. We're looking for those kinds of stories. I think we come across as something that's hopefully a little bit relatable to people at home. I get a lot of times just talking in the public. We do seem to have a little bit of a younger audience. We really try to not come across as Captain Newsman. Obviously, I'm not Captain Newsman. I never will be. I'm never going to try to be. I just try to be as authentic as possible.
So you have no teleprompter.
No teleprompter.
Scripts.
No scripts.
What are the other?
We do have scripts. We have hard copy notes.
So what other things are you kind of just tossing?
We
aside?
love conversations. We love having guests. We love having Zoom interviews. With the eruption, the very, very key thing to our show that really, 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 really helps us excel is how fast we can get things on the air. Like literally during the eruption, we would get a picture sent to our newsroom via USGS Twitter or the Volcano Observatory. It was tweeted out less than a minute later. I could get it on the air and talking about it on our morning show using our OTT desk. And that's outside of the realm of the show we do daily. So the quickness we can get things on the air. And I think another appeal to it that is sort of because this panel is about presenting in a different way. I think viewers like seeing us play the piano. They like seeing us punch the buttons and see the behind the scene action a little bit. They see that it's actually happening in front of them in a real live situation. And they're like, oh, he just hit that button and that live shot came up and now he's talking to that person. They get an understanding. Viewers, I was just in some research recently about YouTube, and it was so fascinating to me how literate our viewers are to how TV works. Like the magic is gone. Like they understand how video is edited. Everyone does it on their phone every day. They understand what I'm doing when I'm pressing my buttons. So I think you're just being honest with them in this presentation style.
Pulling back the curtain.
A little bit. Yeah.
Oz with the curtain just
That's it.
permanently pulled back. Yeah. So Christian, you are an anchor, and I mean this in the best possible way. You don't come across as one in any way, in a conventional way on the air. In that I wanted to include you in this conversation because the way that you approach this role, it seems to me, it comes across as very resoundingly authentic. And so you don't have that Captain Newsman persona, but rather, yourself. So I just wonder, how do you think about this way? How do you conceptualize your role and approach it every day in a way that sort of departs from conventional expectations we have about it?
Yeah, so I tried that Captain Newsman thing when I was a bit younger. I studied journalism at the University of Missouri, and in the earlier days, you could see me with my my suit coat on, almost looked like I was wearing my dad's suit coat. But it just wasn't a good fit. At the end of the day, I am a navigator, and I'm trying to help people understand the world around them. But I'm also in a space where I get a chance to bring my whole self to the table, right? So one of the things that Michael and I had talked about earlier is a bit of a Venn diagram where I am trying to take my personal life and my professional life and make it so that it is a perfect circle. When I first came into the business, I thought I had to be like Ed Bradley, or as my uncle says, Bernard Shaw, to be respected. But what I've learned is that bringing my full self to the role is enough. And that seemed to resonate with some people. We did do a focus group when ITL first started, and 6% of respondents said I was extremely unlikable. So not everybody is into it, as we know. But I think that what we're doing is something special, and it's not exclusive. It's not unique. It's just a way of bringing your whole self to your work and a way to get to know the audience. I've made a joke a few times about In the Loop and how it is the dive bar of news shows, right? Y'all like dive bars? Anybody? Is there one nearby? We can meet up afterwards.
Not necessarily.
Not around here. No, but I mean that because there's a certain authenticity when you walk in a dive bar, right? It is devoid of pretentiousness, and you get a chance to really just kind of chat it up with people. So I see myself as like one of the bar flies getting ready to talk to people about something that they didn't know about.
Except you're not yet in your cups.
Right.
Sober, it needs to be said.
That's it. Well, yes, sober.
Let's take a look at In the Loop.
This is In the Loop. I'm Christian Bryant. Busy news day here on the show with all those stories and more coming your way in the next hour. But first, we're not exactly in the business of algorithms, but we're setting up a For You page here on In the Loop. And it says we're starting with TikTok. Your younger relative's favorite app is back in the news again, not for a viral meme or a dance craze, but once again for national security reasons. In recent weeks, there's been a bipartisan revival of the push to ban or more heavily regulate the app. It's rooted in concerns that the app collects a ton of user data, all of which could be easily accessed by the Chinese government. Easily accessed by the Chinese government.
Okay, so this industry has more presentational tools at its disposal than ever before, but it seems like a lot of people are wrestling with where and how they should actually use them, which partly, Barry, you were looking at. Nora, IMR is obviously very important for the Weather Channel, but what are the criteria for where you decide when and how to use it? How do you make those decisions? And then I think also just one kind of side question to that, then how quickly can you act on those decisions and actually make the thing?
Honestly, I think you sort of hit the nail on the head and you used the most important word in the question, which was tool. I think one of I don't think I know the guiding principle of when and where and how we use our immersive mixed reality is, are we using it as a tool or are we using it as a toy? And if the answer is toy, then that's a no, we're not using it that way. A lot of media organizations have made some really nice strides using AR and IMR. But honestly, when I see it used other places, it begs the question, do they have to, or is it just pretty? Do they have to, or is it really nice window dressing? You know, if you're looking at a NASCAR event or a NASCAR show and there are a bunch of shows and cars in the background and they're not doing anything, like, is that, I mean, it looks great. It's really, I'm not trying to denigrate them, but is it important? Would the information still be delivered? Would you still consume it if the cars weren't in the background? And for us, it has to be a tool. It has to be a way to tell a story such that you would get a different message if you didn't see it the way we are presenting it, right? So meaning the storytelling of the IMR needs to be the purpose, needs to be the end result, as opposed to just a flashy side condiment.
It
Do you know
must
what I mean?
justify itself.
Correct.
So, and you were saying before that from conception of now you can do this thing very quickly on the fly, as opposed to just a couple of years ago, it was harder.
Right. So we have two different experiences. We have the cinematic, the cars jumping from the sky, people, our OCMs, our meteorologists sort of drowning in the streets with flash flooding. And then we have the anchor in the studio where it's raining, it's snowing, and you see it live, and we're doing it live. The latter, which we call virtual views, we can do within minutes, right? It's basically plugging coordinates into our Max computer, which, has all of the weather data. And then it's using our special sauce with our software and hardware to show the studio and combining them. The cinematic experiences, again, used to take about 6 months. We now get them down to about 6 weeks. But the important thing there, and the important thing for all of this, is that scientists are behind every script, every design, and it has to be authentic, right? Using Christian's word, it has to be authentic to the actual weather phenomenon. It took 6 months to get a raindrop right, because raindrops are not drops, they are flat. Those kinds of things that scientists need to be behind. Otherwise, again, we delve into that toy sphere, and we need to stay in the tool sphere because we're a science organization.
So it's not the day after tomorrow or Twister. It's
not yet.
Please. Barry, FX Design Group study that you conducted harkens back to this old question of, do I stand or do I sit? And how do I position myself around all this tech that I have in the room or the studio? So, how do you move around in a kind of unnatural space of a news studio and make it seem natural? I mean, what are you finding about how to exist in that space?
Well, first of all, to answer your question, do I stand or do I sit is yes. I love what Nora said about storytelling, and I would build on that. Seems so obvious, but we see so many people far from it. It has to do with letting your talent be storytellers. In research, viewers are quick to criticize people who look awkward and uncomfortable. And I think at the heart of it, you've got to get into a mindset that is, I'm not treating my talent as set dressing. If I'm going to have the tools, then I've got to let my talent use them, and they've got to be comfortable using them. We joke with clients and we say, anchoring has now become a full body sport, because we can literally see you from head to toe. And one of the beautiful things about the examples from the Weather Channel was how comfortable the meteorologists were with those with those things.
Our guys don't sit. In 8 years that I've been there, they don't sit down,
Right.
because of exactly what you just said.
I suspect that took some time though, getting used to that, training about, I mean, that's.
Not very nice.
So, yeah, I hate to make my job sound as simple as it is. But I can't tell you how many times I give just the simple speech that the key to looking comfortable in a studio is what happens below the waist as much as what happens above the waist. That if you're able to move your feet and just let your weight shift, well, it makes an amazing.
You're describing dancing.
That's
there.
exactly
Yeah.
right. It's dancing. Yeah, yeah. So, and inherent in that is ownership. These guys are describing an authentic experience, but if you listen between the lines, they're talking about all the work they're doing to own it before they are doing it. And so after all these years, I don't know a shortcut to that.
So Christian, you seem to be by and large a desk man. How do you use the desk? What's the best way to treat a desk that it does feel like that you get that dive bar feeling, the extension of your personality?
So I want to correct the record here. It's not a desk, it's a workbench.
Okay.
And the reason why I need to correct the record is because there's an intentional bit of minimalism that came along with developing the show. We started May 25th of 2020. What were we doing May 25th of 2020? You guys remember? Yeah, we were all just kind of retreated into our households and whatnot. So a few of us were in a newsroom. We just had to kind of cobble together some things that were there. We're taking cameras from the docs unit. We're taking the workbench that was laying around. And I feel like it's a bit of a callback to a more traditional setup, but a way for us to make it our own. Does it have some utility? Yeah, I mean, my mug's there. Sometimes I have some papers there. Sometimes I'll rest my hands on it. It's not necessary. And I love the setups that I've seen with the Weather Channel, with what Jonathan does, folks who aren't necessarily, using a desk, but for us, it's a bit of a style choice. It's something that we felt would add to the aesthetics of the show without being distracting. It's not big. It's not flashy. You barely see it most of the time when we're punching in. But it was a style choice, and it's a way for us to make a bit of a callback while having, a callback to something traditional, but making it our own at the same time.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I add just a quick thing, which is the research that we've just done, I think really suggests that where news is concerned, there are times there's something truly psychologically important about a desk. And interestingly, weather is the opposite. If it's not used right, it gets between people and the weathercaster and affects that adversely. So I think there's some really interesting sort of, there's kind of a psychological thing that's happening with these things that we've got to get smarter and smarter about.
Yeah, maybe I'm a bit Pavlovian, where it's just like, yeah, we need to have a desk here. Okay, I can't explain it. We need to have one. But something that I saw in your research, and I was excited to kind of see some of this stuff because I've been hearing about this research for like the last week or two. But I think there's something to having it as close as it is as well. We are taking stock of all the things that we're doing, and I feel like being as close as we are, having a desk that, isn't putting too much space between ourselves and the viewers, at least perceived space between ourselves and the viewers, is something that I think makes a difference.
Mm-hmm. I want to switch gears a little bit. Jonathan, you've tried a lot of things experimentally in the form of your show itself. I wonder, what elements have the audiences been most receptive to in terms of your experimentation? And what has your experience so far taught you about what they will and they won't accept in terms of presentational innovation?
I would have to say the most popular part of the show is sort of goes back to a traditional newscast format in a way. We do a trending segment at the end of our show that's very much pulling up tweets or pulling up talker stories. But what me and my co-hosts do is we really do try to We do put a lot of personality into that segment. It's probably the most popular part of our show. We clip it out every day. It gets a lot of views just on the clip out. And I was going to say that also with our OTT, we're really producing the show in sort of blocks to be clipped out of our show for secondary posting. And that's where it's getting a lot more views, is in the secondary postings than in the whole show in itself. We started out as a digital show. It was only on YouTube. Then we moved during the pandemic, same vibe, to being on our NBC affiliate there at Hawaii News Now. And
let me ask you about that modularity. So you build the show that way. You build it to be broken apart, to be disseminated on different social platforms, digital platforms. So how does a producer or a news director need to be thinking about how to take that approach pragmatically? What's different in the mindset of making the show, presenting it in that way, as opposed to a more conventional way?
Well, I think you want to think about it like, what is going to be those viral possibilities from this show? So something that just happened yesterday, I was on there yesterday before I flew out here. There was a big breaking news story. It happened about 10 a.m. Our show's on at noon. Really, it was the passing away, the death of the last remaining royalty of Hawaiian lineage. It was Princess Kawananakoa. She passed away. We really had no resources, no one talking, but we did happen to have a reporter on our staff who is working on a book about this princess and the family. So it was about just quickly making a roundtable discussion. It lasted 6 minutes. We led our show with that. And it sounds so boring, but the clip out and embedding that into that breaking news story did so well. So I think it's just acting quickly to say, oh, we can put that together really quickly and make a segment out of it. Or like I said, with the volcano, a very low tech science explainer we did on our show with no desk, or we just took Dawn dish soap and poured how lava flows and how gravity works. And it got so much reaction. It was like completely opposite, but it was a great way to show science in a Bill and I version that was very low tech, but people loved it. It was so much fun.
What I'm hearing from Jonathan is like, originality is always something that is a part of our calculus when we decide, okay, this is something that we want to have on social. This is something that we want to, put on YouTube. Asking, we do an hour-long show every weeknight, and asking, everybody to sit through an hour-long show is a commitment. I don't even think my parents do that anymore. I mean, when we first started, like maybe, but what I'm hearing from you and what I know in my own experience is like, originality is something that is always, that we always feel like will play well on other platforms. Watching the Jim Cantori with the EF 0 to 5 bit, it's like, man, of course you're going to clip that, right? Because this feels original. This feels different than anything else.
And what that thumbnail looks like.
Yeah,
it's awesome, right? Like when you clipped it and you have that thumbnail, I think you think about those things as well.
Let's also talk about length, because an important part of presentation is the length of a story. I'm hearing from more and more different groups that they feel less hemmed into a minute 30 stories, that they've been holding on to for years, and that maybe you don't need your A block to be an opening salvo of lots of short stories, bang, bang, bang. But you can just pick in, a couple and drill in more deeply to them. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are, and anybody can weigh in on this, about time and pacing and the elasticity of that, and whether or not we're embracing that more.
Real quickly, because it came up in the last conversation about what to do with the stuff left on the cutting room floor. I think something that we're going to start experimenting with more at our station is clipping a GoPro facing the reporter when they're doing their interview, to just cut back to back the Q&A of the reporter doing the interview. So you can just have not a package, but a conversation play out of an interview a reporter does that can be 3 minutes long. And it also adds authenticity, because you're seeing that reporter asking the real question. It's not being put into a VO track. You're just watching that news come to life, and you're hearing them ask the questions in the real play out form. It's a really easy edit too. It's just taking 2 camera SD cards, put them together, cut. You got the Q&A.
I think one of the real gifts of the pandemic was something that you were describing, which was people were thrown into situations where they just had to get it on. And nobody was enforcing formula. Formula got thrown out the window. It was, we just have to get it done today. How do we respond to today? And I think interestingly, that reconnected newsrooms to something that sounds fundamental, but it's really the heart and soul of everything, which is what does today want of us? Not how do we do every day the same? What does today want of us?
I really like to, so I agree with absolutely everything that's been said so far on this topic. And I really like to look at what is the story and what is the audience interest, because I mean, just to kind of go down this road about like, what's the right number of beats, right? What's the right A block? On a day that's like for us, 75 and sunny, you know, where we don't think of ourselves as a forecasting network. We are a weather news network. We might have 10 different stories. I mean, we went crazy on the Hawaii volcano, but we also have to look at, you know, the floods happening in the Pacific Northwest, and then, you know, the unusual heat in the Southeast. On a day like today, there is one story and it is 15 hours long, right? And it's how you slice it. And that is 100 million people in the path of a major winter storm that also has tornadic activity that's going to be bearing down in the South tonight. So when I look at it that way, my A block is not a bunch of minute-and-a-half stories or segments. My A block is literally tonight, it'll be 20 hours long, because when we start forecasting at 6A or we start a show at 6A, we're not going off the air until 1 a.m. because of this danger. So I always look at the staff and say, what's our big story? What are our 3 top stories? And hopefully, you know, on the big days, the answer is there's only one story, and I'll slice that up in a bunch of different ways, but there's only one story. And, you know, how long does it need?
Big retweet there. Big retweet. I mean, story selection is really going to let you know how much time that you're going to be working with. For us, when we started developing the show, you know, we were looking at, let me go back some. There was already some precedent at Newsy, soon to be Scripps News, for doing videos longer than 1:30, right? We were putting these standalone videos on OTT. We were putting them, you know, on the web. We never really had to adhere to that minute 30 sort of guardrails. So when we started doing this show, you know, we saw that, you know, there was an appetite for, you know, deeper dives, and we see that in podcasts, news, magazines. We love watching John Oliver Tonight. I mean, it's or last week tonight. And so we start our show with one big story every night, one big story. I feel like we're seeing that there's an appetite for that, but truly it is about the story selection and what it is that you're doing with it, because, you know, you don't want to be, you know, stretching something a little too thin when you just don't have the material. So.
I'm sorry. Just real quickly, one thing I like to do with the reporter packages that have been filed, like I said, I'm a scavenger every morning. And when I feel like someone didn't get enough word in out of their interviews, I literally go to their timelines and stretch out part of their, like, take that 10-second soundbite they did. Sometimes I'll let it play out for 30. Like, I'm like, oh, they cut that person off. They had so much emotion. They were actually saying something there. Why did we only let them talk 10 seconds?
Yeah.
But like literally going to that photographer's timeline and stretching it out. Because I have 24 minutes, no commercials. So I get the luxury of all the time I want.
There are some luxuries on this table right now that we probably should acknowledge. We're running up against time, but I want to get a couple more questions in. We've been talking about in the studio so far, but what about out of the studio too? I mean, and Barry, you and I were talking about this outside before, and Christian, we've talked about this. Is it important? Scripps is putting some of its anchors back out in the field. They're taking them off the desk and saying, go out in the field and report. CBC was talking about their main anchor wants to get out in the field as much as possible. Is that a practice we need to be seeing more of at the local level and the national level? The anchor leaves the studio and goes into the community.
I mean, it's not my job to say what people should or shouldn't be doing, but I mean, doesn't Lester Holt look great when he's in his, you know, wax cotton jacket out in the field, you know, doing the damn thing? I mean, really, there's an opportunity there to connect with audiences and to let people play to their strengths. A lot of times, you know, I'm a journalist first. I sit behind a desk every night, but I love being out in the field. I think that me, other people like me, are, there's an opportunity there to better connect with audiences, to really put ourselves in, in these environments that we're talking about, and create some really good content while allowing people to play to their strengths. So, should people be doing more of it? I mean, if that's their bread and butter, yeah. But I think that there definitely presents a few opportunities to do some really good storytelling when you're getting away from the desk and out in the field.
And where is the news? Where's the weather? Where does it happen? Anybody?
Out there.
Thank you. Out there, right? And it's outside, it's out there, it's going to it. We, years ago, we started shutting down studios when there was a big event, and we call it anchoring from the field. We flip everything. We put all our anchors in the field. We keep the experts back home, and it's an 80-20 rule. 80% of all the shows are done live from the field, and then 20% or less are done from the studio because the story is out there, right? And that has become really, really important to us. Look, we get criticized sometimes for the choices we make in storms, but we feel really strongly that our job, our mission is to keep people safe. Our mission is to protect and save lives. And the best way to do that is to demonstrate to people why we ask them to listen to their local officials when they say leave, right? So again, just getting back to the stories out there, whether it's sports, whether it's money, whether it's weather, whether it's elections, it's all out there, and getting to the people who are exposed to the out there, which is us, is the name of the game.
One of the really fascinating things about our anchor research has been every time we have gone out and we ask people simply, we say, I want to hire an anchor you'll love and want to watch on a regular basis. Please describe type of person I need to find for that job. Every time we've done that, except once, they talked about personality more than anything else. One time, May 2020, out of nowhere, the word community went to the top. And when we looked at what people were saying, they weren't saying someone who knows the community. There was some of that, but what it really was someone who cares about the community. And, they're saying, I want someone who understands what I'm going through. So I was really heartened by that because I thought it means that our relationship with people is dynamic. It's not static. But when they need you the most, it is about your relationship to them in their world. And I think it's nuts to think we shouldn't be out there.
There are a lot of interesting simultaneities going on in this discussion of ultra high tech and then kind of ultra low tech authenticity and ability to connect with
I
community.
still want IMR and the ITL. So let's talk.
So we bring IMR into the field.
Really,
Let me use that volcano graphic, CMA, please. Yes.
all right, we'll talk after this. So we've come up against our time here. I want to thank everyone on the panel for a great discussion. Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask everyone to just sit tight for one more moment, please, because we have Kathy once more in the audio. We're here with Mac McLaughlin of FX Design Group to talk a little bit more about that study that Barry has been talking about.
Thanks, Michael. What a lively panel. As you noticed, FX Design commissioned the research that Barry unveiled today. And I'm here with Mac McLaughlin, who's the CEO and design director at FX Design Group. Mac, is this research changing what you recommend to your clients?
It will. We're not finished digesting it yet. There's still, very barely touched on the topics. But a couple of things top of mind. Number one, anchor desks are still important. So if you're thinking about walking the entire show, maybe it's okay for your group, but for most local news, anchor desk was preferred over any other position. So that's important. Secondly, and I know the LED manufacturers in the room, if there are any, won't appreciate this. The audience doesn't seem to be bothered by the lines of the video array. So if you've got a 3x3 array, a 4x4 array, you're still in good shape. You don't need to go out and replace it immediately with LEDs. Third is if several stations have thought about eliminating their key wall, I would highly recommend now after the study that they do not do that they still find a place for the key wall. And on top of that, I don't know if you noticed, but in the one that Barry did show, the virtual set had the highest net promoter score of all sets that we showed, whether it was anchor desk, chroma key or any of those. It was the virtual set had the highest net promoter score in the study. So there you go for the virtual folks. So you need to keep your key wall so you can do a little bit of virtual, I think, in the studio. And I think you've heard earlier today, TTG is going virtual or adding virtual. And I think Brainstorm's up next to talk about virtual, right? Is that happening? So I think virtual's part of the future. And then what else? I think in January, Barry and I will be ready to go on tour with the study. So if you'd like to see the full study, reach out to us and we'd be happy to come bring it to you.
All right, road shows are coming.
Thanks very much, Mac.
We are now going to take a 15-minute networking break sponsored by AP. We will see you back at 3 o'clock, or just after, for our next panel, Field and Remote Production.
I found myself watching one of your kind of coaching
Welcome back, everybody, from our AP-sponsored networking break. We love the AP. Our next session is called Field and Remote Productions Multiplying Options and the Quest for More Stories, the longest title of a panel we've got yet. And here to introduce its panelists and moderate the discussion once more is TV News Check contributing editor Glenn Dixon. Glenn.
Thanks, Michael. It's a long day. I was thinking about sitting down, but after the research was presented, if a desk is good, podium's really good, right? So going with that. There's been a lot of buzz about remote production during the pandemic, remote production in quotes, but television news has always relied on journalists and photographers working remotely in the field and bringing the story back to the studio, either by contribution links or direct handoff. Today, field production tools span a wide variety of connectivity options and camera choices that make news gathering more dynamic than ever. We've gathered a panel of experts here to discuss the latest contribution and acquisition technologies and how they're impacting their newscasts. And joining me from my right, we have Eric Smith, VP of News Operations for Fox Television Stations, Elizabeth Plyler, News Operations Manager for WPVI in Philadelphia, Scott Wilder, VP Field and Production Operations for Fox News, and Mike Savello, VP of Sales for LiveView. And, for the audience, we'd like to make this experience as interactive as possible. I know it's late in the afternoon, but please, if you have any questions, I'm planning to save a little time at the end for those. I'd like to start off with Scott. What impact has low Earth orbit satellite technology, or LEO, products like Starlink? What impact has that had on Fox News's field operations? Relatively new technology for the broadcast industry.
Yeah, thanks. We introduced the Starlink, in particular, technology during the Ukraine war and more recently Hurricane Ian. It's just, one of many choices that we have to put live pictures on the air and broadcast from places where, traditionally are difficult to broadcast from. So, going to Hurricane Ian, that storm impacted, and we didn't want to send satellite trucks in and lose these satellite trucks. And we had a few teams who were in positions where there was, no power and no cellular infrastructure. So, all of our teams have LiveView encoders with them, but the cellular towers weren't working. So it's just honestly, I was listening to the last panel where people were using cliche words like another tool in the toolkit. And, that's really what the low Earth orbit satellites, have been for us. Super affordable and like easy to use, right? So just super user friendly. If we weren't using that, we would pull out a BGAN antenna and it would be a lot more expensive and not as much bandwidth, right? So, that's the beauty of this technology. Before Eric and I had, spent some time talking about this earlier too, but, the thing about that technology, is that it's if you left it up to our engineers looked at that technology and the lower orbit without getting too technical into it, right? There's a handoff of the satellites. And so you lose bandwidth. And so when we first tested it, we were just looking at bandwidth and seeing, 5,000 megs, and then it would drop down to, 46 kilobits per second, and everybody panicked and said, we can never, use this, we can never stream with it. And then, when you find yourself in a disaster where there's no other connectivity, you're much more forgiving, right? And so those handovers are very seamless. You might see a little glitch, and covering from a hurricane or natural disaster, the audience seems to be okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, I've had other engineers tell me, well, that's a good technology for, maybe communications in the field where you have challenges, for downloads of stuff, but to do a contribution, to uplink feedback to a network wouldn't be feasible, but you guys have used it successfully. On average, how would you compare the effective bit rate of what you get with that most of the time to BGAN?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would call it far superior. It's just, where are the beams? Like, where is it available, right? And so, right now today, I think the Midwest of this country is, it's inoperable. It's not, you can't use it. And so where the spot beam is, it works very, very well. I mean, honestly, I think it was a few weeks before Hurricane Ian, we purchased a few more, and we tested them around this area and in the suburbs of New York City, and we streamed for a few hours. And, it was, you might see a handoff, what we were calling of those satellites, once a minute. You might see it every few minutes, but, there was, very little interruption. And, if I was comparing that with, 256 kilobits or 400 kilobits per second, in a BGAN stream, then, far superior to that.
And how do you see the coverage of that evolving, going forward? Do you see that Midwest problem getting solved for you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about, how they reposition satellites, but I think what we've seen so far is, they were repositioning satellites over Ukraine to make the technology work. And I think that they repositioned satellites over Florida to get more bandwidth and more capability. So, it seems like the technology is there. And, I said to somebody last week, it would seem to reason if there was a natural disaster in the Midwest, that suddenly there might be a beam there that works.
Gotcha. Well, Scott was talking about, how LEO was a nice backup plan where there was no other option. Elizabeth, would you like to talk about, in your job, how important it is for you to have backup plans for contribution?
Well, in my mind, having a plan B or even a plan C is critical to any newsroom operation. We unfortunately have all had, and probably at the worst moment possible, technology has failed us. And having the ability to have all of your crews have multiple ways of not only gathering content, but getting that content to air or quickly getting it edited and fed back to the station is crucial. Photographers, field reporters have the weight of the world on their shoulders these days. They have to think on their feet. They have to be jack of all trades. They have to troubleshoot at a knee-jerk reaction. And with the downsizing too of news vehicles, we have to come up with creative ways for them to do that aren't a heavy lift, that are easy, and redundancy is key to solving that problem.
There was some discussion on one of this morning's panels about how many reporters were using smartphones, to capture video in a field. At WPVI, how much of that is a daily occurrence where people are capturing, stuff that makes it on air at significant length from a phone?
Well, I will say any news photographer will tell you they still love their large camera. They don't want to cover a story and be the only person there that doesn't have a big boy camera, but having a GoPro or a DSLR or even your smartphone in a pinch is going to get you beautiful pictures and get it back to the station in a timely manner.
Okay, thanks. Eric, what's new in contribution across the Fox television stations? I know you guys have also used the LEO technology to extent, but what else have you been working on?
Well, to kind of piggytail off of what's been said already, what's not new is the reliance on bonded cellular, the reliance on file contribution, through internet means. The days of microwave, other than helicopters, we're almost not using microwave at all with the local TV station group. DVB satellite, the same thing. So, we're certainly very, very interested in the Starlink technology for the reasons that Scott already mentioned. We've had a lot of success with FirstNet priority access from a cellular perspective. It has proven to be a real game changer for our stations, and I know Fox News has had the same experience. So in high congestion areas where natural disasters as an example, they stand up those networks first. And so we're looking at technology, cellular boosters, antennas, gain systems, something we're looking at air gain control, it's called, and it's a band 14 amplifier to help us get that priority access. So we're using that to once again backstop what we've been using for years now, and it's incredibly reliable almost all the time in bonded cellular. And I think for us, from a new technology perspective, it's and I think Arnie mentioned it on one of the previous panels about the work they're doing with Sony and raw camera files. You know, I think too often right now we're still in a world where crews go out at 10 o'clock in the morning, they shoot their story, they edit, they're live at 5, they're live at 6, and none of that raw content makes it back to us till 6:30, 7 o'clock at night. And that's something we need to change. You know, we need to be able to support our digital teams, all the multi-platform stuff, the versioning, everything that we've talked about today. It's all about the first step of that contribution and using these tools to make sure we can get not just finished content, not just live content, because we're growing our live shows throughout our station group all the time. We are a live company and we continue to grow live. But how do we get that additional content back into the teams and into a platform? Right now, we're pretty siloed, honestly, from a digital to a linear broadcast workflow. Break down those walls, find technologies that put all that content in a place that's easily accessible through metadata, hopefully, you know, an NRCS tie-in. And we're evaluating our NRCS as well. You know, story-centric's another buzzword. We have to be story-centric. We have to have the, you know, get out of that rundown workflow, get the content back, get it to multiple platforms, sometimes with just the same piece of content when appropriate, and other times, you know, versioning it accordingly.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little more about that ingest, you know, part of the overall workflow and you know, editing in the cloud or just making access to the content easier, because that whole notion about speed of ingest has been brought up several times today. You know, Mike, we've been talking about Leo as a new technology. Obviously, you got a couple. Everyone here is a big bonded user. What's new from LiveView's perspective? What do you think of Leo as a way to you know, attach to your tools, and what sort of impact has 5G had on your customers so far?
Sure. So, you know, I think a lot of people think of LiveView as the bonded cell company, right? Or one of the bonded cell companies. And it's true. That's one of the things we do. We do lots of other things too, but you know, at the end of the day, the backpacks and all the other encoders that we have, they're really just IP oriented, right? They just allow you to combine multiple IP streams together for, you know, reliability. And that can be 4G, it can be 5G, it can be Starlink, it can be FirstNet, it can be anything. I mean, in fact, we've actually been selling a KU band IP service for the last 4 years to go along with our cellular offering, in case you want to have you know, a KU backup to IP. It's a 2 meg up, 2 meg down guaranteed service. It's not very expensive, and it's a nice kind of, you know, risk aversion type of technology for when you're someplace where, you know, the cell might not be available, like a natural disaster or whatever. So you know, from our point of view, we can connect to anything as long as it's IP. You know, we can take advantage of it. So and you know, that goes for Starlink and all these other low Earth orbit things. We're watching what Amazon's doing in that space. You know, in 2024, they're going to have their service available as well. So the space race is on as far as that's concerned. But honestly, one of the coolest developments I think that we've really seen take off in the last couple of years has been the ability of our users to connect multiple cameras to one unit and actually use one, you know, transmission pipe to feed multiple cameras back for production purposes. So that really adds a lot to the news content that you're getting. So in a pinch, you can just, you know, if you don't have a second pack with you, you can just connect a second camera to the same pack, or 2, 3, 4, whatever you have. And stream all of those back simultaneously as well. And I think that opens up a whole host of opportunities for extra content, for different content, for doing town halls, for doing, you know, all sorts of productions outside of just the breaking news events, which is really, I think, enabling the TV station and network market to create even more content.
He hit the nail on the head, really, because a lot of newsrooms in the past, you had to choose between going live at a scene or feeding the beast that was the website. Now you can do both at the same time with the same person.
Yeah, it sounds, that sounds good. And write a check to the same person, so you don't have to deal with multiple vendors. I remember saying at NewsTECHForum probably like 5 years ago, and people were talking about the promise of 5G, and I want to explore it. You know, and at a high level at that point, it sounded like bad news for the bonded guys if I can just go direct from my phone and stream. The reality of how 5G is rolled out and what 5G is actually is maybe a little different. But can you talk about, I know from talking to some of your customers, like the guys at the Fox Network, they said they've been making a heavy use of 5G as a backup for some of their sports programming. How has the rollout of that been overall, and what, you know, in real world environments where there is 5G coverage, what sort of improvement does it give bonded customers?
Yeah, I think 5G is, 5G is still in the rollout stage, right? So it's not exactly living up to all the promises that 5G has yet. It's a very advanced spec. It's very detailed, and it's going to take years for us to get to the fulfillment of all the different layers of 5G that are available, honestly. But the carriers have, good 5G technology now. I would say that for the most part, for 2 of the 3 carriers, the 5G that's out there is an improvement over 4G, maybe 25 to 35% or so. That's what we're seeing. There's one carrier that supports the millimeter wave specification, which if you're in that vicinity of that 5G network, you get a lot more bandwidth and a lot more capabilities out of it. So it's going to be slow to evolve, honestly. But there's no doubt that 5G, if you're in a 5G area, you're getting more than what you were getting on 4G for sure.
Okay, thanks. Eric, have you had any experience using 5G?
Well, I would say the word promise is really the key to the conversation. It was 5 years ago, it was the promise, and I think it's still the promise. We see 5G, you can look at your phone and you see that it says 5G. Do you see incredible bandwidth? I mean, I see good bandwidth. I don't know that I see something incredibly better than what we have with 4G. I think that there's certainly a path forward when the technology advances and it's fully rolled out and implemented where, maybe every scenario doesn't have to be a bonded cellular scenario. We live in a world where most of our stations have a bonded cellular device per photographer. We don't do a lot of sharing, especially during COVID. We kind of expanded our inventories. And, maybe there's a world with 5G where that doesn't have to be the case necessarily, but, the redundancy that comes with the multiple paths and not relying on any one single path, whether it's 5G or otherwise, I think, to me, there's still a long runway for bonded cellular.
Gotcha. One thing I did want to follow up on, there were a lot more of those backpack units from folks like LiveU and their competitors, TVU, Dejero, whatever, that went out to people's homes during the pandemic. Anchors doing the morning show from their living room couch, weathermen doing stuff from all kinds of different places. But that's always been the case. But how many of those units have come back, Mike, or your customers, have they hung on to those for, that kind of backup plan that Elizabeth mentioned?
Yeah, I think it depends on who you're talking about. So when the pandemic first broke, every station, every network, they pulled all the reporters back, right? Nobody was out in the field for the first, month or two. And so, I know a certain Fox station in Philadelphia, as an example, certainly took a large number, and this was true about many stations across the country. It took a large number of LiveU units. In fact, we actually, in response, we lowered our rental price for units to respond to this, to help our customers out, because the demand was just so extreme, and we really wanted to make sure that everybody could get the technology they needed. So, every field reporter, in addition to every anchor, every field reporter was broadcasting out of their living room for a period of time, right? So just take a look at, all the field reporters that every station has, in addition to all the anchors that they have. And it was pretty incredible usage, honestly. In fact, I think our usage, we track our usage across our central management platform called LiveU Central, and it was the highest usage we've ever seen in the history of the company at that time, because all these field reporters were submitting their stories, from their home, over LiveU. So I'd say almost all the field reporter stuff has been phased out now at this point. I think they're all, back out in the real world where they need to be. I'd say, the anchors are all back in the studios as well. However, I would say for the most part, my impression, I'm sure Scott can follow this up, but my impression is that just about every anchor at the network or the local station level has a home studio still in place in case they need to use it. I think that's the one thing that we definitely learned through this whole process, is to be prepared. And I don't think you're ever going to see those go away now.
Yeah, Scott, do folks all still have that stuff, or does anyone want to clean out their basement or their study and give it back to you?
Yeah, I mean, to Mike's point, there's definitely a level of preparedness that we did not have before, right? We're ready and we saw the usage of them. So, home studios are still out there. They're not getting used very often. And in a few cases, and we talked about this before and joked around about it, like the sign that the pandemic was coming to an end was when people said, can you come pick up this equipment and get it out of my basement or spare bedroom? I want that guest room back. I don't want a TV studio in there anymore. I just want to go back one point, because Mike tried to get the LU800 plug in there with the multiple camera path, and it's honestly it is worth mentioning because it's been a game changer for us with all of the bonded cellular devices out there and the streaming that takes place. Everything has been kind of single camera, right? And so if you needed to do anything with multiple cameras, we still needed to roll a satellite truck or come up with other avenues of fiber or whatever transmission we would use. And, we definitely over the years of bonded cellular have played around with multiple units and trying to time them out and send back, 4 individual live view backpacks. And we've had varied success with that. But the LU800, which allows for multiple cameras, has been another kind of game changer for us. I mean, today, for example, we do have an anchor doing a fairly high profile interview offsite somewhere, and they're using the LU800. We did not, we chose not to roll a satellite truck, and it's just an ENG crew with one backpack, and they're feeding back paths. Multiple paths. Again, because you mentioned high profile, we always worry about bandwidth, but we're able to provide local internet at the venue that they're doing the interview at. And so, it really speeds things up, makes it easier to deploy and quicker to make a decision.
Do you see yourself potentially doing more multi-camera shoots like that, even though that does require generally, several photographers, but it is because that's made easier, you don't have the major expense of the truck?
I mean, I could, point first. There's the worry of redundancy that was mentioned, right? So, in a satellite truck, you feel like you have this level of redundancy because you bring a live view, and that's your redundant path, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, I could point to several, instances that are fresh in my mind where we might have the opportunity to go someplace and do an interview, but we can't get a satellite truck in there, or maybe they don't want us to bring a truck and drag cable all through a specific venue. So, just it opens the doors to make things a little bit easier.
I think at a local level too, I think a lot of Remy style production, you think of like sports or you think of network stuff, but at a local level, it opens up the same doors for us to do town halls, to do things around election special events that maybe we had the staff, we had the photographers, we had the cameras, but we didn't have the truck, or we didn't have the director that we could send into the field to do the remote directing, or an audio operator. And now that opens that door for us at a local level too.
Okay.
Taking a step back to what Scott and now Eric have said too, during COVID, we diversified. Our counterparts across the street were live view. We were always DeGiro, but we diversified during COVID. And that allowed us to bridge these municipalities. We came up with like a pool situation just amongst the Philadelphia stations so that there were less people at a specific place. And for the first time, it was like, okay, we're going to go shoot this, we're going to share it. We're going to go shoot this, we're going to share it, instead of having 20 photographers and reporters in a room where there really didn't need to be for the same news conference we all were going to cover. So it's simpler to use.
And you guys looked at, with the prospect of the Phillies winning the World Series, you guys took a fresh look at that lately, right? Okay.
Well, I think COVID kind of paved the road for that. We had meetings via Zoom where we all kind of talked about where we were going to be and what resources we were going to share.
Yeah. And to your point of the original question around new technologies and contribution, in 2018, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. We contributed to the pool, all traditional DVB satellite. Every station in the market had the ability to still do that. Fast forward now, not even, barely 4 years ago, and that was simply not an option. 2 of the 4 stations in the market had no DVB capability anymore. We had to rely on another way to transmit and share the content, and all of the providers, including LiveView, which was what we were going to use in this scenario, LiveView Matrix. We were going to stand up 10 cloud channels shared across the 4 local stations plus the NBC Sports Philly station, and that was how we were going to, contribute. We had each picked the location, included a shared helicopter agreement. So it just made everything. And then for us at that point, it went from, okay, where can I park the truck and can I get the satellite, to can I get a FiOS drop? Can I get an ISP drop that's going to guarantee me the bandwidth that I need for the bonded cellular when, in that environment with 1 million people, the bonded cellular was not going to work without some help.
Well, to that point, do you guys rely on plain old microwave at all anymore?
Well, for day to day, as Eric pointed out, very rarely. For special events, for live broadcasts where it's a bigger event, we still have those.
Okay.
We still have those.
Yeah, and same, helicopters are our main use of microwave. I don't think
Right.
we've done an ENG shot for just regular news in probably about 2 years. And I think most of the stations in our group are similar, if not exactly the same. There are a lot of reasons why, including infrastructure. 10 years ago, we had 6 receive sites, in our market. And, by the end of this year, we're going to be down to 2. So, there's significant savings in that, obviously.
Right. But it is important to continue to put people through their paces. So when you do need it, you still know how to use it and things work.
Gotcha. Scott, you mentioned this concept of a studio vans when we were doing a project. Can you talk a little more about what those are and how you've used them, and that's sort of a new development coming out of COVID?
Yeah, and so when COVID first happened and we were moving out and kind of putting home studios all over the place, there were a few vendors, and this already existed before COVID, but I think it kind of really took off, where essentially they were building a home studio that we were putting in people's basement or their second bedroom, like we mentioned, and they were building it in a van, right? And so they were rolling up to a guest house or even an anchor's, home, and doing a quick, talk back segment, or, a full 3-hour morning show from a van where you, build out that home studio. 80-inch monitor behind them, camera, lights, the guest gets in. Always a little creepy the first time you get into a van in a parking lot and do a live shot. But we're seeing, we thought that business would tail off once we opened up our, studios again, and people came back into the offices in our buildings. But the reality is we opened up, the door to that, right? And so, I think that we have guests that are, so much more agreeable to come on at different times when you can roll up to their home and they don't have to take a car into New York City and come into the studio. So, we definitely thought we would see that tail off, but if anything, we're kind of seeing that those requests growing more and more. And like I said, we do everything from, we will do an anchored show out of there out of necessity if we have to, but it's, largely talk back guest hits throughout the day.
Eric, at the local station level, how much have you seen a reluctance, I guess, by guests to give up the Zoom? Or people who would have come into the station 5 years ago now want some sort of solution that's virtual and they don't have to leave their house?
I don't think there's any question that guests appreciate the ability to do it from their living room. And, I think it's a balancing act that I think the content always wins. Do we want perfectly lit interviews? Yes. Do we want perfect audio? Yes. But if the difference is having the content, having the guest, giving our customers, our viewers, what they want and what they need versus not having it because it's not lit perfectly, that's an easy choice. It's not even a choice. It's not a thought. So, we still are doing our fair amount of Zooms, nothing to do with COVID at this point, just strictly, once again, we'd rather have the guest, have the interview, have that content than miss out on it simply because they can't make it to one of our stations.
It's less likely that they'll ever say no.
Well, I mean, does it get you better guests sometimes than you would have had
Absolutely.
before? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we see it all the time, you know, a governor that would not come to a city or come to a station because they're, you know, 30 miles away and they're the governor. Now suddenly there they are on our air, you know.
We just to add to that, we've also worked really hard to perfect that, right? So it's one thing to have a guest with poorly lit or questionable audio on, you know, once, but you know, if you see a repeat newsmaker that's, you know, on the air quite often, then you know, we have honestly, we have I would say a team of people who are jumping all over that and reaching on that and trying to rectify any of that, right? Because I do think you know, Eric's spot on, the content will always win, but you know, at the end of the day, people are growing to expect, you know, quality coverage. And it feels like we're moving beyond that. We were definitely in the early days of the pandemic, you know, a little bit more accepting of quality, you know, but after a while, you know, you want it to look like TV, right? You don't want it to look like you're in someone's basement.
Okay, fair enough. You know, a lot of talk through the day about the ingest process and trying to speed the flow of material from the field back to the studio so people can start working on it. Eric, you spoke to this directly a few minutes back. Mike, how is LiveView tackling that that problem? And you know, is it a place where you can use the cloud to help your customers?
Yeah, there's a couple of things here. I think, first of all, you know, I think we have a reputation, obviously, as the backpack company, and it's going to be hard to get over that at some point. But and we do a good job of it. But we're also in the content distribution and content sharing business as well. And Eric mentioned, you know, LiveView Matrix, which is, you know, if I was here with a LiveView backpack, I could actually send the live feed from here to any one of 10,000 or more SDI outputs all around the globe. That's, you know, the extent of our network, and Matrix is the way that we can connect all these endpoints. So, and that includes, you know, endpoints that exist in every single major media company anywhere in any country you can think of. So, so that's a pretty powerful part of it. And so the piece in between, in terms of, you know, the content acquisition side and then the content distribution side, you know, what happens in the middle, right? There's the content production, there's content, there's ingest into your MAMs. And so we're actually investing in both of those technologies now. So in the case of the production, we actually acquired a company this year that does production in the cloud. It's a company called Easy Live, and we're actually going to be rolling out the LiveView version of that product early next year. But it's very significant. You know, the cloud is sort of the next step in remote production to a certain extent, not for everything, of course, but and we're not saying you need to get rid of your control rooms or your production rooms, but for ancillary content, it can make a really big difference, right? So if you're producing content for digital, for instance, which, you know, a lot of the stations, a lot of networks are doing content that's specific to digital, you maybe don't have access to the production environment that exists at the station or the network, and you want to use, you need a one-man band to be able to operate in a very simple to use way. So, so that's going to play a role there. And the other thing is, you know, we all learned over the last 2 years that you need to have DR in place to be able to recover if something happens again. And so everybody's looking at the cloud now as a way to offset, you know, everything they can do physically, so that if they do have to, you know, essentially operate their broadcast without having people on site, you know, then they can move it all to the cloud. So we're seeing a lot of that happening now too. So, so from a cloud production point of view, that's we're investing heavily in that. On the ingest side, we actually just recently announced a product called Ingest, which seems to fit pretty well with what people want. And what it essentially does is it essentially it hooks into your MAM and actually pulls story information from your MAM to and automatically tags your content as it's coming in, so that all your content that comes in is now rich with metadata and can be, you know, in addition, because most of the content that comes in does not come in tagged, and so it's very difficult now to reuse that content. But as we talked about, you know, from a digital perspective, everything that's being put to air, you want to be able to repackage that and reuse that to a certain extent. So ingest actually allows you to now automatically ingest that content from the field with metadata attached to it based on the stories that are assigned to the units that are going out to the field. So it makes it much more retrievable, much more usable going forward. So those are the sorts of things that we're investing in at LiveView.
Whoa, wow, that mic really hopped up on me. Eric, how do you see using the cloud across the Fox stations to help with news ingest? You know, Fox is obviously a big believer in using the cloud for play out and origination at network level, but how do you see that playing into your local operations?
You know, as I mentioned earlier, I think those are the cloud and the technologies around that are what we're evaluating right now. You know, we're working on some POCs with several vendors. You're looking at some, you know, native cloud video editing, you know, some moving the NLE to the cloud, and the acquisition that comes with that, and then making that content available. You know, and as I mentioned before, looking at, you know, we have a very legacy NRCS system, and it does what it needs to do. It does machine control and it lets you build a rundown, but it doesn't let you do a whole lot else. And so, you know, I think a cloud native solution that once again allows the content to be worked on, to be contributed to, worked on right there, published directly from there. Those are all things that we're looking at and really interested in pursuing.
Yeah, and I guess that would make sense for multi-platform stuff that you wouldn't necessarily have to bring it back down to the station to then play it out over the air. If it's a package that's just going to go to an OTT channel. Elizabeth, what do you think about the use of the cloud for, you know, not just your linear broadcast, but maybe, you know, some of the multi-platform requirements you mentioned?
Well, ingest is always a choke point, especially the closer you get to any broadcast time, because that's when everybody is feeding in the most. So having the ability to put everything into the cloud, I'm sure OTT and web departments would love that.
Thanks. You know, when we talk about acquisition technology, some of the most compelling footage you saw out of the, you know, early coverage, the war in Ukraine was drone footage. We're coming from a number of sources, but Scott, I want to ask you, you know, can you talk a little more detail about what Fox News is doing with drones and sort of how that program's evolved, and not just the camera technology, but the contribution technology you're using?
Yeah, literally, I could talk about it for like 3 hours. So,
well, I got like 10 minutes.
Okay, great. I'll give you 30 seconds. No, I mean, Fox News has a pretty significant drone program. We started it several years ago. Just, you know, everybody should know that it's actually a joint program, Fox News, you know, the network with the television stations, and it's probably the best collaboration between TV stations and the news channel that exists. Still, I think Eric would agree with that. And so, you know, hundreds of pilots around the country. You mentioned Ukraine. Obviously, we all saw great video of Ukraine. We still have not really branched out internationally with this, right? Because we follow all of the FAA rules and regulations, and we have trained pilots here. Listen, it's changed everything, right? So you saw this technology come out, just to be brief about it. You saw this technology come out, and the quality of the cameras and the ease of use, and then the laws that kind of followed the technology that made it possible for us to legally fly. And it just keeps getting better and better. And, you know, we're finally to a point where, you know, it's requested and it's part of our everyday, you know, coverage, and there's an expectation of it. And so, you know, I can two stories that I could point to, I think that are, you know, ongoing right now. And we have, I think we've had a drone on the southern border for almost a year now, every single day. And, you know, I think that our reporters and producers and editorial people feel like that story is an impossible story to tell without that technology. The technology keeps getting better, flying at night, thermal imaging. More recently, the story in, you know, the college murder story in Idaho. We have drones there, and just, you know, it's one thing to look at live images or storytelling from the ground and you see a house behind you, but when you really have the ability to reveal the neighborhood and the background and what's there, you're really just, you know, you're giving the viewers everything that they want, right? Like, what can't I see? And it's just become so incredibly easy to give the viewers that video.
Eric, anything like to add from the station perspective?
Well, you know, as Scott said, it really is a joint effort. They probably, you know, the thing that we work on most closely together is 150 pilots across both Fox News and FTS. We have a leadership team that Scott and I are both on that help run the program. And, you know, the ability, you know, when we started, it was strictly two-person crews, pilot and a VO. And, you know, as pilots have gained experience, we branched into solo pilot status and then into solo live status. So at one point we would not go live without a visual observer. So now for our most experienced and seasoned pilots, we're doing the live. So it really has opened up opportunities, not only for Fox News on the Border, but for the station group as well. And, you know, the other thing about the drone program that's really nice is even when it's not intentionally meant to distribute across all of our platforms, it just naturally does. You know, we launched Fox Weather, as everyone knows, last year. And, you know, Shari will say everything is weather adjacent. So, you know, if we go out and we shoot something at a local station, even if it's not weather related, you know, it's a beautiful sunflower field in the middle of, you know, wherever. That ends up on Fox Weather. It ends up in multiple places and multiple platforms, not just at FTS.
I promise last thing I'll say about it, because I said I can go on and on, but the ability to do it live and to transmit live images from the drone is also kind of a game changer. You know, that's making anything live, right? That's what people want to see. That's what the control rooms want.
Yeah, that reminds me of something. Elizabeth, we were talking on the prep call about how pervasive live streaming from your news vehicles, your weather vehicles has become. Can you talk a little bit more about how that's evolved? And I imagine has improved as the bonded technology has improved.
We have multiple units that have either the dash camera that's inside the window, and that's evolved to having cameras that are outside of the vehicle that are weatherproofed. And, you know, it gives such, you know, just like the drone, it gives that unique perspective when you're out in it, when you're telling people, here's why you shouldn't be here, but we are. Or in a snow situation where you're in somebody's neighborhood after neighborhood, showing them how bad the roads really are, or that the snow plows haven't gotten to. I mean, it really is a unique way of telling the story.
Okay, nice. We're coming up close to the end of our time here. Do we have any questions from the audience? We can entertain one or two. Long afternoon. Okay, well, hey, I really appreciate all the insights from my panel. Great conversation. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. And now I'd like to bring to the stage TV News Check's Kathy Haley with Ruben Ruiz of Brainstorm for our next fireside chat, virtual production and the news set of the future. Kathy? Yeah, sorry, you're dismissed. Thank you all.
No, you can, but I'm still clear about. So hitting that. Oh, that's the arrow. Yes. This is important. So as promised by several of our previous speakers, we do have Brainstorm in the room today. They're a major provider of and creator of virtual set technology and augmented reality. It's been interesting to listen to today because for so long, news organizations really held back from virtual sets, but they seem to be warming up to that technology now. And so we have Ruben Ruiz here. Ruben is from, Ruben, and before I introduce him, let me just mention that Brainstorm is doing proof of concepts now for large network groups, news organizations here in the US. And it's very likely that in 2023, we'll see the first major station group adopt that technology. So Ruben is Vice President of Sales for the US and Canada at Brainstorm. Welcome back, Ruben.
Hi.
This is not your first time.
Kathy, you and I had a virtual experience. I'll clarify that.
We were on virtual stage 2 years ago during the pandemic.
Pandemic induced.
And Kathy experienced her, she had a green screen and her very first green screen. And we actually were in set on a stage. I was in Austin, where I live, Austin, Texas, and she was in Pennsylvania from home. And she interviewed me, but we were on the same stage. There's some footage of that at some point we'll share. So that was fun.
Well, I experienced the extreme challenge of learning to work with augmented reality because it was bad. Ruben was much better at it than I am.
Well, you have to act, right? It's part of what you need to do when you're in a green environment. Teaching your talent to be able to be comfortable in a green environment or even LED these days is part of sort of the hurdle. So
it was challenging. I relate. So Ruben, I know you're going to show us some things, but tell me why now all of a sudden news organizations are having you do proof of concepts for virtual sets.
Yeah, so I mean, we've heard all of these panels during the last day. Today, it's been chock full of lab work where all of the tier one broadcasters are looking to have that flexibility to produce more, to create more. And I think, virtual production is just another test for this for everyone. So we're working with a few organizations, and they're all kind of coming out of the woodwork asking, how can we do it in a green environment so that one, real estate is expensive, right? And you have a studio and you need to repurpose it and you need to make that sort of flexible. So multiple shows, there's good reasons to do it economically, but from the creative side, we're seeing that it allows for more content and more interesting content and for better storytelling. And I think that's what we're seeing more of. And we do have an example or two. We kind of made this generic as part of the set that we're using for our POC, but we did make it generic and we want to show this. Do you want me to click or no? You got it. Okay. So I don't think there's audio on here, but that's a virtual set. Both of the actors have been digitally recorded. So they've actually been recorded in 3D. And we basically just placed Anthony behind a virtual desk. That's not a real desk. And in the POC that we're currently doing, it's what you're seeing some augmented reality in a carousel format over the shoulder. He's a loop right now, so he'll be jittery a little bit, but the point is that he can be in a virtual environment and deliver a show. We actually have a couple more. And so what you're seeing is, again, a 3D environment. This is an Unreal Engine set, okay? And so there's some augmented reality here. You really need to use your imagination here and place your own graphics and your own, but there's monitors, there's displays being used. You'll see her shadows, her reflections, and her interactivity with some of the augmented reality graphics that are popping up. And I think there's one more we're going to show. You see a big LED display back there as well. I mean, you can buy an LED. That's a way to do it, or you can have an LED display within an Unreal Engine set and deliver it that way as well. But here's a different format. This is a sort of sit down environment where there's perhaps some couches. By the way, you can have furniture in this as well. This is not real furniture. This is actually virtual furniture. It looks pretty real, but it's not. But, mixing the environment with either a desk, a real desk, or even real furniture where you're sitting down and placing a coffee mug, as I heard earlier, or a script or something like that is very useful.
So are news organizations taking a different approach to virtual sets? We see them a lot on sports programming.
That's right.
What's different in the way the news?
It's not very different. I think sports has always been a live environment that's really tested the boundaries. And I think that we've seen that with sports. In fact, you know, I do have another clip I want to show you. I know it's late in the day, so we're going to be showing you a lot of video to keep everyone up and engaged. But for example, we have a clip of the BBC sport for in 2020. They actually delivered the Olympics from England to Tokyo Olympics, and let's run that so that, because this speaks loudly about how it's being done. There's not that many differences. Is a point. Let's.
Welcome to the BBC Tokyo Olympic studio. It looks nice, doesn't it? We're going to give you a little tour of this technological masterpiece and try and show you how it all works.
Yeah, we're going to start here, though, on the main set. And by now, you'll be pretty familiar with how it looks on TV. This is one of the options that we do have, but here are some of the others.
You might have been watching us in the garden. Here we are, or the lower deck, as some posh people call it, with the fish swimming around in the pond beneath us. You can actually zoom in, look at the crazy detail on these little fellas. There are quite a few of them down there. They are well fed and taken care of, fear not. And they, like us, have pretty impressive views of Tokyo.
We also have the option of presenting from this fabulous runway, where we can take a stroll along the rooftop pagoda with stunning views of this huge city, of course, the hosts of the 2020 Olympic Games.
Lots of people have assumed that we are actually live from Tokyo, but because of the pandemic, the obvious travel restrictions and the uncertainty which came with all that, we've done things slightly differently. So we are not in Japan. We are, in fact, in Salford. And this is what things really like when we turn Tokyo off. Ready?
Welcome to the Green Kingdom. So the whole studio is a green screen construction, and the only things that are real are the chairs, the wooden floor, and of course the metal tables.
We do get asked quite a bit about the design of the desks. They're actually made from folded steel, and they're inspired by origami. There's a little hollow down here and one down there where you can keep your snacks. And the BBC Sport logo at the front here is actually magnetic and removable. So welcome to BBC Port.
Right, shall we put the background back on?
Yeah, go on then.
Right, let's do it, because in fact, it is entirely virtual, which means we can adjust it depending on what time of day it is in Tokyo. So let's have a look at morning, shall we? There we go, nice and bright. We can do afternoon, or we can even go for a nice soft evening colour.
Now, if you're a gamer, you might think it looks a little familiar. The set is rendered from the same engine which produces Fortnite, and the technology is impressive. We've got 5 cameras around us here at various points in the studio, and they're all fitted with infrared cameras on the top, which point up at a tracking system on the ceiling, which allows us to know exactly where each camera is in the studio.
Once you know where the cameras are, you can then create the stylized 3D images, which are rendered in real time by an incredibly powerful graphic system. As the cameras move, the infrared cameras tell the graphics engine that they need to change perspective to look just right, as if it was being viewed from that point in the studio. So if we switch back to the green, you'll start to see that everything has to be masked. So wires under the green sheets, and there are large wedges called Toblerones for obvious reasons, which do hide a multitude of sins.
If you look here, we can project a ghost image onto the green screen, which you can't see, but thankfully we can. And that's where you look when you're interviewing an athlete, so at least you're not staring into the green abyss.
But our cameras, all the operators and everyone else in the studio is hidden by virtual masking, so that when you see the whole studio on TV, everyone and everything is neatly tucked away.
But because everything has been incredibly carefully masked and marked out, there are certain things you can't do or places you can't go. For example, if I go this side, as you can see, I begin to disappear.
Now, one other thing to tell you is that you're not really allowed to wear white because it can reflect the keying and it looks very strange on camera. And also green is a big no-no. So this is a green pen. And as you can imagine, I think wearing a green dress or a green shirt or green trousers would look very strange.
Could look a bit like this.
I like that. I like it, a floating head.
That's it. Thanks for taking a tour of the studio with us. I hope that's answered some of your questions.
Enjoy the rest of the Olympics.
We'll see most of you soon.
We were only going to show you part of that, but I'm glad we showed the whole thing. That was really interesting.
Because it is interesting. I mean, it brings it to life. And you see how excited they were? My experience with talent is that they're looking for something kind of challenging. They want to mix things up. And so this particular POC that we've been doing with the station group, we rehearsed a couple of times, and we did a whole run of a couple of blocks, A block, B block. And we rehearsed that maybe 3 times, 4 times. And the anchor and the presenter and the weather person now really all on the same set, because you see the weather person was totally in his own world. He was teaching everybody else what to do. So he was the most excited because he had these augmented reality graphics popping up, and he was, you know, he was interacting with the environment very comfortably. But at the end of the day, everyone was, and we were able to deliver a proof of concept that showed in a couple of blocks of news being delivered in a virtual environment where folks across the country were viewing it, couldn't tell it was a real it was an Unreal Engine set.
Yeah.
And of course, our software kind of runs Unreal under the hood. We have our own engine, and we consistently, I mean, this is technical, but what we're doing is our interface, because we've been in broadcast for 30 years, we can take any signal. We take all the SDI signals. We make the operation side pretty seamless. We plug right into a news infrastructure. So broadcast operations engineering, which is part of, you know, some of what we want to be talking about. And the graphics department really now just needs an extension of some skill set, right? And then that's the other part of this, you know, who's impacted, what skill sets are required, because there is a little bit of adjustment that needs to happen in order for this to all work.
So if I'm thinking about adding a virtual set to my organization, what do I need to think about?
Well, and I've heard panelists up here saying, well, we're kind of getting ready to do that, and they're working it. But I think that it's bringing, you know, engineering and broadcast operations, and then, you know, graphics, the graphics department in the mix. Also the news editorial side. You know, bringing them all as a team, bringing them together. You got to pick the right people to want to, you know, do this, because not everyone's going to be open to it. So you've got to set the right environment internally, culturally. You see how excited they were at the BBC Sport? Well, you know, I've witnessed that. The organizations that are taking the step to actually make this happen are actually getting the teams in place to do that. There is some adjustments, but the talent, I find, are excited about wanting to do this. You'd think that they would be all, like, I'll use the word, freaked out about having green. In the POC we're doing, there is a real desk, and we ran the whole thing. The desk was the only thing that didn't look real, ironically. So you know, we're learning all of that, because there's certain materials you need to use that are not reflective, and you know, so.
What about, I noticed the BBC used the green screen, like lots of green screen.
Yeah, it's all
Why
green.
not video walls, where the walls are the monitor?
That too, I think the right balance of having both. LED walls are in great demand today, so you'll find that they're not as readily available. They're made overseas pretty much, and so there's some limitations there. But I see environments having both. I see environments having. Because what happens is you get the flexibility of green to bring people in and out. We've been doing a great deal of education about this. In fact, we wrote a comparison, a sort of a little white paper, LED versus chroma, and pros and cons of that along several categories like compositing and capture, right? Because there's all of these considerations, the technology piece and the operations piece. And post-production, you know, what happens is you're flipping the entire process. We're doing a lot of work up front on the graphics front. Pre-production is really key. Producing has always been key, right? But you know, there's a set of assets here that you didn't have before, right? Namely, creative environment that needs to be built. So we're holding hands right now, just bringing people along, bringing organizations along. And so their graphics departments need to grow a bit into the 3D world, AR, VR, XR world. So
Yeah.
LED screens are being used. They're very popular these days. And so we plug into both. We're agnostic when it comes
Okay.
to that.
What about training the designers, training the tech team, training the anchors? How much training is there needed?
Training is key. Training is always key. I think extending your current team's skill set. Some of them will want to level up to do some of this work. You know, I keep bringing up graphics because the creators are really key to this. I mean, creators are going to be driving. These are tools to enable creators. And this is the key to everything that's happened. This creator sort of economy that we're in, where people working from wherever, their flexibility is key, and they want the right tools to get this done. That's the group that I think needs to come along. Also on the engineering side, and working tightly to make people feel safe and certain about, we're going to plug into your infrastructure. You're going to be able to roll your video and you roll your packages. Where all we're doing is taking your SDI inputs and we're bringing them in and mapping them to a button. That's all we're doing. It's really seamless to us. And so we're doing that, and we're playing out video from whatever wall you create. You got a double box effect, over the shoulder, LED, an LED wall. We can play to that. And with XR, it's a little bit more complex because you're feeding a wall with background, and you're also looking at perhaps extending that wall for a virtual world that's beyond, you know, in a 360 way. And then of course you've got augmented reality that comes into play as well to you know, sort of compound things. But in the end, it's this very creative, very innovative delivery of a production.
All right, well, I see the proverbial hook getting ready to take us
hooked.
off
We're getting
stage. We're done. If anybody, I hogged all the time. I'm sorry. If anybody has any questions, I'm sure Ruben will stay in the room.
I'll be hanging out for a
and
while. So
I want to thank you again, Ruben.
thank you, Kathy.
Head of Sales for US and Canada for Brainstorm.
Thank you.
See you again, maybe in a virtual world.
Thank you so much, Ruben and Kathy. And I would now like to bring on our next and final panel for the day. And that session is called New Frontiers in News Production. Here to moderate and to introduce our panelists today is Mike Fass, VP of Broadcast Services for SyncBack. Mike.
Thanks, Michael. All right. So New Frontiers in News Production. So remote production and the cloud have led news organizations to rethink the way their teams approach the story. From reporting and editing to production, reversioning and multimedia distribution. How are cloud-based technologies shaping this trend? How are roles in the newsroom changing? And how is technology facilitating that? So to answer these questions, I present our panel. So I'll go from left to right. This is Mike Palmer, Senior Director of Media Management with Sinclair Broadcast. David Burke, CTO of Gray Television. Craig Wilson, Global Media and Cloud Product Evangelist with Avid. And Rich Poletsky, Director of Operations with WCBS here in New York. All right, so we will jump right in, and Mike, I'll start with you.
No, I picked the wrong chair.
So how at Sinclair, how would you say, we'll kind of start with talking about field journalists. So how would you say you've decentralized, or maybe centralized is the appropriate word, your production structure to better support field journalists?
Well, first of all, I'm going to be paraphrasing Ernie. So we basically enable them to work from anywhere, and then it's up to the individual newsrooms to determine where and when people work. So it's really just providing the newsroom the tools that they need to use in the way that they want to use them.
Okay. I'll kind of focus on start with the broadcasters here. Rich, do you want to jump in on that?
Well, you know, we all have one of those friends that you haven't seen them in like 3 months and they pick up the conversation from where you were 3 months ago, I'm going to be that guy. Last year, at the end of our discussion, we talked about how cool it would be if we could link a bonded cellular system to Starlink or some other little LEO system. As like the previous panel, I saw this work. And if you can remember what bonded cellular was like, 6, 7, 8 years ago when there was just 3G, how it was hit and miss. Well, that's what I'm hearing now. However, no one would say that we shouldn't get involved with that technology. Well, I've seen this work. And yes, sometimes there are bandwidth issues, but what I saw was 18 megabit a second upstream, 120 megabit a second downstream, a couple of VoIP phones, 2 video encoders and 2 video decoders coming back, for return video. Basically, was connected to the newsroom computer system. 65 milliseconds of latency, but with that kind of bandwidth and that kind of promise, I think we need to get involved with this. We need to have, what I saw, it was like a flyway pack, only easier to set up, similar to setting up BGAN, and a whole lot easier than setting up a KU dish, and it worked. And again, we don't know how this is going to function if more people jump in the pool in the same location and start sharing that bandwidth. But it's been a long time since I've been impressed with news gathering technology that gives another tool to our news gathering. Well, this impressed me.
I think that's really, really interesting to look at that. One of the things that concerns me, though, and I agree with you, it's something we should jump into and work with to the extent that we can use it. Some of the Starlink Musk policies about how it's going to be used and how mobile users are deprioritized for bandwidth. And also over the last 2 years, as more people have come onto the system, you've seen the speed test drop. So with the new allocation of the FCC's approval of their next generation of spacecraft going up, maybe we'll see that crawl back up again. But I definitely agree, it's something we need to keep a close eye on.
David, is there anything that, from a connectivity standpoint for field?
Yeah, I
crews?
think just to maybe echo a little bit of what they're saying, and I think the decentralization. If there's a position in the TV studio that needs to be decentralized and function independently and quickly, it's the field journalist. And I actually think that started 5, 7, 8 years ago. If you look at some of the technologies that have permeated that particular position, all to enable that position to do their job faster and quicker and better. From MMJ cameras to connectivity, as he was mentioning, whether it was bonded cellular or hotspots or MiFis, desktop or laptop editing in the field, connectivity back to the studio, higher compression ratios, all that stuff has been just generational type technologies that have enabled the field journalists to continue to do a better job, because we all have an increasing demand for more and more original content. And the only way you're going to get more and more original content is get more and more stories. And the less time you can have the field journalists working about, how do I transfer this file back? How do I edit it? How do I connect live? Then obviously the more content they can create.
So, yeah. So as far as, Rich mentioned Starlink. So as far as, big technology leaps goes, and Craig, I'll toss this one to you. What are some things that, you've seen from the last few years, or, maybe changes that you've made on your end over the last few years?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's no real surprise that, remote is where everyone wants to be. I mean, I think in the panel on the weather earlier on, that was the phrase, where are the stories? Well, the stories are out there, they're not inside. And I think it's about trying to enable the teams that are out working in the field, and the pandemic, I think, also drove a bit of this, to have the same tools as they would have if they were in the building, and to make really no distinction or differentiation between what they can achieve if they're on location in comparison to perhaps in the past, where they would have to come back into the studio itself. And I think really from an Avid perspective, what we're trying to do is try to enable that kind of collaboration where it's much easier to share content from the field back to base, and also back to base out to the field. And I think this is something that's still developing. You know, we've talked about connectivity issues and making sure that the people get back, and that depends on location. But I think it's much more about that experience, that the tools that they need to have, whether that's on mobile, whether that's web-based tools, whether it's on editing, really are the same regardless of where you are, and trying to enable that kind of workflow to take place. But it's an ongoing process. It's not something that is kind of fully there, I would guess.
I would agree that the workflow needs to be as seamless as possible, but I would argue that as we work more in the cloud and more with advanced workflows in the future, we need different workflows. Simply replicating what we're doing at the station right now with it in the field does not really get us that far. One of the projects that we've been working on, I can say that I suggested this in 2002. Ernie picked it up a year or two ago. That is the connectivity directly from the EMG camera in the field back. And what that does is it actually takes a step out. People don't have to worry about taking a camera card out and ingesting it or uploading a file. They simply take the video and it makes it back. And that's a fundamental change in the workflow at that point. And I think that's the type of workflow change that we're looking at as we go into the cloud and we start using new technologies.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think if you simply look at what you do today and want to replicate that in the cloud, you're not going to get the benefits. Yeah, I would totally agree.
Yeah, so I heard Ernie mention that earlier. So is it 4 or 5 stations? I think he said that's initially kind of testing, and then yeah.
Right. I started talking about this when I worked at the AP in 2002 with some camera vendors, and connectivity was the question. Brian knows this because he knew that was one of my pet projects back then, but we just couldn't get the connectivity in the camera or the processing required to do it. And we see that moving along now.
I would just add to this, the emergence of all these digital platforms, digital streaming, the technology needed to get that going is forcing, I think, this conversation of what he's mentioning about the workflow. It's turning out that that's kind of leading the workflow that you're seeing now, whether it's behind the scenes in the tech core or it's in the newsroom itself. But encoding and streaming and adding metadata and inserting SCSI triggers and things like that in digital streams and things that we haven't really done in the past, you didn't need to do on the linear side, is driving a lot of the conversation and the workflow within a TV station.
And we're seeing us crossing a threshold right now, and Ernie knows this very well. Some cameras that aren't that old could be programmed to do this, okay? But they didn't have the horsepower to compress the image to be able to use the bandwidth available, okay? But newer cameras do a better job of doing that, and the bandwidth is increasing all the time, so you see that threshold dropping down at the same time. So we've really crossed a line now where there is the possibility of some drastically new workflows.
So I've heard this mentioned on a couple panels this afternoon, the word metadata. So I'd love to hear from each of you on how are your field journalists creating metadata? Is there an AI component that's being used? Is that metadata then sticking with that video all the way into archive? What does that workflow look like, and what technologies are involved there? Rich, I'll start with you.
Well, other than time of day and the slug, our photogs don't have much to do with the metadata. We rely on our ingest people who are regimented and they stick to a format. And obviously, if your metadata is wrong, your chances of finding that video decrease pretty rapidly. And we've all seen that where, we know the video was ingested, but we can't find it. Why? Because the metadata didn't follow the format that the person trying to recall it is using. So, but I really do think that at some point we need to get to where everybody who is producing that video or has something to do with it, they're responsible for ingesting that and ingesting it properly. And if they don't ingest it properly, then you're not going to have a story. It should be the content creator's responsibility to create the content, and metadata is part of that content.
Yeah, absolutely. David, anything from the Gray perspective that you would add as it relates
I
to?
almost wish I hadn't said the word metadata, now that you're gonna pick on me. I agree, and I heard on an earlier panel as well, echo exactly what he said, that nobody wants to put in the metadata after the fact. And if you can't get it as part of the tool that you're acquiring the asset with, like you said, date or time or place even, and if you can marry maybe the rundown script with the archive, and our entire company uses Oasis, Essentials Oasis, for sharing archived video, and there's some metadata obviously that's in there. We could all probably do a little better, but it fights against other priorities where it's funding or resources or things like that. And I do think, there's some AI platforms out there that could really assist in that.
Yeah. Mike, what about you?
Video without metadata is a liability, not an asset. It's a cost, and it's simply very difficult to use. And too many of our vendors do not pass metadata through, because I agree with you on ingest, it's important, but it has to also be passed down through the edit systems and then into the transcode systems and into the distribution systems downstream from that. And too many of our broadcast products are unintentionally very effective metadata filters. The cameras are generating all sorts of GPS information and other things like that. Ernie's been working on the project with the assignment information with that, so it comes back. All of that right now is filtered out of that content as soon as we edit it. And it has to go through the rest of the system. I will mention a project called C2PA right now. You can go to c2pa.org. It is a collaboration between Microsoft, the CBC, the BBC, and some others, and it provides technical mechanisms to be able to pass metadata, descriptive metadata, from the camera through production, through transcode, on through distribution. And that's so important, especially whenever you have derivative content. How many people have archives out there, and whenever they look at a story, cannot tell if it contains 100% content that you own that was shot by the station, or content mixed in from a network or another station that you aren't aware of? Just about everybody has that. And C2PA would provide a mechanism that would help us solve that problem. So we need the standards. I think C2PA is a good candidate. Then we need the vendors to agree to pass the metadata between systems. And we're serious about this.
I mean, how many people have reached the limit of their SAN and found out that, 15% of the capacity is orphan files? Now, what do? Right? There's no metadata there. Do you throw it away? Is it important? And, I'm an engineer. My feeling is throw it away. If somebody didn't care enough about the video to include the metadata, but who wants to take that responsibility, right?
Craig, is there anything that you would add?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in terms of, if you're the reporter in the field who's rushing to get your story done for a particular platform, the last thing you want to do is add another tag onto something else that's there. But I think there's no doubt about it that metadata is just so valuable all the way through it. I mean, I think the C2PA stuff and the Project Origin work that, that's part of that in terms of defining a standard and then having that, track its way through, I think is an interesting, development and the way that it kind of works. But I think the flip side of the reporter who doesn't add the metadata is there'll be no one more frustrated when they can't find the shot than the same reporter who hasn't added the tag in the very kind of first place. So I think part of it is an education process within the organization of people understanding the value of metadata, and then ensuring that flows all the way through is obviously part of that as well.
But if we understand the value of the metadata, and if we take the time to put the metadata in, but it can't flow through the edit process to downstream systems, then that's all been for naught.
And that's a good point. When we edit with the data, we can't be creating orphan files. That metadata has to be sticky, and it has to, adhere to the final product. And if not, that's a problem.
Okay, well, let's go jump back to the field journalists again. And I wanted to talk a little bit about field editing. So, and David, I'll toss this one to you first. Field editing, what are journalists at Gray Stations? Are they using, more of a client-based application? Is it tied into the media asset management system, or is it cloud-based? What does field editing look like?
So we've done, and I'm sure, all the broadcasters probably have, we've done field editing for some time now. We equip our MMJ journalists with a laptop, and it has 32-bit Grass Valley application on it, so they can do standalone, whether they have connectivity or not. They can do the editing there. They can transfer the asset from the camera to the laptop. So the big changes to me in technology there has been the fact that, we go from 3G to LTE to 5G, the connectivity and the hotspots and the MiFi have all enabled them to connect back to the studio so that they don't have to go back to the studio potentially and do some final edits or to get the asset back into the workflow. But I think, to me, video editing in the field is fairly mature technology that most stations are taking advantage of.
Yeah, yeah. Mike, how about it at Sinclair?
We're doing the same thing. It's mostly laptops in the field with standalone applications. We've looked at the HTML-based editors, which are very nice, but you can't guarantee you're going to have connectivity everywhere whenever you need it. The only twist I would put on that is we're thinking about sending it to the cloud first rather than back to the station, because that covers us in case something happened to the station. That we would still be able to continue operating that way if we didn't have connectivity to the station.
Rich, how about WCBS?
Well, what I found is some really important news content is only available from citizen journalists who are there, who witnessed what happened. And getting that content from their phone or their camera into the reporter or the photog's laptop is important. You have to have that connectivity. Sometimes it's wireless, Apple makes it pretty easy. But what we found is we get a good amount of content from people who were there and witnessed what happened, and we use that content. So if our photogs and our reporters in the field didn't have laptops, we wouldn't be able to have that content.
So it sounds like in general, more client-based editing as opposed to cloud editing at this point. Yeah.
Client-based editing, but from anywhere connected to the cloud.
Got it. Okay. Got it.
And I think we're ready, all those components, we're ready for that. Again, it's the connectivity, it's the bandwidth to the cloud, it's the bandwidth back to the station that is lagging behind. I mean, it's getting better, but with better connectivity to the cloud, it sure would be real nice to just upload everything to the cloud, and then you don't have to worry about being connected to the station. Station connects to that file in the cloud.
Let the producer sort it out.
Yeah.
So what about raw content? So is raw content then, so I guess in your scenario where you're pushing it to the cloud, it would be accessible by field crews in multiple locations. Is that true today, or is that, something that you would be working towards?
That's something that we're working towards. Another benefit that you have from pushing raw content to the cloud is you can also enrich it once it's there if you choose to. So that speech to text being a minimum amount of information you need to provide discovery, and it can also help with closed captioning and downstream final product as well.
Gotcha. Craig, is there anything that you want to add as it relates to editing?
Yeah, I think once it's in the cloud, then there's a whole bunch of possibilities that open up to that in terms of access. And obviously, for station groups, the fact that content is then available across multiple locations could provide a lot of benefits. And so I think the other thing that people want to look at is economically it has to make sense. And if that can enhance efficiency and the delivery of more stories to more locations, then that's obviously going to be part of it as well.
Gotcha. How about mobile phones? I know this is something that's been discussed, quite a bit over the years. Have you seen those? Have you seen mobile phones become increasingly more used as a part of the journalist's workflow, as the cameras have continued to improve, or still pretty traditional ENG cameras? I'll start with you, Mike.
Yeah, they're pretty darn good. And I think the more we can have our vendors incorporate mobile phone cameras directly into their applications, the more options that we're going to have. We have some crews right now, well, not crews, the tennis channel in the last year or so has actually given mobile phone and app to tennis professionals and did a whole behind the scenes thing with them where they were sending video back in near real time to produce daily pieces for them. So that's important. It's important.
Yeah. How about at Gray, David? Anything you'd add to?
I mean, I agree 100%. It's
Yeah.
just, it's paramount. I mean, if you want to see a grown-up cry, take away their cell phone. And it's not just the mature applications that you mentioned that, you know, all the cellular news providers have. It's also used for audio and IFB and things like that. So it's an integral part of news acquisition and, yeah, absolutely a necessity.
Yeah. Rich, anything you'd add?
Yeah, it's part of our workflow, even if it's just for reporters gathering B-roll, but we're also using some low latency encoders back at the station. And we're seeing, you know, less than 200 milliseconds of delay over LTE from our control room. So we can use it for queuing. You know, reporters can actually look at the video from the control room for queuing.
So let's jump to kind of the core of the news workflow, the NRCS and the media asset management system. So I'll just kind of group them together. So are these hosted currently at TV station? Are they hosted in the cloud? Is there a mixture there? And I guess in the kind of part two of that question is how are the journalists in the field accessing these tools? So Rich, I'll start with you on this one.
Well, right now we have different methods, but everything from Dropbox to we're starting to use Sony Seymour and direct connection through VPN right into our edit system. Where, you know, people in the field can drag content from the SAN into the field to edit with and then re-upload it. So we're not as much cloud-based as I would like to see. But again, I think when connectivity gets better, we'll get there.
Okay. David, anything you'd add?
Sure. I mean, it's a hybrid for us on the content sharing. We're cloud-based there with whether it's live video sharing through Grid or through Video Ship's product called that we call Live Link, or through archived video through Oasis. That's all cloud-based and it's all standardized and we all can see it. But we also have the same challenge, and we're trying to, cybersecurity is really putting its thumb on a lot of things within a TV station's infrastructure and workflow now. And, you know, the connectivity ways that you might have had before for the journalist to come back into the TV station, you know, we're trying to transition those things to more zero trust type applications. And so that's a little bit of a transition, but it's we're there. And most of the newsroom control systems have some sort of lightweight client that the journalists can load and install and get a secure connection back to the station.
So are they able to, so like at a gray station, is a journalist in the field able to access the archive from the field as well?
They can access, if you're talking about.
Right, I think you said through the Oasis system.
Yeah,
right?
then that's a web interface.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Mike, how about you?
Yeah, so at Sinclair, we still have our NRCS systems, our production systems pretty much on the ground. We do use some cloud-based tools like Sony C. We're a big, heavy Sony C user there. We're looking at moving the NRCS and some of the other tools to the cloud, but the problem that we have is that many of the traditional established vendors are not yet cloud native, okay? Containerized, responsive, take advantage of all the architecture in the cloud, which makes the cloud beneficial. And instead they're lift and shift. There's a really interesting dichotomy right now. The older vendors that have established have a well-established feature set that the journalists and everybody is used to. The people that are cloud native, the newly cloud native, work well in the cloud, but they lack the full feature set. Okay, so we can't use them completely yet in the cloud, yet we can't use our on-prem stuff in the cloud because it doesn't quite make sense. We're really looking for that convergence where either the established vendors refactor their applications and make them cloud native so we get the full suite of functionality in the cloud, or you get the newer cloud native systems that actually round out their feature set so we get the full features there. It's got to be one or the other, and we kind of see people stuck at this point, and we're looking for one of those two camps to basically win the race.
Gotcha. Craig, this is right up your alley for sure. Was there anything you
Sure.
want to
I
add?
think, I think it's a journey to use a kind of phrase that's there. And certainly, what we're looking at is a phased approach to it where we have, newsroom systems running in the cloud, asset management systems running in the cloud, and we have some player capabilities there. Next stage we'll probably get to is like hybrid. So it's running in the cloud, but connecting back. We still see people having a studio facility and that, connectivity and then working down and then getting to a point where, it's running cloud native. To come back to your original question around, how people are doing things, traditionally, you had your NRCS, you completely separate, had your edit suite, and then things ran in fit clients and they were operating there. What we've tried to do through the sort of developments around Media Central Cloud UX, which is our web-based platform, is to bring that kind of capability together where through a web interface, I can access my newsroom system, but I can also access my production system in terms of video. I can also access graphics, and I could potentially access the archive as well. And trying to now provide that kind of capability where if I want to do ingest, for example, I could trigger that through a web interface. I could then pick that up, share that content very easily with anyone who's kind of in the building or outside the building, produce that content, then deliver it to a digital platform. And then, as I mentioned about this hybrid work, then actually go and deliver that back down to a station as well. So, we are in a process of going through to get to that point, but that's definitely the kind of direction of travel. And Mike makes, really valid points about that lift and shift kind of approach and begin getting to a point of it being cloud native.
Gotcha. So, and I heard this in a panel earlier as well. So footage that, isn't used in or hasn't traditionally been used in broadcast. What are you using that footage for? What are your stations using that footage for today? Are you using it to augment your digital streams? Kind of explain what the workflow and technology supporting that workflow is. And Rich, I'll start with you on this one.
Yeah, with our web and our stream, we're always looking for more content, and that is the perfect venue for longer format, extra long stories, especially, when viewers want to see a little bit more about something. So yes, we have a lot of content that doesn't make air, but is available on the stream daily.
Okay. David, anything to add?
Retweet what he said. Absolutely agree 100%, especially the web platforms. You can go up and get long stories or content that didn't air at all. But I also think you're starting to see a convergence again back to the NRCS and the CMS on the digital side. You're seeing a tighter and tighter integration there.
Yeah. So
you're not having to rewrite things or things that never made to air. It's easy to put them into the CMS system, and then the CMS system can post them to all the digital platforms.
Gotcha. Okay. Mike, anything you'd add?
I'm thinking upstream on this right now and how we get the content back. Most of our journalists are working in the field most of the time. They're editing their content and sending back the stuff that's going to air to the station. So it's a real problem sometimes getting that extra content back because they don't think about it because it's already been cut out. They move to the next story. That's why, again, and I'll point to Ernie over here, getting the video from the camera into the cloud so that we actually have everything is so important to be able to have this extra content that we can then repurpose.
Gotcha. Okay, well, a follow-up to that, if you don't mind. So how about reversioning? How is that handled? So kind of a follow-up, but a separate question is how are your stations, what's that workflow look like to reversion stories for the various platforms? And is it any different technology supporting that, or is it
at this point, I would say awkward. Ernie, would you agree? So we have Avid for broadcast. We have an internal system that's for digital. And while there have been efforts to integrate those two systems, they've been less than completely satisfactory. Mm-hmm. It works. It could work a lot better. And I think that's something that we're looking at in the future.
Okay. David, I saw you nodding.
No, I agree 100%.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Rich, anything that you would add
to that?
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about distribution. So David, I'll start with you on this one. We had, I know Lisa Allen was up here earlier, Jonathan from Hawaii News Now. So OTT. So what are some things that you're doing from an OTT standpoint? And I know that they both kind of hit on Local News Live, Hawaii News Now, of course, and the OTT desks. And is there, what kind of technology are supporting those workflows, and what do those workflows kind of look like for the stations?
Well, we actually have a lot of things in that area, as I imagine some, the other broadcasters do. And it goes a little bit back to some of the reversioning, but if you go back, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, our initial OTT stream was really our live newscast. And then it was a repeat of those newscasts. And then we tried to get as much original content as possible. We're seeing more and more content as we do more and more live news at our TV stations. So how do we augment our and make the stream, the live stream, so to speak, more unique and original content 24/7? And that's where the L&L comes in, our national desk. And using a technology from your company, we're able to stitch their content in the cloud through triggers, GPIOs or SCUDdy triggers. And so when the station is not doing something live, producing live or airing content that maybe they pre-produced, but they want it on their digital stream, then L&L content is stitched in at the TV station. So if you're watching one of the Gray TV station's digital streams, you are watching original content 24/7. If you wanted to watch the 6 a.m. newscast and it's noon, you could just go to any of the digital properties and still find that content to watch it. But to repeat it is something we try to avoid.
Gotcha. What? So just I'm sorry, follow up for you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Jonathan from Hawaii News Now kind of talked about how simple the technology is to use at the OTT desks and how it just kind of really enables them to, for one person to go live. Is there anything that you'd want to?
Yeah, I mean, that was born really before COVID, where we wanted to create original content, not take up the studio at the TV station, original content for the digital OTT stream. So we created, and then we coined it this OTT desk. And what it is it's a one man show. So it's the anchor is the producer, is the director, is the editor, and they sit there the idea was born out of go ahead, go live, go on your digital stream, and don't take up the studio resources. Now, when COVID hit, that became a great mechanism for us to do more and more content from there and even go live from there for the linear stream. So that's what he was referring to in that panel. And every Gray TV station has at least one OTT desk.
Cool. Okay.
Typically, it's embedded in the newsroom, so the newsroom can be seen from behind the anchor.
Gotcha. Okay. Rich, on our prep call, you talked about where your station is doing some things where you're live on broadcast and then continue on digital. What does that workflow look like?
Well, I was hoping you were going to ask me that question. We have a 9 a.m. show that only the first half hour is live over the air. The second half hour is on the web. We stream that. So it's a 1 hour show. But the second half of it obviously is only available on by streaming. Something to think about for everybody who's looking to do that. How do you roll the commercials? You need to have some logic, from your traffic department and say, okay, end of the segment, roll the break here, because you can't use the same break structure as you have over the air, right? So you have to have a completely separate commercial roll, SCUDdy trigger system. But yeah, we've been doing that now, I guess, for about 3-4 months, and it's working fine. And really, the ratings for on the web only portion of the show they're doing quite well.
Gotcha.
I think that's a great point. Just to maybe pick up on something that's been discussed in a lot of the other panels, but hasn't really gone into, because in quite a few of the other panels, people have talked about getting content on other platforms, a discussion about TikTok, discussion about Instagram and things like that as well. And that's all great, and it gets the message out. But ultimately, I guess what everyone's trying to do is to get those eyeballs to your own properties. And I think that's one of the things about doing that kind of work, that is encouraging people not to go to the other platforms to find the content, but to come to your own platform. Because I think monetization is one of these areas. The Washington Post has got 1.5 million people on TikTok and do really original things there. It's great. And, ITV in the UK are doing a lot of stuff on TikTok as well, but it's not making them any money from it. And I think that's still one of the big challenges that I think we see within the industry of, yes, we need to be on all these other platforms, but ultimately you want to bring it back to your own property to maximize the revenues from it.
There's something happening in the next year or two that is going to directly affect the news department, and that is ATSC3 and the switch from ABC to HEVC encoding. Okay, HEVC is going to allow us to put more streams into fewer bits, which will allow us to free up streams for doing things like what we use OTT right now, except on another channel that we broadcast, and through the broadcast app, again, that ties everything into your property and tries to keep it there. So That's something that people in news department right now should be looking forward to, is that switch over from AVC to HEVC, because it's going to give you more opportunities to get more news content out there.
Gotcha. So how are your newsrooms preparing for, content distribution to, well, OTT, you said ATSC3, is that a culture change? Is that a workflow change? Is there a technology that's going to help them?
From the journalist perspective, they're just going to, we're asking the question, how do we generate more content?
Yeah.
So for us, we have new weather products, we have the national desk product. It's just a continuation of creating more products and trusting that the distribution channels are going to come along.
Gotcha. David, I know you mentioned that Gray has done some testing in that area as it relates to ATSC3.
We have, and we're big proponents of next gen TV and everything that Mike just mentioned. But one thing that we did specifically from the news room perspective is through the broadcaster app, which is if you've not seen a next gen demonstration, it's very hard to explain. But what you're going to see is that our linear signal in next gen is going to look more and more like our current digital streams do. And with the broadcaster app, the end user or the viewer can trigger an overlay, a graphical overlay on top of the video underneath it. And you control that overlay just like it's a digital platform. And one of the things we do is because in next gen, it's geo-located, and they know we did a test with our digital software developers. We took the zip code that the viewer was in that can be found from the TV set using the broadcaster app, and we served up archived video that was specific to their community. So most DMAs have two or three or four large cities in the DMA. And what we did was in Tallahassee, it's the DMA in Northwest Florida, but Thomasville and Valdosta are two communities. They're 30 or 60 miles away, but in the same DMA. And they sometimes don't really care what's going on in Tallahassee, or they want specific news that's to Valdosta. So via the CMS system and all these stories that don't make the linear big mothership stream over the air, they mark that this is a Thomasville story, this is a Valdosta story. And then through the CMS on the back end, when the viewer pulls up the broadcaster app and they look for, it says, oh, you're Thomasville, here's some stuff that happened in Thomasville. And that video then can be triggered and played by the viewer using the next gen broadcast technology.
Something that we've been playing with is integration with the newsroom computer system, so that people in the newsroom can send pop-up messages on ATSC3, so that are region specific. So weather is a very, very obvious one there. If something's coming towards a specific area, then a newsroom can push a message to that area that will then point them by clicking on something to more information on that. So lots of things that the newsroom can do to engage through next gen.
Gotcha. I'm gonna, one more question. Okay. So last question. Sorry, I've got to pick one. Okay, so this was something I heard earlier as well, and I wanted to ask you all the same question. So as these new technologies and workflows are introduced, how is your organization handling change management and training with your stations? And are there any centralized training initiatives as it relates to this? Rich, I'll start with you on this one.
Well, yeah, change management is difficult, right? Both for the manager and for the employees. And again, I heard, if you're going to ask somebody to do something differently, there should be a benefit to them or the product that they produce. We do a pretty good job with training the technical people when the new technology is available. I think, filtering that down to everybody is something that maybe requires more formal training. And that is difficult to do, right? Because you're basically asking everybody to stop what they're doing and, attend a training session. But yeah, it's something that we've been involved with, but, we can always do more.
David, I think you'd mentioned some centralized initiatives with Gray.
Well, I mean, I don't know what's more of a dirty word, metadata or change management, but I agree. The training is very hard. Of course, anytime you transition platforms and there's all this energy put into the deployment, the vendors are great at providing on-site training and follow-up training and things like that. But how do you train people on what your company's philosophy or approach is on how your workflows are? And so we started something, we have a pretty formal training program in-house, learning management system. that we developed, not me, but the training department developed in-house that we had already done for the sales department. So recently, I think within about last 8 or 9 months, we're starting to do basic video training that's gray specific on this is how we do MMJ shooting, or this is how we edit stories or things like that, compliance, even stuff like that. And then, of course, recruiting and training kind of go hand in hand, and trying to recruit. We just opened up a Gray Media Training Center in Jackson, Mississippi, where it's a paid internship where you have 10 to 15 students for a semester at a time. And we give them A to Z of everything there is in news, technology, news production, anchoring the whole thing. We just had our first class graduate last week.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Our boss, Mike Kralik, the CTO, has a saying. He says, technology is easy, people are hard. And we are changing the way we do some of our training. And what I've encouraged our vendors to do is, rather than do traditional monolithic training where you sit down and attend or watch a 30-minute or an hour or 2-hour long session to get trained on something, break everything into 30-second chunks. Okay, that's what you see people going to look for on YouTube and the web. Where's that 30-second video that tells me exactly what I need to do here, and put a link to it in the context of where I am in the user interface. If I want to do this, I click on this link, I get 30 seconds of how I need to do that. And we had a lot of success with that after the security breach, when we had to roll Sony C out. There were a lot of workflows that we built around that. And the only way we got through it was by building, I think we only had 6 or 8 30-second videos. And I think that was a lesson for us. It was very successful.
Well, thank you. Thank you to our panelists. Toss it to Michael. Oh, great questions.
Almost like how Google started. Here's the technology. You can do 1D now, you can't do 3D. Why did you guys come up with the plan of attack? So that way metadata would already be encoded, it would already be there, and we would not have to worry about someone logging the tapes.
My response is, in the future, what is a camera card? And that's exactly what Ernie is working on, is to get that metadata in the camera and married to the video at the point of ingest. So absolutely, I take your point.
I have a question. Which one is Ernie? Okay, good.
You missed him earlier.
And Ernie's promised to check back in on progress with this project not too far from him.
But JVC did this 7 or 8 years ago. Craig Yanagi, also getting QuickTime native movies on the JVC camera for me, which I gratefully appreciate. Craig Yanagi got the ability to take a MOS object from the NRCS system and send it to the cellular enabled camera in the field, so that the metadata that was associated with the MOS object information was embedded in every captured clip. Now, it got wiped away if they exported a file to send back to the station. But if all of the clips, if the original files arrived at the station, everything would come in. And whether it was a sidecar file during transmission, which is not brain surgery now, and it wasn't then either. Sony was trying to do this in 2007 and 8, Mike. We tried to do that, and they never got it working. I think JVC has the patent, and Sony doesn't want to pay them.
The takeaway there is, it's not good enough for a vendor to provide pieces of a workflow. They need to provide the entire thing. And that may be why they fail.
Well, there's the mic drop. Thank you all for an excellent discussion. Really appreciate it. Mike Foss and panel, thank you. And I'll just ask you to hang on for just a second so I can just extend my general hearty thanks to all of our speakers today for lending their intellect and insights. Hopefully they've given you a lot to think about as you rethink your own news products, workflows, and technologies going forward. I want to thank once more our sponsors, our title sponsor, Avid, our platinum sponsors, Gillette, Amagi, FX Design Group, Bit Central, and LiveU, our gold sponsors, The Weather Company, Brainstorm, and LTN, silver sponsors, Ross and Newsbridge, And our event sponsors AP, Telemetrics, 4A, and Signient. Our connectivity partner for our live stream today has been Degero, and thanks to all of them. And remember, you can get continuously updated industry news on tvnewscheck.com. We also have a weekly video podcast that I host called Talking TV. And we have an ongoing series of working lunch webinars that are going on. Once again, we will resume them in January. So look for those. In fact, we've announced, I think, one of them already. We also have a new event. Watch this space, because very shortly we will be announcing a new event that's tackling the fundamental industry pillar of programming across live, linear, syndicated, and streaming. And we'll have an announcement about that soon. And I just want to personally thank our staff at TV News Check on site today. Our indefatigable production assistant, Alyssa Wesley, has been enormously helpful in this whole process. So well done, Alyssa. Sam Sparks on the registration desk, Luis Manuel Ochoa and Carmen Lake in sales, and manning our news desk back at home, the best managing editor in the whole business, Mark Miller, is always doing a great job. Thank you all for coming today. See you again very soon.
Thank you.